Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was God, and married with Raven? Harry Potter x Teen Titan. Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description too. Support the original author for this beautiful creation. The shade of Voldemort seethed with hatred and anger as it tore through the Forbidden Forest, desperately trying to escape the brat who had once again ruined his plans. This was simply humiliating to be the most powerful wizard since Merlin and to still end up beaten by the son of a mudblood not once, but twice. One day, Harry Potter. Voldemort's shade hissed with rage. One day I shall return, and when I do, I shall make you watch as I kill what remains of your family in front of you. Though he would never admit it, Voldemort had actually been afraid when Harry Potter had attacked him with those tentacles of his. When Voldemort had looked into those twin pairs of red eyes that Harry had sported, Voldemort saw no mercy, only a turd and the surety that the brat would kill him, and he would have if not for his sister. What did this mean? Was there more to the prophecy between him and the boy? Was that why he had failed to kill him that Halloween night so many years ago and instead been destroyed himself? These questions needed answering if Voldemort was ever to regain his body and kill the brat. If Voldemort wanted to rule the world, he had to ensure that no one could stand up to him, and fate had decided that someone would be Harry Potter. Voldemort would have felt pity for the brat if he weren't filled with such overpowering rage and the urge to murder everyone that the boy loved. Stop! A voice suddenly commanded, its echo booming through the trees and making Voldemort come to a sudden halt before spinning around to try and discover where the voice originated. Who's there? Voldemort hissed as he looked around the dark forest surrounding him. Show yourself or face my wrath. A deep chuckle met these words, and Voldemort would have turned red with humiliation if he still had a body. Your wrath? The voice asked mockingly, and tell me, what do I have to fear from a wizard who has twice been felled by a child? And what's more, one without even a body to defend himself. Even without a body, I am still the most powerful wizard this world has ever known. Voldemort spat angrily. You are nothing, the voice replied with a chuckle. I could crush you as easily as a bug if I so chose. Then come and do it. Voldemort challenged, even as he knew the truth of the voice's words and hated whoever was speaking for them. I could do that, the voice purred, but what would be the point? It would be like killing a dog whose spirit has already been broken. There is no point. I am no dog. Voldemort snarled as he continued to search for the voice's owner. I was the most powerful wizard who ever lived. Entire countries feared my armies. Emphasis on was, the voice chuckled. Now, you are less than nothing. You have no armies, power, or hope of regaining it without my help. Your help? Voldemort asked in surprise. Why would you aid me in regaining my powers? Because we both need each other. As much as I am loath to admit it, the voice sneered back, making Voldemort burn with fury and humiliation. And why do I need you? Voldemort spat. I have other followers I can turn to. Others who would be honored to aid their lord in his return. Then where are they? The voice laughed. Where are these honored servants who should have flocked to you when you fell and tried to help you find your way back? Face it, wizard, you've been abandoned. Voldemort roared incoherently in rage and hatred as the truth of the voice's words hit him like hammer blows. The forest echoed with Voldemort's roar for a moment before it was quiet again. Done with your temper tantrum? The voice asked, amused as Voldemort hovered silently. If you're so powerful, why do you need me? Voldemort asked angrily. Because my bitch of a daughter has banished me from your world with powerful magics. The voice snarled, and I need outside help to stop the magics that keep me from returning to my rightful place in your world. Seems like you need me more than I need you, Voldemort sneered back, causing the voice to chuckle with amusement, which only confused Voldemort. No, little wizard, you need me far more than I need you. I can wait an eternity to return and exact my vengeance on my daughter and her friends. Patience is one of the gifts that comes with immortality. But how long see, and you wait to be returned to full power? Voldemort's surprise at the owner of the voice admitting that they were immortal was quickly tempered by the realization that the voice was right. Voldemort didn't know how much longer he could stand this weakened state that he had been forced to endure for 10 long years. Who are you? Voldemort asked again, though in a softer voice than before, as he thought over the voice's proposition. I am Trigon, the voice replied haughtily, making Voldemort go silent in shock. You know of me, it would seem. Voldemort said nothing, just floated silently over the ground as he processed the information. In the early days when he was first planning his campaign against the Wizarding World, Voldemort had uncovered a long-forgotten tome that showed how to summon and control demons. At first, Voldemort had actually entertained the idea of summoning demons for his army. However, that idea was quickly cast aside as he investigated other books and scrolls that showed that no matter how powerful you were, the demons would eventually slip the leash that they were under and turn on the summoner. Not wishing to have his soul dragged to hell, Voldemort had hidden the book, hoping it would never again see the light of day. Still, even now, he remembered the one demon the book explicitly warned never to summon, the one demon that no one could control, Trigon the Terrible. You're a demon, Voldemort whispered when he managed to regain control of himself. Why would I ally with you, knowing that you will eventually turn on me? Because without me, you will remain as a formless nothing until the end of your days. Trigon sneered back, I can offer you everything you have lost and much, much more. Images suddenly bombarded Voldemort's mind of him, seated on an ebony throne with all his servants kneeling in front of him. The image suddenly shifted to show all his enemies impaled on long shafts of wood, their corpses hanging lifeless outside the gates of Hogwarts. And with Harry Potter's displayed front and center. Before Voldemort could gain any satisfaction from this, the image shifted again to one of him once again seated on a black throne. But this time there was screaming going on all around him as his servants brutally killed or toyed with the muggles and mudbloods that he had enslaved. As quickly as the images had begun, they were over, leaving Voldemort gasping with awe and pleasure at what he had seen and desperate to know how such things could be made into reality. Help me break the magic that's keeping me from returning to your dimension, Trigon purred. And not only will I give you this world, but countless others to rule as well. Voldemort would have licked his lips greedily if he had any to lick as he imagined high. Himself not as a Dark Lord but as an emperor ruling over an unending empire of planets. And what do you get out of this? Voldemort asked. This deal seems to favor me more heavily than it does you. I want only one thing, Trigon growled. And Voldemort shivered as he felt the rage that came from that growl. And what might that be? I want my daughter and all her friends kneeling before me and begging me to kill them. To end their suffering, I want my daughter to watch as I defile and destroy the precious friends she chose to betray me for. Sounds like a wonderful dream, Voldemort sneered, Bon your generous offer. Oh, will you now? Trigon asked in amusement. Yes, Voldemort stated, I read a book about you once and many others about you since, and the one thing they all have in common is that you are a liar. And nothing you say can be trusted. Besides, once I have my body returned to me, everything you showed me in those visions of yours, I can get on my own. But first, you have to get your body back. Trigon chuckled, making Voldemort seethe with anger. And how long will that be, do you think? Let's see which of us can outlast the other, wizard. I'll be waiting when you change your mind. Voldemort felt Trigon's presence leave him at that, and once again, the Dark Lord was alone in the forest with just his thoughts. Siding with Trigon was an incredibly stupid and dangerous idea. Yet after 10 years of living as a shade, Voldemort would have made any deal to end his torture. But, at the same time, Voldemort didn't become the most powerful wizard the world had ever seen by being foolhardy. He would need to carefully think about Trigon's offer before he decided what course to take. Without another word, Voldemort's shade glided through the trees again as it fled from Hogwarts and the ones responsible for the latest failure. The hospital wing was silent, One would think it deserted as well were it not for the 3 bodies currently lying next to one another at the end of the wing. One of which was covered with a sheet. Raven sat in silent contemplation as she sat beside Harry's bed. Her little brother was still unconscious from his ordeal, as was Beast Boy, who lay beside Harry. Upon awakening over an hour ago, Starfire and Robin had immediately left to call Batman and inform him of what had occurred. The Titans knew that Dumbledore had been hiding something and had hoped to figure out what it was, but hiding an incredibly powerful magical object as bait in a school full of children to lure out a powerful dark wizard was something that no one was expecting. And definitely needed to be told to the higher-ups. Raven almost chuckled as she imagined how Dumbledore would respond when Batman and the rest of the League arrived at Hogwarts demanding answers. Reaching into her robe, Raven withdrew the object in question that seemed to be the cause of all her annoyance and that which had nearly gotten her little brother killed. For a moment, she simply stared at the stone that lay flat in her hand before using her power to make it slowly rise above her hand until it rested at eye level. The stone itself was nothing special, it looked like a large ruby, but with streaks of green and gold flowing through it, but Raven could feel the power that rested within, and it almost left her breathless. No one should have this much power, Raven thought with a grimace as her mind raced with all the stories she had read about Nicholas Flamel and his accursed stone. Centuries of bloodshed and death had followed the stone's creation as kings and armies fought for it. It was only when Flamel and his wife had decided that enough was enough and went into hiding with the stone in 1637 that the bloodshed finally ended, but there were still tales of thieves meeting horrible ends when they attempted to steal the stone. Morgan Le Fay had even tried to find it, from what Raven was told, and had to be stopped by the Justice League when she, supposedly, had. The stone she had found ended up being a forgery, but an incredibly powerful one that had nearly allowed her son Mordred to rule the world. Raven shuddered to think what would happen if so. One were to find the real stone after all the damage the fake one had caused. Raven, Harry's voice called out, breaking her concentration and making the stone fall back into her hand, which she quickly pocketed back in her robe. "I'm here, Harry," Raven replied gently as she took his hand in hers and squeezed. "I don't feel so good," Harry mumbled back. "What happened?" "Do you remember anything?" Raven asked nervously. "Not really," Harry replied weakly as he struggled to keep his eyes open. "Is everyone okay?" "Everyone is fine, sweetie," Raven replied gently. "Just rest for now, okay?" Harry slowly nodded, and a moment later, he was asleep again as Madame Pomfrey came bustling up, her arms filled with bottles containing various potions and medicines. "Did he awaken?" "Only for a moment," Raven replied as she let go of Harry's hand and turned to the Medi-Witch. "Well, help me open his mouth so I can get these into him," Madame Pomfrey said quickly. "We'll do Beast Boy next." "What are they?" Raven asked as she rose from her chair and leaned over Harry to open his mouth. "Just health potions that will aid him in his recovery," Madame Pomfrey replied as she poured a yellow potion down Harry's throat. "He shows signs of being attacked by dark magics, and we need to correct it before it has a chance to harm him more than it already has." "But, honestly, what happened down there?" "That's precisely what I would like to know," Dumbledore said as he quickly strolled into the hospital wing, his purple and silver robes billowing behind him. "You," Raven hissed as the headmaster approached Harry's bed. "Headmaster, I thought you were in London," Madame Pomfrey said happily as she poured another potion into Harry's mouth. "I was," Dumbledore replied, "but it wasn't too long after I arrived that I felt that something was wrong at Hogwarts, and so I gave the minister my apologies and returned. Now, what has been going on here? And why is there a dead body lying in the hospital wing?" "I think we both know the answer to that question, Dumbledore," Raven said coldly. "It's Professor Quirrell, Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey replied quickly before Dumbledore could respond. "He tried to steal the stone and abducted Mr. Potter here to help him do it." Raven and her friends went after him when they found out what had happened courtesy of Ms. Granger, but it seems as though Professor Quirrell died as a result of the battle. "You killed a Hogwarts teacher?" Dumbledore asked Raven with a raised brow. "By what right do you have to do such a thing? He should have been detained and handed over to the Aurors for trial." "We didn't kill him," Raven growled back. "It was Voldemort." The hospital wing went silent once again as Madame Pomfrey gasped in horror and brought a hand to her mouth. dropping the bottles she was holding as a result. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in surprise for a moment before he regained control of himself and began to stroke his beard thoughtfully. "And you have proof of this?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Quirrell was possessed by the shade of Voldemort," Raven replied with grit teeth. "Have the Aurors check his corpse, and they will discover traces of the dark magic that Voldemort used." "That should be proof enough." "I'm afraid not," Dumbledore said sadly. "Many things could leave a similar trace on poor Quirinus' body. Do you have any other pieces of evidence that you can provide?" It took every ounce of willpower that Raven had to keep her from leaping over the bed and attacking Dumbledore. It was his fault that her team had almost died, and now he was trying to pin Quirrell's murder on the Titans, no doubt to wrestle Harry from her and place him where Dumbledore thought he should be. "I have my memories, as do the rest of my team," Raven growled back. "They will show that we had nothing to do with Quirrell's death. Memories are not admissible in the Wizengamot, I'm afraid," Dumbledore replied as his eyes twinkled like mad. "If that's all you have, I'm afraid that I have no choice but to hold you until the Aurors arrive for the murder of a Hogwarts professor." Raven lunged forward at that, and Dumbledore reached for his wand. Before anyone could do anything to the other, a voice rang out like thunder throughout the hospital wing. "Raven, stand down." "What in Merlin's name?" Dumbledore said quickly as he spun, looking for the voice's origin. His wand drawn and held ready to attack. Raven, however, began to grin as she recognized that voice. A moment later, her thoughts were justified. Wonder Woman and Batman suddenly appeared in the hospital wing as though they had teleported there. Seconds later, Robin and Starfire appeared as well while Dumbledore stared in shock. "How did you do that?" Dumbledore breathed as he took in the newcomers. He knew who they were thanks to the copious amount of research he had done on the Titans and others like them at the start of Harry's year, but seeing them standing in front of him now was a different matter altogether. No one should be able to apparate into Hogwarts. The wards surrounding her should have prevented it. "Oh, those," Zatanna laughed, "they were almost too easy to get around. Kind of pathetic how weak they are, to be honest." As Dumbledore stuttered at the insult, Raven couldn't help but smile, which was apparently shared by Robin and Starfire, which ONL. Why made Dumbledore turn redder with humiliation. "I demand that you leave at once," Dumbledore said calmly. Once he had regained his self-control, "You are trespassing, and as headmaster of Hogwarts, I will defend her and her students if you try to harm either of them." "We have no interest in harming your school or its students, Headmaster," Wonder Woman replied with a slight grin at Dumbledore's bravado. "We are here for another matter entirely." "Which is?" Dumbledore demanded, his wand at the ready just in case. "Harry Potter and his sister Raven Potter," Batman growled, according to Robin and Starfire. "You nearly got them killed by using an incredibly powerful magical object as bait to lure in the one responsible for the murder of their parents." "I did no such thing," Dumbledore retorted as Madame Pomfrey gasped in shock. "Perhaps it would be better if we continued this discussion in your office," Superman said softly. "I'm sure Beast Boy and Harry need their treatment, and we have things to discuss." "Indeed," Dumbledore stated, "if you would all follow me, please." As the others began to file out of the hospital wing and followed Dumbledore, Raven bit her lip in indecision. She wanted to stay with Harry, but at the same time, she wanted to be part of the conversation no doubt about to occur. "You should go with them," Madame Pomfrey said softly as she waved her wand to clean up the broken bottles before her. "I'll keep an eye on Harry and Beast Boy for you." Raven quickly nodded in gratitude before hurrying off with the others. They walked silently to Dumbledore's office, no one wanting to say anything to the other until they were in private, where they wouldn't be overheard. As they passed through the halls of Hogwarts, Raven couldn't help but smirk as they passed by various students, some of whom immediately got wide-eyed and slack-jawed when they saw the members of the Justice League who were accompanying Dumbledore. "Dude, that's Batman," one student whispered to another, who simply nodded in shock. "Blimey, it's Superman. He saved my mum once when Brainiac attacked London," another student whispered in awe. Superman nodded at the student as he passed, causing the girl to turn bright red as a smile stretched across her face. Not long after, the group stood in Dumbledore's office as the aged headmaster waved his wand to secure the room before sitting down behind his desk and steepled his fingers in front of him, his wand sitting within easy reach on his desk. "Now, Perhaps you can tell me what you are all doing in my castle. Dumbledore asked softly but firmly. And why I shouldn't summon the Aurors immediately to arrest you for trespassing. Go ahead and call them, Zatanna prompted as she crossed her arms over her chest and raised a brow at Dumbledore mockingly. I'm sure they'd be fascinated to learn all the things you've been hiding at Hogwarts. Starting with this, Raven added angrily as the Philosopher's Stone flew out of her robes and hovered before her. Holy shit! Zatanna breathed in awe. Is that what I think it is? If you think it's the Philosopher's Stone, then yes, you are correct, Robin grimaced. I'll take that, my dear, Dumbledore said softly as he held out his hand expectantly, only to glare a moment later when it was snatched out of the air by Batman, who studied it very carefully for a moment. You most certainly will not. Zatanna spat, looking from the stone to Dumbledore. That stone is one of the most powerful objects ever created by magic. It has no place being kept hidden in a school full of children. Wars have been fought over this thing. The whole damned planet almost ended up destroyed when Morgan Le Fay discovered a fake. Now, what do you think would happen if she were to find out the real one was at Hogwarts all this time? Morgan Le Fay, Dumbledore said in shock. Morgan Le Fay has been dead since the time of Merlin, young lady. If you say so, Zatanna laughed, making Dumbledore glare at her momentarily before turning back to Batman. That stone belongs to my friend Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore stated firmly. You have no right to steal his property. Then by what right do you have it? Wonder Woman demanded. And why did you think it was a good idea to hide it in a school full of kids? Superman added sternly. You could have gotten someone killed, namely, my little brother. Raven added with a growl. It was never my intention to endanger young Mr. Potter or you, Raven, Dumbledore replied as he steepled his fingers again. Nicholas asked me to hide it for him as he became aware that powerful individuals were trying to steal it. I told him that Hogwarts was the safest place for the stone and agreed to hide it here for him. Safe, Zatanna scoffed. It took me 5 seconds to get around the wards here. I imagine it would take Felix Faust or someone else even less time. I don't know this Felix Faust, Dumbledore replied testily, but I can assure you that anyone trying to break into Hogwarts would find the task far harder than anticipated. Zatanna sneered, making Dumbledore look at her in indignation momentarily before returning his stare to Batman, who was putting the stone into one of the compartments on his belt. We're here, Batman growled, because my partner told us that not only were you keeping an incredibly powerful object hidden in a school but also because Robin told us that one of your professors had been possessed by the dark wizard responsible for the deaths of Raven and Harry's parents. Did you know? The question sounded more like a demand, and as Batman glared at Dumbledore, the aged headmaster's mind raced a mile a minute. There had to be some way to salvage something from this fiasco. Yes, Dumbledore said simply, making Raven immediately pale with rage. You son of a bitch. Raven snarled as she lunged at Dumbledore, her eyes turning into twin pairs of demon red, only to be stopped a moment later by Superman, who wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. My brother almost died, Raven snarled as she fought to free herself from Superman's arms. My friends almost died. If you would just give me a moment to explain, perhaps I can make you understand why I did what I did, Dumbledore replied calmly, though inside, he was quite intimidated and would never admit it. Speak fast, old man, Wonder Woman stated through clenched teeth. My patience wears thin. Quickly nodding, Dumbledore turned his attention to Raven and stared at her silently for a moment before speaking again in a calm voice. I wasn't lying when I said that Harry has a great destiny, Raven. It is because of this destiny that Voldemort targeted him and your family in the first place. Explain. Now, Batman growled. Not long before Harry's birth, I was fortunate to encounter a seer who foretold a prophecy that a child would be born and that this child would be the only one who could destroy Voldemort once and for all. The contents of the prophecy left little doubt that it referred to your brother. As such, I immediately told your parents to take you and Harry and go into hiding. You have got to be kidding, Zatanna said with a scoff as Raven stared at Dumbledore in shock. You mean to tell me that the reason the Death Potters was because of a prophecy? Everyone knows how unreliable those are. That's not always the case, Wonder Woman replied, quickly turning to face Zatanna. Before its fall, the Oracle of Delphi gave many prophecies that came true, some with disastrous results. That is how I knew that even though he had disappeared, Voldemort was not truly gone, Dumbledore said softly, because only your brother can truly defeat him. And that's why you agreed to hide the stone here, Batman theorized. To draw him into the open in the hope that Harry would be able to put him down permanently. Dumbledore said nothing, simply lowered his head, which was as much a declaration of guilt as though he had outright said it. You unbelievable bastard, Raven breathed, her eyes returning to normal. Starfire, on the other hand, looked ready to vaporize Dumbledore. Only R. Oben's calm hand on her shoulder kept her from doing so, though even he looked ready to beat Dumbledore to a bloody pulp. Are you senile or something? Superman demanded, making Dumbledore look sharply at him. Harry is an 11-year-old kid. He's only been fighting crime for a little over a year, and you thought it would be okay to make him fight the one responsible for killing his mother and father. If they couldn't beat Voldemort, what would make you think Harry could? I can assure you that my mental faculties are excellent, Dumbledore retorted. Obviously not if you thought putting Harry in danger like that was. Okay. Robin spat back before going silent sullenly as Batman turned to look at him. I can assure you that it was never my intention for Harry to come to any harm. Dumbledore replied placatingly. I knew that Voldemort was not at his full potential, and this would be the best chance for Harry in our world to finally see Voldemort's end. Everything I have ever done has been for the greater good. The greater good, Batman growled. Why do men and women try to justify themselves with those words? The greater good is nothing more than a twisted way of saying the lesser evil. Every tyrant and monster has used the words, for the greater good, since the dawn of time to justify their atrocities. I have dedicated my entire life to protecting the magical world, Dumbledore spat back. For once losing his revered calm exterior as he shot to his feet, I will not sit here and be lectured by a muggle who dresses like a flying rodent and thinks he can judge me for decisions I have made when half the time there was no right choice, only bad ones. Without warning, Dumbledore launched a legilimency attack on Batman to try and see what he was hiding, only to be immediately forced out of Batman's head with so much force that it threw Dumbledore back into his chair. A second later, a batarang was impaled in Dumbledore's desk, inches from his hand, causing the aged headmaster to flinch and draw his hand away from danger. Don't do that again, Batman spat angrily, causing Dumbledore to pale instantly. Never before had he felt so intimidated in his entire life. And the most humiliating thing was that it was due to a muggle. What was said in this prophecy? Superman asked from where he was still holding Raven. Perhaps if we hear it for ourselves, we might be able to discover something that you missed that will help us defeat Voldemort. For a moment, Dumbledore considered denying their request to hear the prophecy, but one glance at Batman told him that it would not be a good idea. The League was determined to hear the prophecy, one way or another, and so with a weary sigh, Dumbledore began to recite. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he shall have power that the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. For a moment, the office was silent as those assembled digested the words that had been spoken. Finally, Raven spoke. In a soft voice that made everyone turn to her. Marked as his equal, you mean Harry's scar. Indeed, Dumbledore replied sadly, there were only 2 families that the prophecy could have pertained to, yours and the Longbottoms. Which is why I had both families go into hiding when I first heard the prophecy. But, unfortunately, your parents trusted the wrong man to protect them. Explain, Batman demanded, making Dumbledore shake his head wearily. When the Potters went into hiding, I told them to perform the Fidelius charm as an added layer of protection. Seriously, Zatanna scoffed. Here are 100 different ways I could get through that, never mind someone like Voldemort. What is the Fidelius charm? Wonder Woman asked quickly, and what makes it such a potent form of protection? The Fidelius charm is a powerful piece of magic that hides whatever one wishes inside of a single living soul, Dumbledore replied, so long as the individual refuses to say where the thing or person they're hiding is. They can never be found. Voldemort could have had his nose pressed against the Potter's living room window and never could have seen them. Sounds rather straightforward, Superman stated, "So what happened?" "The Potters entrusted their safety to a man named Sirius Black," Dumbledore said sadly. "What we didn't know was that Sirius Black was a spy for Lord Voldemort, the moment he was made Secret Keeper. He ran straight to his master and gave the Potters up." "And how did Harry survive that night?" Wonder Woman asked. "If his parents were killed, it makes sense that he should have been as well. So how is he alive?" "It was Lily," Dumbledore replied, looking straight at Raven as he spoke. "It took me a long while to discover what happened that night, but eventually, I did. When Voldemort attacked the Potter's cottage, Lily refused to stand aside and let him kill her son, even though he promised to let her live if she did. Of course, she wasn't going to move," Zatanna said with a sneer. "What mother would just step aside and let their child be murdered?" "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "Voldemort grew tired of her pleading and simply killed her. When he did that, he sealed his own fate." "What do you mean?" Raven demanded as tears ran down her cheeks at hearing how her mother had died. Lily's refusal to move invoked old magic, her sacrifice for her child gave Harry the ultimate protection from harm. So when Voldemort tried to kill Harry as well, Batman said softly, "The killing curse rebounded onto Voldemort." "Precisely," Dumbledore replied with a nod. "Then how is the bastard still alive?" Zatanna asked with a raised brow. "As far as I know, there is no way to survive the killing curse aside from jumping out of the way." "That, I don't know," Dumbledore replied wearily. "By the time of his destruction, Voldemort had investigated magics long thought forgotten. Whatever he did ensured his survival if something should happen to his body. So now he only has form if he possesses another." Batman said as he thought over Dumbledore's words. "If I release you, will you promise to behave?" Superman asked Raven in a soft voice. "I promise nothing," Raven replied tensely, making Superman smile wryly before he unwrapped his arms from around her. "Now, I have my own questions that I would like answered," Dumbledore said after a moment of silence. "Starting with what is the cause of Ms. Potter's dual pair of red eyes?" "That is none of your concern," Robin snapped before anyone else could answer. "Agreed," Starfire added. "You have shown with your actions that you deserve neither answers nor respect. You used little Harry like he was a pawn to be manipulated as you see fit. I only did what I thought necessary for the survival of my world." Dumbledore retorted angrily, "The same thing you and your super-powered friends have done on multiple occasions. How dare you besmirch my honor and that of my friends by comparing your actions with ours?" Wonder Woman retorted, stepping forward in rage, "The thing never be done by one of us. Harry is the only one who can truly defeat Voldemort." Dumbledore barked, beginning to become frustrated that none of them could see why he had done what he did. "If Harry doesn't stop him, Voldemort will conquer our world, and then he will turn his eyes to yours. The Justice League would never allow that to happen," Superman stated firmly. "And no matter what your precious prophecy says, we will not allow you to mold Harry into your own personal weapon," Zatanna added. "He's the only one who can truly destroy Voldemort," Dumbledore cried, slamming his hands onto his desk as the last of his patience finally came to an end. "He is a child," Wonder Woman retorted angrily. She slammed her own hands onto Dumbledore's desk and leaned over to face the headmaster. "One day, he may grow into a great warrior, but for now, he has no place waging war against the monster that is Voldemort. And you should be ashamed of yourself for trying to force such a confrontation. I warned you what would happen if you placed Harry in danger again." "Dumbledore," Raven hissed in anger, "I'm a woman of my word, and as such, I will be pulling Harry from Hogwarts as soon as this year is over. Of course, I will allow him to finish his first year, but after that, if I have my way, Harry will never set foot in this castle ever again. Harry must stay at Hogwarts." Dumbledore replied as the blood ran from his face at Raven's words. "This castle is the finest magical school in the world." "As if," Zatanna scoffed. "Between Raven and I, we could teach Harry more about magic in a year than you could in a century. But it's only here that Harry can be made ready for the day when Voldemort and he finally meet." Dumbledore replied, trying another tactic. "Voldemort is no longer Harry's problem," Batman said simply. "The League will deal with him, and we will do so in a way that doesn't force a child to become a killer." "But," Dumbledore stuttered, trying desperately to figure out how to salvage this disaster, once the rest of the wizarding world discovered that Harry had withdrawn from Hogwarts and that it was Dumbledore's fault. They would be after Dumbledore's head, and all his political power would not save him. He may not be related to us, but Harry is as much our little brother as he is Raven's. Robin growled as Starfire nodded in agreement. And you nearly got him killed, old man. I have nothing more to say to you, you bastard. Raven growled before inning on her heel and storming out of the office. A moment later, Robin and Starfire left after her, shooting truly hate-filled looks before slamming the door behind them. People say that you are he wisest and most powerful wizard since Merlin, Zatanna said with a sneer once they were alone, but I honestly can't see how if you've messed up this badly. Everything I've ever done has been in service to the greater good, Dumbledore said in a weary voice as he lowered himself back into his chair. There is nothing good about leaving a child with relatives that you knew would hate him, Batman growled. And there is certainly nothing good about raising that child to become a weapon that you planned to throw at the monster that killed his parents. You disgust me. It would seem that we have nothing further to talk about. Dumbledore sneered back. Please be so kind as to return the Philosopher's Stone and leave my castle. The stone comes with us, Batman retorted. Tell your friend Nicholas Flamel that if he wants it, he can come get it himself. You cannot steal the stone, Dumbledore cried in outrage. Nicholas entrusted me with its protection. And that's precisely why we're taking it. Wonder Woman snapped back, because you have proven incapable of properly guarding it. This is an outrage. Dumbledore hissed as he gripped the arms of his chair hard. You have no right to come here and dictate terms to me. You don't even belong to the magical world. The Ministry will hear about this, and then we'll see what happens. Well, I mean, technically, I am a sorceress, so in a way, I do belong to the magical world, Zatanna said with a wink, and I'm sure the Ministry would love to hear what we have to say in regards to you. Dumbledore paled at the threat. Wick. Made Zatanna's grin stretch even further as she tipped her top hat at him. The League will be watching both you and the magical world very closely from now on, Batman said as he glared at Dumbledore. And if you or the Ministry try anything that threatens the world or Harry, we will stop you. Is that clear? Dumbledore could only choke on his anger before nodding grudgingly, without another word. The group turned and walked to Zatanna, each placing a hand on her. Be seeing you, Gramps. Zatanna cried happily before snapping her fingers and teleporting the group away instantly as Dumbledore watched with shock. Alone in his office, the gravity of what had just happened seemed to hit Dumbledore like a train. He had lost the Philosopher's Stone, he had lost Harry Potter, and even worse was that when the rest of the magical world found out what had happened, which they undoubtedly would, Dumbledore would be finished. How had it all gone so wrong? Picking up his wand, Dumbledore summoned a large glass and a bottle of fire whiskey and poured himself a very generous amount before settling back into his chair to get drunk for the first time in almost 80 years. Author's note. I mock. No excuse for how long it's been since my last update. I can only say that life has decided to beat me like a whipped horse, and I'm just trying to keep standing. I hope this chapter makes up for how long it's been. And know that I plan to release another chapter in a few days to compensate y'all. I planned to release the 2 chapters as one, but it was over 20 pages long, lol. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Raven gazed sadly at herself in the mirror as she slipped the business suit's jacket on over her cream-colored shirt. She was wearing a jet black business suit with matching shoes and had done all in her power to make herself look respectable. It was that time of year again, and as much as she hated it, she had to go and do her part to ensure that her promise to Harry was kept. The thought of Harry brought a weary sigh to Raven as she finished buttoning her top and checked her makeup one last time. It had been a month since Harry had awoken. Thankfully, he had no memories of his demonic transformation. The only thing he remembered was the Titans arriving to help him, then nothing. Raven had already devised a new training regime for Harry with Robin for when they returned to Jump City to help her little brother learn how to control the new side of his abilities that he had unlocked. However, she would never tell Harry about his dark side, as she feared that acknowledging his demon side would only strengthen it. After one last check in the mirror satisfied Raven that she had done all she could to make herself look good, Raven let out another weary sigh and sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the floor sadly. Everything had changed, it seemed, between Harry and Raven since her little brother had awoken. At first, Harry had been overjoyed that Raven and the rest of the Titans were safe and unharmed after facing Voldemort, but that happiness had been but a fleeting moment when Raven had sat down and informed Harry that she was planning to pull him from Hogwarts at the end of the year. What had followed was a mixture of a screaming match between Raven and Harry and a round of pleading on Harry's part as he tried to change her mind. Harry had tried to say every negotiation tool he had at his disposal on Raven, but nothing seemed to be able to change her mind, and so Harry had finally settled on angry silence, refusing to say a word to Raven whenever she approached him. Raven knew why Harry was so mad at her, and what's more, she could understand it. Hogwarts had finally given Harry the thing he had always wanted, friends who Harry could be home street with about his abilities and who wouldn't judge how Harry saw Raven pulling him from Hogwarts as her taking away his only real friends. Part of Raven wanted to keep Harry at Hogwarts rather than force him to say goodbye to his first true friends, and she hated herself for having to pull him in the first place. Still, the other, rational, side of her knew that as long as Dumbledore was headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry would never be safe here, and to keep her brother safe, she would do everything she had to, even if he hated her for it. Shaking her head wearily again, Raven stood up and wrapped herself in her power, teleporting her to Harry's dorm to say goodbye before she left. Just as she expected, Raven found Harry lying on his stomach in his dorm, an open Transfiguration book in front of him and a stereo playing heavy metal music on the dresser next to him. "Harry," Raven called softly, making the boy look up at her, and Raven couldn't help but flinch at the coldness that she saw there. It seemed that even fate was laughing at her at that moment as Harry reached over to turn the volume up just as an ironic lyric sounded. "Hate, I'm your hate when you want love. Pay the price. Pay for nothing's fair." With a weary shake of her head, Raven reached over and turned the volume down as Harry glared at her defiantly. "Can't you at least act your age?" Raven asked. "Why should I?" Harry replied mockingly. "According to you and everyone else, I'm just a child that has to be coddled and kept safe from the scary dangers of this world." "Harry, I know you're mad at me, but I don't have a choice," Raven said in exasperation. "In this 1 year alone, you've almost died 3 times. You've been traumatized by a magic mirror and been attacked by not 1 but 2 teachers. Can you not see that I'm doing what I must to protect you? How is tearing me away from the one place where people know what I can do and still like me despite it, protecting me?" Harry growled back, "All my life, I've had to hide my powers and abilities for fear of being labeled a freak or hurt due to them. Finally, I am somewhere where people know what I can do and aren't afraid of me for it. And you want to force me to leave, to go back to hiding. And I'm supposed to just thank you for it? Screw that." Raven sighed sadly as the truth of Harry's words hit her like physical blows. She hated herself for having to take Harry from his friends, but simultaneously, she understood that it was necessary for Harry's safety. Of course, if anyone was to blame for this, it was Dumbledore. Damn, that man. "Hate me all you wish, but everything I do is to keep you safe," Raven said softly as she turned to leave. "Where are you going, anyway?" Harry demanded, making Raven turn back to him. "The Dursleys are coming up for parole again," Raven said softly, her eyes hardening in anger. "I'm going to make sure they don't get it, just like last year." Harry's eyes widened, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless before he managed to regain control of himself. "I didn't know that was today," Harry mumbled as he looked down at his textbook. "Do you want me to come?" For a moment, Raven considered allowing Harry to join her, but just as quickly as the thought entered her mind, it was gone. She had promised that Harry would never have to see those monsters again, and it was a promise she intended to keep. "No," Raven replied with a shake of her head, "there's no need for you to join me. Robin will accompany me, same as last year, and with our combined might, there's no doubt in my mind that those scum will be denied parole again." Raven watched as Harry bit his lip for a moment before his cold appearance returned, and he looked at her with such emotionless eyes that it nearly made her flinch. "Very well, then," Harry said as he turned his attention back to his book, "I'll be here when you come back, not that you care, I Imagine. Realizing that nothing else was going to be said, Raven sighed again and teleported away. Had she stayed a moment longer, she would have seen the teardrops land on Harry's book. Raven sat next to Robin as they waited for the Dursleys to be brought in. To any casual observer, the two might appear to be sitting stiffly as they waited, but to anyone who knew what these monsters had done to Harry, they would know that both were using a tremendous amount of willpower to suppress the anger that coursed through each of their bodies. Not long after Harry had been abducted by Hive and Jinx had been made into a Titan, Raven and the rest of the Titans had turned their attention to the Dursleys. Jinx had recommended that the Titans just kill the Dursleys for what they had done, and be done with it, but that plan was quickly shut down. Instead, Robin had made a phone call to somebody, and within 24 hours, the Dursleys were arrested for child abuse and forced labor. None of the Titans knew where the mountain of evidence had come from, but thanks to it, the Dursleys were sentenced to 10 years in prison. They were further barred from contacting their son Dudley until the boy turned 18. Vernon had tried to plead with the court to have his son sent to live with his Aunt Marge, but one interview with her and the judge quickly threw that idea out the window. So instead, Dudley had been sent to live in a home with other children taken from their families for various reasons. According to Robin, who had kept track of Harry's cousin, the first year had been challenging for Dudley as his new guardians flat out refused to spoil him as Dudley's parents had. Instead, they were very strict with him as they tried to undo all the damage that had caused Dudley to act as he did. 2 years later, Dudley was finally acting like a well-disciplined child. He was getting good grades in school and even had made a few friends that seemed to keep him on the straight and narrow. All in all, Dudley was well on High's way to becoming a well-mannered member of society. The Dursleys, on the other hand, were an entirely different matter. Prison had not been kind to the two of them as not long after their incarceration. Word had spread about just what it was that they were in prison for in the first place, and if there was one thing that was universally agreed upon in prison, it was that people who hurt children were the lowest form of scum on earth, and thereby free game to whoever wanted a piece of them. Vernon had refused to admit that he had done anything wrong and had on multiple occasions tried to bully the other prisoners. Something that even the very stupid would admit was a bad idea. The result was that Vernon had spent more time in the infirmary than any other prisoner in the last 40 years. Petunia had not fared much better. She still viewed her sister and anyone else who practiced magic as a freak and believed that they all deserved to be punished for having the ability in the first place. The rest of the prison just thought her insane and that she was taking the hatred that she had for her sister out on her nephew. As a result of this, Petunia had been jumped over a dozen times in the shower, laundry, and everywhere else that Petunia was unguarded. The result was that in the 3 years that Petunia had been locked up, she had had nearly every bone in her body broken at least once. Since then, Raven and Robin had made sure to appear at every parole hearing that the Dursleys had to ensure they were always denied, a record that would hopefully continue today. So lost was Raven in her own thoughts that she failed to notice the bailiffs bring the Dursleys in, and only when Robin grabbed her hand and gently squeezed did Raven break free from her daydreaming to stare at the woe who had caused her little brother such pain. Vernon seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight far too quickly. His skin hung off of his body in flabs, and discoloration on his jaw and around his left eye indicated a healing bruise. His perpetual scowl was on his face as usual, and as his eyes locked with Raven's, a vein began to form on his temple as his face turned slightly pink. Petunia looked nothing like carcerated. Her once blonde hair was now riddled with gray, and there were patches of baldness littering her head where her hair seemed to have just fallen out. But the worst thing of all was Petunia's eyes that had an almost dead look, as though there was only a little spark of life left in the woman. A moment later, the lead bailiff called out, "All rise." The Honorable Judge McAllister presiding. As one, the court rose to their feet as an older gentleman with a bald patch walked in and took his seat in the judge's box before casting a lazy glance around the room. "You may be seated," Judge McAllister said in a deep baritone voice. An instant later, once everyone had taken their seats, he began to read the document before him, no doubt detailing all that the Dursleys had done to Harry and during their incarceration. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, it says here that you have served 3 years of a possible 10-year sentence for child abuse and forced labor," Judge McAllister droned in a stern voice. and therefore are eligible for parole. Yes, Your Honor, Vernon said in an oily voice, and it is my hope that parole will be granted, as I believe that the conditions of incarceration have been more than satisfactory for our alleged crime. Raven shook her head as Vernon droned on about everything he and Petunia had gone through since their sentencing. Like every year, Vernon had decided to represent himself and Petunia rather than hiring a lawyer as common sense would dictate. According to your file, you two have repeatedly been admitted to the prison medical wing due to injuries sustained by your fellow prisoners, Judge McAllister said as he looked down at the paperwork in front of him, and on more than one occasion, the both of you have had to be put in medically induced comas due to brain swelling from attacks. Is that true? Yes, Your Honor, Vernon said quickly. Petunia said nothing, simply stared at the table in front of her in silence. And, yet, the judge said as he placed the paperwork down and stared coldly down at the Dursleys, you have never changed your view that the child, one Harry James Potter, deserved what happened to him, or have you made any effort to show any regret for your actions? Regret? Vernon cried in a strangled voice as his face turned crimson. Why should we regret anything we did? That freak was D on our doorstep in the middle of the night, and we were supposed to raise him as our own with no consideration as to how such a burden would affect us. You had other avenues that you could have pursued. Judge McAllister replied in an annoyed tone. You could have taken the boy to an orphanage or signed over legal custody to his older sister instead of choosing to abuse him so cruelly. We were threatened against doing so, Vernon angrily cried, and we didn't even know that the brat's sister was alive. Believe me, if I had known she was alive, she would have been the first one we called. Raven was glad that Robin was holding her hand at that moment as anger shot through her like never before as Vernon insulted her little brother. From the way Robin gripped her hand, it seemed he felt the same as her. Threatened? The judge asked mockingly, seeming to turn Vernon even redder. Oh yes, by the supposed magic folk, as you called them. According to your paperwork, you said that you were threatened with curses and such if you were to ever send the boy away. Exactly, Vernon cried out as the courtroom echoed with laughter. A little old to believe in fairy stories, aren't you, Mr. Dursley? Judge McAllister asked with a raised brow. It's the truth, Vernon angrily shouted. The brat is a wizard as well. We took him into our home out of the goodness of our hearts, fed him, clothed him. And the whole time he was using his freaky powers to make our lives a living hell. So, you thought the right idea was to beat him at every opportunity? The judge asked coldly. We didn't know what else to do. We didn't want him to begin with. He should have died alongside his bloody parents. Raven shot to her feet and was about to scream something at Vernon when Robin likewise jumped to his feet and placed a calming hand on her shoulder. All of this did not go unmissed by the judge, who looked at the pair with a raised brow. I take it that you are the boy's elder sister, one Raven Potter? The judge asked, looking down at his paperwork to verify. I am, Your Honor, Raven answered quickly as she tried to calm herself down while exuding a respectful attitude at the same time. And is the child in question here with you? The judge asked as he looked around the gallery. No, Your Honor, Raven replied, he is currently at school in Scotland. I promised him that he would never have to face these two monsters again, and it is a promise that I intend to keep. Judge McAllister nodded in understanding at that before looking down to read something from the Dursleys' file before looking at Raven again. And is there any veracity to the Dursleys' statements that your little brother has powers and abilities and that he tormented his relatives with them? There is not, Your Honor, Raven lied. Petunia Dursley hates both myself and my brother for no other reason than we are her sister's children. She was always jealous of Lily Potter because our mother was smarter, prettier, and braver than she was. And she and her husband chose to take it out on my brother as a result. That's a lie, Vernon roared as Petunia glared at Raven momentarily before returning to the table. That little freak has magic powers, and so does she. She's covering for the little bastard. Order. Judge McAllister spat as he banged his gavel down. One more outburst, and I'll find you in contempt of court. Vernon's face turned beet red for a moment as he glared at the judge before slowly lowering himself back down into his chair as the judge turned his attention back to Raven. As you represent the injured party, is there anything else you wish to add before I make my decision? Only this, Your Honor, Raven said, taking a calming breath to steady herself. The Dursleys are monsters who hate anything they deem as unnatural. For 7 long years, I thought that my brother was dead alongside our parents. All that time, my sweet little brother was tortured by people who should have protected and loved him. Unfortunately, they did none of those things. Instead, they chose to treat Harry with a level of cruelty that is genuinely horrific, even now. Was I not made aware of the fact that Harry was alive? I am quite sure that they would have ended up killing him and felt nothing after they did. And it is for that reason that I beg you to keep them locked up and deny their request for parole. Thank you. Without another word, Raven and Robin took their seats as the judge rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, the judge nodded his head as though coming to a conclusion and turned his attention to the seated Dursleys, who stared at him nervously. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, since entering my courtroom, you have shown no regret for what you have done. Nor would I believe you if you had shown any. Perhaps you are right, and Mr. Potter does indeed have some meta-human abilities, but that does not give you the right to treat a child as shamefully as you have done. Therefore, it is the judgment of this court that your request for parole be denied and that you, Mr. Dursley, be returned to Belmarsh Prison and Mrs. Dursley be returned to Bronzefield Prison, respectively. You may apply for parole again next year. No, Petunia shrieked, you can't send us back there. Please, we'll die if you do. My judgment is final, Judge McAllister said coldly. Bailiffs, take them away. No, Vernon roared as he was manhandled and dragged to his feet. His wife seemed comatose as she went limp in the bailiff's arms. As the bailiffs began to drag the 2 Dursleys out of the room, Vernon cast one last hate-filled glare at Raven before roaring in anger. You'll pay for this, bitch. You and your bastard of a brother. Make you both PAAAAAAAAAY. Before he could say anything else, the Dursleys were dragged from the courtroom, and Raven could hear Vernon's echoing voice as the bailiffs took him and Petunia out of the room. This court is adjourned, Judge McAllister said in a bored voice before rising and exiting the room. Come on, Robin said softly, let's get back to Hogwarts. Harry needs us today. He hates me, Raven replied in a controlled voice. He doesn't hate you, Raven. Robin replied, he's just upset, that's all. Raven just nodded as the 2 made their way out of the building into a back alley. A moment later, Raven enveloped both in her shadow and teleported them back to Hogwarts. Author's note. Here are a couple of things to go over after this newest chapter. 1. Sad But True is owned by Metallica. I claim no ownership over it. 2. Bronzefield and Belmarsh are both maximum security prisons in London. 3. 2. Annoyingo 1995, who asked why I named the story, Under the Raven's Wing. I named it that because of a poem about the Norse gods that my mother wrote a long time ago, that seemed to fit. When you are broken and cannot find joy in anything, simply look up to the sky, and you shall find comfort and peace, kept safe under the Raven's wing. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The crash of thunder roared across the sky as the storm rumbled around Hogwarts. Though it was still hours before curfew, the sky was as black as night, with the only lights being the flash of lightning. Hermione was silently studying in the Gryffindor common room when she heard it. Someone was playing what sounded like an electric guitar nearby, and the tune was heartbreakingly beautiful. Unable to stop herself, Hermione rose to her feet and strode out of the portrait hole. Behind her, Ron and the twins followed, also curious who was playing such a sad yet beautiful song. Raven was silently meditating in her room. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the Dursleys' parole hearing, yet Harry was still avoiding her at all costs, much to Raven's heartbreak. She was finally beginning to find her center when she heard it. Music seemed to be ringing out through the halls of Hogwarts, and Raven raised an eyebrow as she realized that she knew that tune better than anyone, as it was from her favorite movie. There was only one person who would play that tune where she could hear it. What's more, no one else could play an electric guitar around Hogwarts. With a sigh, Raven grabbed her robe and stepped out into the hallway, curious to see what the mystery guitar player wanted. Albus Dumbledore was enjoying a last cup of hot chocolate before he retired for the evening when the most beautiful tune reached his ears. It sounded like one of those electric guitars he had seen decades ago when he went on holiday to America. Albu fondly remembered when he saw a gentleman named Hendrix play such an instrument with such skill that Albus almost thought the guitar bewitched. Dumbledore rose to his feet with a happy smile and followed the strangely beautiful song out of his office and into Hogwarts, curious to see who was responsible for such delightful music. Harry hovered in the air as he played the song that his big sister had taught him when he first started learning how to play the guitar. It had become his favorite song to play as it seemed to always ease his mind when he was sad or angry. Hearing how depressed Harry had become, Jinx had sent his new Gibson electric guitar, and Harry had immediately headed for the tallest tower in Hogwarts, his guitar in his right hand and his amplifier in his left. Even the weather seemed to feel Harry's pain, and Harry had to cast a quick water-repellent charm on his guitar and amplifier to keep the pouring rain from ruining his equipment. Slowly, Harry began to rise into the air. And as Harry's fingers danced across the strings, the weather seemed determined to make his pain visual as thunder seemed to blast in the background of his song, and lightning provided the pyrotechnics. The rain seemed to soak Harry to his core, and yet he didn't slow his song. He couldn't. He needed to play this song as loud as he could right to the end. As the rain continued its deluge, Harry's hair tie came loose, and his wet hair blew with the fury of the storm, adding to the wild performance that Harry was conducting as he hovered in the air. It wasn't just the pain of leaving Hogwarts that had brought Harry to Hogwarts' tallest tower, though that was part of it. It was something that Harry hadn't even told Raven yet for fear of what she would think if she found out. Ever since the fight with Voldemort and Quirrell, where Harry had blacked out, he felt different in ways he couldn't adequately describe. He felt as though his strength, endurance, and stamina seemed to have doubled since he woke up in the hospital wing. Moreover, Harry felt a continuous and simmering anger beneath the surface that he couldn't seem to burn away, no matter how long he trained or how many hours he studied. But the most remarkable change that had occurred since he had awoken was that Harry found, to his shock, that seemed to have gained greater control of his tentacles. Before, Harry had been able to use them like ordinary tentacles. Now, Harry found that he could make his tentacles change their shape into anything he asked for. But the most amazing thing of all happened when Harry was experimenting to see just how powerful his control over his tentacles had become. Flashback. Harry was standing in front of an old cracked mirror in an abandoned classroom that he had discovered when he had first arrived at Hogwarts. His 6 tentacles were extended from his back, and each had shifted into a different weapon at Harry's whim. There was a large broadsword, a spear, an axe, a war hammer, a trident, and a large Roman-looking shield. "This is so cool," Harry said ecstatically before morphing the tentacles back into their regular shape. "What else can you do?" Without warning, the tentacles began to wrap themselves around Harry until they completely covered him from head to toe. A moment later, Harry grew in size until he was well over 6 feet tall. "No freaking way," Harry said in shock as he stared at his appearance in the mirror. "I'm Venom." As if the tentacles could hear him, a pair of enormous evil-looking white eyes and a terrifying smile full of large sharp teeth spread across Harry's blank face, making the boy's jaw drop in shock. "Dude, that's so awesome," Harry cried in amazement. "I really look like Venom now." Flexing his muscles as best he could, Harry posed in front of the mirror and, in the deepest voice he could manage, said, "We are Venom." A moment later, the silliness of what he was doing hit Harry, and he collapsed into a fit of giggles. Had lasted for several seconds before he managed to regain control of himself. "Ah, Tom Hardy, the world loves ya," Harry said with a laugh, taking in his appearance one last time before willing the tentacles to return him to normal. End flashback. Since then, Harry had tried to visit the abandoned classroom as often as he could to test how powerful his tentacles had become, and the results were shocking, to say the least. Harry's tentacles, when wrapped around him, could transform him into anyone that Harry pictured in his head. Harry had laughed himself silly when he transformed himself into Batman and then proceeded to do a waltz around the classroom. At first, Harry's tentacles had only been able to hold the illusion for 5 minutes at the most, but after weeks of training, Harry was now able to look like anyone he pleased for close to 30 minutes, and he was getting better all the time. Another boom of thunder brought Harry's mind back to the present as he began the second part of the song he was playing. The first part was equal parts heartbreak and beauty. but the second part was pure anger and defiance. Lightning lit up the sky as the rain bombarded Harry, making him feel as though he would never be dry again, but Harry didn't pay it any attention. His only concern was on the song that he was pouring sadness and angst into with as much passion as he could bring to bear. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Harry ended the song just as the storm unleashed the biggest blast of lightning yet, creating a gigantic spiderweb across the sky. When the light finally dimmed, Harry opened his eyes and nearly let out a gasp of shock. Dozens of people, both students and staff, were standing below Harry on the tower, staring at him in shock or awe. Dozens more were standing on the stairs of the tower. And Harry suspected that the entire stairway was filled with people who had been listening to his song. They had snuck up on Harry as he played and were so entranced by what they were hearing that they had even forgotten to put up a shield against the rain, which explained why so many of the watchers were drenched. Unconsciously, Harry gulped as he saw Raven and the other Titans looking up at him with absolute pride. Even Dumbledore was gazing at Harry as though he couldn't be more proud of the boy. The rest, however, were gazing at Harry as though they had never seen him before, and Harry couldn't help but feel self-conscious as he took in their stares. Harry, Hermione breathed in awe, even as the rain drenched her. That was unbelievable. Indeed, my boy. Dumbledore laughed as he clapped his hands together. The rest of the observers must have decided to follow the headmaster's example, for soon, the tower was echoing with dozens of cheering, screaming people. As the crowd bellowed for more, Harry nodded that he understood and began to start a new song, his fingers dancing across the strings. As the watchers shouted up at him, not Karen G about the pouring rain that was drenching them. As Raven looked up at her brother, she could feel the passion behind each note, and she couldn't help but be filled with pride at how good he had become since she had first begun teaching him how to play. But, as Harry hit a particularly aggressive note, Raven's happy demeanor changed to a shocked one as she watched Harry's eyes flash blood red for only a second. But it was enough for her to notice. Casting a worried glance at Dumbledore, Raven saw that the aged headmaster had also seen it, and she bit her lip anxiously as she watched him narrow his eyes suspiciously. Since the confrontation, Raven had been trying to keep as much distance as she could from Dumbledore, hoping to last the remainder of the year without having to deal with him again. But, as she saw the calculating look on the old man's face, Raven knew that she was not going to be that lucky. Whatever you're planning, old man, Raven thought with a sneer, if it involves Harry, I will not hesitate to stop you. Quote, glancing over at the other Titans, Raven's eyes widened in shock as she saw that Beast Boy was surreptitiously holding the hand of the metamorph that he had been hanging out with for the last several weeks. Raven was tempted to say something, but changed her mind a moment later. Beast Boy and the girl Tonks, Raven remembered the girl's name being, were both of age and seemed to like one another. Besides, after this year, Tonks would no longer be a student, so it was nobody's business. As Harry finished his song, Raven proceeded to clap along with everyone else, her mind moving a mile a minute as she saw Dumbledore run his hand through his beard thoughtfully before turning on his heel and striding down the stairs of the tower. Author's note: okay, there's only one more chapter, and then Harry's first year at Hogwarts will be done, and then it's back to Jump City. Harry's song that caught everyone's attention was Eric's guitar solo from the movie, The Crow. It's one of my favorite songs to play when I'm upset, and I feel like Harry, after being raised by Raven, would feel the same. The second song that Harry plays, which makes his red eyes appear, was Cold, by Static X. I just picked a metal song at random, TBH. I want to issue a special thanks to AA Airsoft Media for reviewing my story on his YouTube channel. If you have yet to see it, go check it out, as he makes it even more hilarious than I managed to. And now to business. Slaps hands together. There are two ways this story can go, and I leave it up to you to decide which path I choose going forward. I created a poll, I think, but in case you can't find it, just let me know, and I'll tally your vote. So, should Harry return to Hogwarts or no? Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat close together in the Gryffindor common room. After trying to avoid the subject for several weeks, Harry had finally gathered the courage to tell his two best friends the news that he wouldn't be coming back to Hogwarts the following year, and needless to say, the news had not been received well. But you have to come back. Hermione cried as tears ran down her cheeks. You must complete your magical education. Yeah, mate, Ron added, and Hogwarts is the best school in the world. Where else are you going to go? Raven says that she'll begin looking into schools in America the moment we get back to Jump City, Harry replied in a hollow voice, and if that fails, she plans to teach me herself with some outside help from a few of the magical heroes that the Justice League has on its payroll. Hermione's eyes grew wide at that, while Ron looked skeptical at the thought of Harry being taught by someone other than the Hogwarts staff. You mean you're going to be taught by people like Zatanna and Dr. Fate? Hermione asked in awe. Yeah, most likely, Harry mumbled back. While it was true that he was excited to be taught by such amazing people, Harry also felt terribly depressed that he would not be joining his friends at Hogwarts next year. But why? Ron demanded. Why pull you from Hogwarts at all? Raven doesn't trust Dumbledore, Harry explained. She thinks that he's got some plan in the works for me. Add to that the fact that I've nearly died 3 times this year alone, and Raven thinks it would be best for me to seek my education elsewhere. Doesn't trust Dumbledore? Ron asked in bewilderment, but Dumbledore is the leader of the light. He's Dumbledore. Your point being? Harry asked, making Ron stutter for an answer for a moment. He's the one who defeated Grindelwald. Ron exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air to show his exasperation. The man has been revered as the greatest wizard in the world since our parents went to school here. So how can your sister suspect him of wrongdoing? I don't know, Harry shrugged, but she's made up her mind, so that's it. But, Hermione said softly as new tears ran down her cheeks, but if you leave, we won't be friends anymore. What? Harry asked in bewilderment. Where did you come up with that crazy idea? Think about it, Harry, Hermione said softly as she stared at her lap. You'll be on the other side of the planet, where you'll undoubtedly make other friends. You'll write to us at first, no doubt, but eventually, as time goes by, you'll forget about us, and then we'll stop being friends. Even Ron seemed sad at that, and Harry watched for a moment as his 2 friends sat silently, each seeming to diminish in front of him. Now you listen here, Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley, Harry replied, giving his best impression of Long John Silver from Treasure Planet. We 3 will never stop being friends, you hear me? Never. I promise I will write you guys as often as possible. And I expect letters back. Moreover, Raven has already written to each of your families, asking if you could come to Jump City this summer, and I expect that to be a recurring event. So, no matter what, never think that we won't be friends anymore just because I'm leaving, got it? Both seemed to feel better after Harry's speech, and Hermione laughed at Harry's forced accent. Ron hadn't seen Treasure Planet yet and had no frame of reference for what Harry was trying to impersonate, yet he smiled the same. Raven asked our parents' permission to come to Jump City this summer. Finally, Hermione asked after a moment of silence. When were you goosed? Did Harry replied with a wink that made Hermione shake her head in exasperation, and to answer your follow-up question. Both of your parents said yes, though Mrs. Weasley insisted on coming as a chaperone when Raven told her that we have no adults at Titan's Tower. But, honestly, what does she expect to happen? We're heroes, for crying out loud. Quote, heroes they may be, Hermione laughed, but they're still teenagers without adult supervision. So it doesn't surprise me that Ron's mother would want to come along to ensure that you all stay out of trouble. Seems like everyone shares that opinion. Harry muttered. What do you mean? Ron asked, his face going slightly pink at the thought that Harry might be insulting his mother. Intentionally or otherwise. According to Raven and Robin, Harry said in annoyance, the Justice League is also concerned that there is no adult supervision in Jump City to keep the Titans in check. But, aren't both Rob and Raven over 18? Technically, they are adults, right? Hermione asked. You would think so, but nope. Harry replied scornfully, the League says that even though they're adults, there should still be someone with more experience keeping an eye on things. As such, the League has decided that one member will be sent to Jump City on a rotating basis to act as mentor and trainer. Black Canary volunteered to be on the first rotation. Black Canary, Hermione cried before regaining control of herself, she's one of the Justice League's heavy hitters. I'm aware, Harry replied with a grin that made Hermione blush scarlet while Ron looked confused. What's so special about a canary? Ron asked in bemusement, which made Harry snort with amusement. She's not a real canary, Ronald, Hermione said with a roll of her eyes. That's just her name. Oh, Ron said in embarrassment. So, what's so good about her? Why is she being put in charge of the Titans? Black Canary is one of the most powerful heroes of the Justice League, Hermione said with stars in her eyes. She has the ability to use her voice as a weapon to devastating effect. Man, you really love superheroes, don't you, Hermione? Ron asked with a smile that made Hermione blush scarlet again. When you don't have any friends growing up, you tend to read a lot. Hermione mumbled so softly that Harry and Ron nearly missed it. And Black Canary saved my mum once, so it stands to reason that she would be one of my favorites. You never told us that, Harry said in surprise. What happened? If it's not too personal. Not at all, Hermione said warmly. Mum was coming home from work when Atomic Skull tried to rob a bank near her office. She ended up as A.H. Hostage when Atomic Skull tried to make a break for it, and he would have killed her if not for Black Canary showing up. That's what got me interested in superheroes in the first place. Well, you can thank her in person when you meet her this summer, Harry replied with a wink. As Hermione gave a truly uncharacteristic squeal of delight, Ron and Harry both stared at her in shock as Hermione realized what she had done and turned bright red before quickly hiding behind her book. Now, Harry said after a moment, on to more important matters. Namely, how we're going to win against Slytherin in the upcoming match. If this is to be my last year at Hogwarts, then by God, I intend to leave with the Quidditch Cup. Thanks to Harry's expert ability in flying, Gryffindor had destroyed both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw in the last 2 games. Unfortunately, Slytherin had done the same using some very dirty tricks that had nearly crossed the line a few times. As such, the final match of the Quidditch season would come down to Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry was already nervous about the upcoming match, though he would never openly admit it, but things seemed to grow twice as bad when Slytherin decided to use any chance they could to make sure that Harry never made it to the game. Things had gotten so bad that Wood had ordered that Harry have somebody with him at all times, even though last time the Slytherins had ambushed Harry, all 6 ambushers had ended up in the hospital wing. Got something interesting planned? Hermione asked with a raised brow and a small smile. Oh Hermione, you have no idea, Harry replied with a Cheshire Cat grin that immediately made both Ron and Hermione nervous. Poor blokes, Ron said in mock seriousness before the 3 of them laughed uncontrollably. You wanted to see me? Raven asked in the same monotone voice that she always used when she was suppressing her emotions. Across from her sat Albus Dumbledore, who looked as though he had aged considerably since the last time she had seen him, and Raven couldn't help but mentally smile at how much trouble the old man had yet to face when word reached the Ministry that Harry was leaving Hogwarts. If this is about trying to convince me to keep Harry at Hogwarts, then I'm afraid that you're wasting your time, Headmaster, Raven said, smirking as Dumbledore glared at her for a moment before regaining control of himself. That is another matter, which we will discuss later, Dumbledore replied, clarifying that they were not finished with that particular conversation. I called you here on another matter. Which is? Raven asked, raising a brow in interest. I don't see how you and I have anything left to talk about, seeing as how our last meeting went. Beside her, Robin smirked, which only seemed to annoy Dumbledore more. He had asked her to come alone, but Robin had immediately said that he was going with her, to which Raven was grateful. Dumbledore gripped the arms of his chair tightly, and for a moment, the wood creaked as though it would break as Dumbledore went over all the trouble that Raven, the Titans, and the Justice League had caused him over the last few weeks. Nicholas Flamel had been livid that Dumbledore had allowed his stone to be stolen. Flamel's belligerence had been exacerbated when he was forced to pay the Justice League a visit to recover his lost property. Dumbledore didn't know what happened during the meeting between his friend Nicholas and the Justice League. All Dumbledore knew was that upon recovering his stone, Nicholas had sent a scathing letter to Dumbledore for his role in using the stone in such a disgusting and reprehensible way, with the promise that Nicholas would no longer be considering Dumbledore a trusted friend as he had before. Somehow, the outside world had discovered Dumbledore's part in the attempted theft of the stone, and now Dumbledore was being swarmed by owls from several different country leaders. Ho demanded to know just what Dumbledore had been thinking. It was only due to Dumbledore's influence at the Daily Prophet that Britain hadn't found out about what had happened. Perhaps, your friend would be so good as to leave us alone. Dumbledore said softly, we have much to discuss, and some of it is of a private nature. I'm not leaving Raven here alone with you, Dumbledore, Robin replied. Smiling as a vein began to pulse in Dumbledore's temple. Might I ask why? Dumbledore replied tensely. There are several reasons I could give, Robin replied with a grin, but the most important one is that I don't trust you. I called you here, Ms. Potter, Dumbledore said in a weary tone after a moment of silence, because someone else asked me to. And who might this someone be? Raven asked, crossing her arms over her chest irritably. Before Dumbledore could answer, his fireplace roared green flames and out stepped a goblin in a very expensive-looking suit, followed immediately by two more who looked like guards. Ah, Ms. Potter, here already, excellent. The goblin growled before reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a large book that looked older than Dumbledore, careful not to drop it. The goblin gently placed the book on Dumbledore's desk before turning back to Robin. And who might you be, sir? This is Robin, Raven replied before Robin could. He's a member of my team and a trusted friend. I would like Hemadiver you came to say. For a moment, the goblin glared at Robin before shrugging as though he couldn't care less. Very well, then, Ms. Potter. My name is Ranrock. The goblin began before being cut off by Raven. Are you by any chance related to the original Ranrock? Raven asked in surprise, the goblin lord who led the anti-wizard rebellion in the early 19th century. Ranrock's face showed surprise for a moment before a wicked grin took its place. You are well informed of our people, Ranrock replied. Indeed, he is my ancestor, and I am named in his honor. I've always found the history of your people fascinating, Raven replied. What happened to your ancestor was appalling, and I apologize for my people's disrespect toward yours if it matters at all to you. Dumbledore's jaw dropped in shock at Raven's words, and for a moment, it seemed as though Ranrock's would do the same. No wizard or witch had ever apologized for the treatment that the goblins had suffered throughout the generations, and to have Raven Potter do so was simply astounding. That's very kind of you, Ms. Potter, Ranrock replied as though he didn't know what else to say. After a moment of awkward silence, the goblin seemed to regain control of himself and opened the old book before quickly flipping through the yellow pages as though looking for something. Ah, here it is, Ranrock said suddenly before he ran his claw down the page, hurriedly reading the words written there. After a moment of silence, Ranrock turned back to Raven. You are the child of Lily and James Potter, correct? Ranrock asked. Adopted child, but yes, Raven replied. Why? Did the Potters ever perform a ritual with you? Ranrock asked. One that involved blood? Not that I'm aware. Raven began before trailing off as the memory of such a ritual returned to her. It had been a little over a year after the Potters had taken her in when Lily came to Raven's room asking for a little of her blood. Raven had asked why Lily needed it, to which Raven's adopted mother had replied that it was a secret but a good one that would ensure that Raven would always be a Potter, no matter what. Raven had immediately acquiesced upon hearing that but had soon forgotten the incident when Lily had released the wonderful news that she was pregnant with Harry. There was such an incident, Raven said softly, making Robin look at her with surprise. Lily took my blood for something, but I forgot about it. Dumbledore seemed to go as pale as a ghost at the words, suddenly understanding why the goblins were here and that he must stop it at all costs. Before he could open his mouth to speak, however, Ranrock smiled and began to speak. That is why I am here, Ms. Potter. Or should I call you Lady Potter? As Ranrock finished speaking, he pulled from his pocket a large golden ring covered in tiny jewels, but the thing that caught Raven's eye was not the jewels, but rather, the Potter insignia that was emblazoned on the front of it. What? Raven and Robin asked simultaneously in shock. Raven couldn't help but let her mask of indifference slip as she took in the words. Raven Potter, Ranrock said in a loud and important voice, it is my honorable task to inform you that as the eldest blood child of James Potter, you have inherited his title of Lady of House Potter. In addition, you also have inherited your father's seat on the Wizengamot as well as any assets, both monetary and otherwise, that may have belonged to your father. Now, Wait just one moment. Dumbledore thundered, rising from his seat as Raven stared at the goblin in shock. Harry is supposed to inherit his father's titles. It is his birthright. Raven is not James Potter's natural child. According to this book, she most certainly is. Ranrock growled back, jabbing a pointed claw at where Raven's name was connected to James Potter's, next to Harry's. Then the book is wrong. Dumbledore sneered back. He simply could not allow Raven to take James Potter's seat in the Wizengamot. Regardless of the fact that the seat should belong to Harry, should Raven take her father's seat, she might discover how much of the Potter fortune Dumbledore had pilfered over the years to fund his own pet projects, all for the greater good, of course. This book has documented the life of every Potter since Robert Potter. More than 1100 years ago. Ranrock growled angrily. It has been enchanted with both goblin and wizard magic to ensure only one thing, Dumbledore. And what is that? Dumbledore growled back. It does not lie. Ranrock said in a voice that promised murder should Dumbledore continue to besmirch the honor of Ranrock's people. It was made that way to ensure that only legitimate blood relatives could claim the title of head of house. Dumbledore mumbled darkly under his breath as he slowly sat back down. Even he wasn't fool enough to challenge the Goblin Nation, loath though he was to admit such an embarrassing fact. I'm the head of House Potter. Raven whispered in shock, but Harry should be the one to inherit it, not me. Perhaps, Ranrock said thoughtfully as he ran his claw under his chin. And you are well within your rights to abdicate your seat in favor of your little brother when the child reaches the age of 17. However, until that time, you are the head of House Potter. I'm simply here to legitimize that fact with your signature if you would be so kind. As Raven tried to wrap her head around what was happening, Ranrock suddenly pulled a vial of ink and a quill from his other coat pocket before placing both on the desk next to the book. Ms. Potter, perhaps we could discuss this privately before you make any rash decisions. Dumbledore tried to interject before Ranrock snapped his fingers, and Dumbledore's voice simply ceased. This does not concern you, Dumbledore. Ranrock snarled. You are here only as an observer, so kindly sit there and shut up. Dumbledore turned red with fury and opened his mouth to say something before realizing that he still couldn't speak. Drawing his wand, Dumbledore waved it over himself as he tried to undo the charm that was keeping him quiet, only to stare at Ranrock with shock when nothing happened. Only a goblin can undo a spell by a goblin, Ranrock sneered nastily, so, unless you want to be mute for the rest of your life. Sit down and keep quiet, old man. Fury emblazoned across his features, Dumbledore slowly lowered himself back into his chair before grabbing the arms in a death grip. As Raven and the goblins watched with amusement, satisfied that there would be no further interruptions, Ranrock turned back to Raven with a far more warm expression on his face than the one that Dumbledore had been given. Ms. Potter, if you would please sign here, Ranrock said, we'll be all done here. Feeling like her body was moving on autopilot, Raven slowly walked forward and picked up the quill as Dumbledore glared with naked fury. As Raven signed her name in the appropriate places, she couldn't help but feel numb. She was the head of House Potter. It was absurd. She didn't know anything about leading a house or how to vote in the Wizengamot. Unable to stop herself, Raven began to panic when she felt Robin's hand slip into hers. Breath, Raven, Robin said slowly, it'll all be all right. Just breathe. If there's nothing else, Ranrock said, closing the book and returning it to his pocket, then I will bid you all a good day. Without another word, Ranrock and his entourage strode back to the fireplace and were gone a moment later, leaving the office dead silent from the implications of what had just happened. Dumbledore immediately jumped to his feet and tried to speak, only to discover that he was still mute. Well, since you can't speak, and our business here is finished, I think we'll be going. Robin laughed as he led Raven out of the office. Dumbledore looked as though he were trying to stop them. But no matter how he waved his wand, nothing seemed to happen, which only seemed to anger him further. Casting one last amused glance at the clearly enraged headmaster, Robin exited the office, coming to a stop at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, gods of Azeroth, what am I going to do? Raven said in a scared voice as she leaned against the wall and stared at the ring clutched tightly between her fingers. I don't know the first thing about being the head of a house. How do I vote in the Wizengamot? What am I supposed to do if there's an emergency session? The first thing is to breathe. Robin replied soothingly, everything else can come later. For now, just concentrate on breathing. But, Raven began, only to be cut off by Robin. Breathe, Robin retorted sternly, that's all for now. The rest we can figure out as we go, okay? I'm sure that Batman or one of the League will be able to help you learn what you need to. Slowly, Raven nodded before regaining control of herself. After a few minutes of this, she nodded gratefully at Robin and slid the ring onto her index finger. As if by magic, the ring instantly shifted size until it fit her finger perfectly. As Raven stared at the ring, she felt something from it that felt eerily like acceptance, as if the ring were sentient and had deemed her worthy to wear it. Thanks, Dick, Raven said softly, tearing her eyes from the ring and turning to face Robin, making her friend smile in genuine warmth at her. She was the only one who knew his real name, having discovered it when she was forced to enter his head during a hallucination where Robin believed that he was fighting an enemy who wasn't really there. Anytime, Raven. Now let's go get some food, I'm starving. As the two made their way to the Great Hall, up in his office, Dumbledore was wrecking his office in silence as the goblin magic was still keeping his voice from returning, as he picked up a priceless golden orb and hurled it against the wall. Dumbledore's mind was going a mile a minute. Nothing seemed to have gone right from the moment that Raven Potter had taken young Harry from him, and no matter what machinations he tried to do, it always seemed as though the girl and her allies were one step ahead of him. This latest debacle would no doubt compound Dumbledore's already heavy workload as he tried to find some why to wrestle Harry from Raven's clutches. As Dumbledore finally collapsed exhausted into his chair, his thoughts turned to what he had seen a week prior during Harry's performance. Harry's eyes had flashed blood red during the storm. Only for a moment, but Dumbledore had seen it. Now that he knew that Harry and Raven shared blood, Dumbledore knew that there must be some connection and that if he could discover it, he could finally win in the war between himself and the so-called heroes who had stolen his weapon from him. Author's note. Okay, I lied, there's going to be one more chapter before Harry's last year. The reason for this is that there are over 340 PMs that I need to sort through to see who voted which way as to Harry's future, and I need to sort through them before deciding what happens to Harry. Part of me is impressed that so many people messaged me, the other part hates it so much, as so far, Harry stays at Hogwarts as winning by a measly 3 votes, lol. The next chapter will wrap up Harry's final year, and then we can start on what comes next, which I hope you all will enjoy. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Dora smiled at her reflection as she shifted her hair from dark blue to forest green. Ordinarily, Dora wouldn't have cared a bit about her appearance due to the fact that she could change it whenever she so chose. The reason for her sudden appreciation for her appearance was the same reason that Dora's face seemed to be locked in a permanent smile, and her heart seemed to constantly flutter whenever he was near her, Beast Boy. It had taken Dora far long to hook Beast Boy due to the fact that the boy didn't seem to care that Dora could change her appearance but rather seemed interested in getting to know Dora, not who others thought she should be, whether he knew it or not. That one simple distinction had made Dora fall even harder for the green-skinned boy. For the first few months, Dora seemed to constantly be about to rip her hair out as none of her careful and subtle seduction attempts seemed to get through Beast Boy's thick head. She would steal food off of his plate on the days when the two would dine together, only for Beast Boy to laugh it off, much to Dora's annoyance. Other times, she would pretend to trip over something so that Beast Boy would catch her, allowing Dora to snuggle closer to the boy, yet even this was laughed off, and Dora was beginning to wonder if Beast Boy was really this thick or if he was simply playing with her. Finally, deciding that if she wanted things to go further, she would have to do it herself, Dora had invited Beast Boy to view the stars after dinner. The two of them had enjoyed a quiet night huddled under a blanket, and Dora had swallowed her fear as she gently placed her hand over Beast Boy's. Flashback. Dora, Beast Boy asked in surprise as he looked down at her hand for a moment before looking back into her eyes. What are you doing? You're so stupid, you know that, Dora said with a grimace before lunging forward and pouncing on Beast Boy's lips with her own. Dora felt Beast Boy tense with shock for a moment before his hands slid gently down her arms and slowly pushed her away. Dora, Beast Boy said in an awkward voice. You know that we can't Why? Dora pouted as she crossed her arms over her chest. You're a student, Beast Boy stated as if it were obvious. I'm a teacher's aide. It's not right, and you know that. I'm only a student for another few months. Dora retorted as tears began to run down her cheeks at the rejection. It doesn't matter how much longer you have. Beast Boy retorted as he stood up and glared down at the poor girl. All that matters is that you are a student, now. And this is not something that we can do, no matter how much we. As Beast Boy's voice cut out, Dora looked up at him and saw that he was biting his lip anxiously as though he had said too much. Hope flared up in Dora's chest at seeing that, and she latched onto it for all she was worth. No matter how much we. What? Dora asked in a small voice as she, too, rose to her feet and stared at the clearly uncomfortable boy. I like you, Dora. Okay. Beast Boy snapped before, spinning away from her and looking over the tower to stare at the grounds. Below, you're funny and beautiful, and you have an amazing love for classic rock and roll that I find awesome. Dora was frozen in place at the words and, for a moment, was left trying to remember how to breathe. Taking a shaky breath, Beast Boy slowly turned back to the frozen Dora, taking in her shocked look. Beast Boy chew. CK led softly before taking a small step forward. Is that so shocking? Beast Boy asked in a shy voice as he shuffled his bare feet across the stone floor of the tower. A little bit, yeah. Dora cried as she finally found her voice. I've been trying to get you to notice me as more than just a friend for months. And the whole time, you already did. Storming over to the nervous shapeshifter, Dora began to punch him in the arm as she continued to rant at him. Why are you so aggravating? Dora growled, emphasizing each word with a punch. Wah, ow, Dora, quit it. Beast Boy howled as he raised his hands and tried to escape Dora's crazed swings. You like me and yet refuse me when I try to kiss you. Dora cried angrily as she tried to hit Beast Boy again, only for the boy to duck out of the way and grab her wrists to keep her from throwing any more punches. Because it's wrong, Dora. Beast Boy retorted. You said that you want to become an Auror after school, which is basically a magical cop, right? Yeah, so, Dora asked as she continued to try and free her arms from Beast Boy's grip. How good would your chances of being accepted if it got out that you were dating one of the teaching staff? Beast Boy demanded, causing Dora to freeze as the truth of his words hit her like physical blows. I like you a lot, Dora, Beast Boy said softly, causing Dora to let you ruin your future for me. So, maybe it would be better if we don't hang out again for a while. Before Dora could register what Beast Boy had said, the green boy had strode past her and down the tower stairs. By the time Dora realized what had just happened, Beast Boy was gone, and Dora spent the rest of the night crying alone atop the tower. End flashback. After that night, Beast Boy seemed to go out of his way to avoid contact with Dora. And when he couldn't avoid her, he treated her with cold indifference that hurt worse than if he had screamed at her. After more than a month of this, Dora couldn't take it anymore. And confronted Beast Boy one day after class. Flashback. What do you want, Ms. Tonks? Beast Boy asked in the same cold tone that he had adopted for over a month now. I want my friend back, Dora replied heatedly. The guy the first would watch movies with in Gryffindor's common room. Who I'd joke around with and who I thought I could be myself around. I want that too, Beast Boy replied in a small voice, but we both know how we feel about each other would make it impossible for us to just be friends. And I can't allow anything more to come from our relationship. I'm sorry, so let's forget about the fact that we both want to jump each other's bones and just go back to being friends. Dora, Beast Boy cried, looking around for potential listeners as he blushed, making Dora's chest hot. Oh, grow up, Dora laughed. You fight supervillains, and yet you get embarrassed by some dirty talk. Pathetic. Shish. Shut up, Beast Boy retorted, making Dora burst into laughter, using the element of surprise. Dora shot forward and grabbed the front of Beast Boy's shirt before pulling him close so that only he could hear her words. Make no mistake, Garfield Logan, I have not abandoned my quest to claim you for my own. Dora said in a husky voice that made Beast Boy blush, made worse by the fact that she had called him by his real name. And I am willing to wait until I leave Hogwarts if that's what you want, but in the end, You will be mine. Dora concluded her speech by giving Beast Boy a small peck on the cheek, leaving the green boy blushing and stammering as Dora released his shirt and stepped back. So, are we friends again? Dora asked as she grinned mischievously at Beast Boy, who was trying to regain control of himself. Yeah, friends, Beast Boy replied with an embarrassed grin as he held out his hand to Dora, who took it in her own and shook it before pulling him closer to her so he could hear her whisper to him. For now, anyway. End flashback. Since that day, Dora had gone out of her way to flirt with Beast Boy at least once a day, and to her surprise, Beast Boy even began to flirt back so that it became almost a daily game to see who could make the other turn crimson first. When it finally came time for her to take her NEWTS, Dora was understandably terrified, but Beast Boy helped her remember that this was what she had been training and studying for since she was 11. At the end of her exams, Dora felt she had done quite well and fully expected an acceptance letter into the Auror Academy to be in her future. As Dora winked at her reflection, the door to her common room opened, and in strode a few of her roommates, who immediately stopped their gossiping upon seeing Dora admiring her reflection. "Hey, Tonks," Rachel Dukes called out in a knowing voice, causing Dora to turn to the blonde girl. "Watch her, Rachel, Sarah, Amara," Dora said simply as she looked at the three girls who had disrupted her day. All right, the three girls erped as one before Rachel detached herself from the group and sat in the chair next to Dora. "So, when are you going to tell us who he is?" Rachel asked with a giggle. "Who?" Dora asked, feigning confusion and making the girls giggle even more. "Who indeed?" Amara laughed, causing Dora to glare into the mirror at the brunette's reflection. "The boy who's been causing you to spend more time in front of the mirror than in all the years that we've known you." "Oh please," Dora bluffed, rolling her eyes for emphasis, but her bluff was seen through almost instantly by the three girls, who began to giggle again. "Dora, you can't hide it from us," Sarah said with a warm smile, and Dora couldn't help but smile back at the redhead's excitement. "You've turned down every boy in Hogwarts, and now, all of a sudden, you've been positively bubbly." "I have not been bubbly," Dora exclaimed, offended by the very idea that any boy, even Beast Boy, could make her act like one of her brain-dead roommates. "So you admit there's a boy?" Rachel squealed. "Who is he? Is he older? Younger?" "Even if there were," Dora said hotly, "why would I tell you?" "Dora, you've turned down every boy who's asked you out for the last 3 years." Amara said delicately, "We're just curious about what makes this one different." "Well, for starters," Dora growled, "he's not a male chauvinistic pig who wants me to transform into their favorite actress for supermodel. He doesn't care that I can change my appearance. He sees me for me, which is something that no one else has ever done." "Wow," Sarah sighed happily, as she slowly lowered herself onto her bed. "No wonder you're so entranced by him." "Yeah," Amara and Rachel sighed in unison with dreamy looks on their faces that made Dora want to throw up. "Oh, go away," Dora cried in annoyance as she rose to leave. "Bunch of gossip-obsessed madmen, the lot of ya." "Oh, don't be embarrassed, Dora," Rachel called out after Dora's back. "We're just happy that our little Tonksi has finally found someone. Plus, now that they're not chasing you, there are more boys for the rest of us," Amara added, causing the room to descend into giggles. As Dora exited the dorm, even her abilities couldn't stop the bright red blush that covered her face and neck, causing her roommates to shriek with laughter as they rolled around. Dora knew that they meant no offense by their actions, but that didn't stop her from shaking her head at how her love life seemed to be the only interesting thing going on at Hogwarts. Dora was just glad that there was only a month left of school, and then she would have the whole summer to spend with Beast Boy before she began her Auror training. The potions room was as quiet as a tomb as Snape strode up and down the rows, looking for anything that might give him an excuse to punish someone. Since the pranking incident earlier in the year, Snape seemed even more vengeful and would often take any excuse given to punish someone. Of course, it didn't help matters that the rumor was that Harry Potter was leaving Hogwarts at the end of the year, and Headmaster Dumbledore was holding Professor Snape partially responsible. This rumor was exacerbated by Harry's refusal to admit or deny that he was, in fact, leaving Hogwarts, something that caused the rumor mill to practically explode. Today, the Gryffindors and Slytherins were working on a potion for boils. Though everyone knew that the potion was a waste of time, the first years would be taking their exams the following week, and so most of their classes, potions included, were just having them do busy work. As Snape strode down Harry's row, he began his attack. Per usual, his first target turned out to be Hermione, had already finished her potion and was now reading quietly from her book. "Miss Granger," Snape snapped, causing Hermione to jump slightly. "Yes, sir." Hermione replied in a soft voice. "Why are you not working on your potion?" Snape asked with a raised brow. "That's the assignment that you were given, is it not?" "Yes, sir," Hermione replied, "but, you see." "What?" Snape demanded. "Out with it, you silly girl." "I'm already finished with my potion, sir," Hermione replied, "so I thought I'd do some reading while I wait for class to end." "Already finished?" Snape drawled before striding forward and looking down into her cauldron with a sneer. "We'll see about that." For a moment, Snape looked at her potion while the class held its breath in expectation. Finally, AFT an eternity, Snape turned back to Hermione with an ugly glare that made the poor girl shrink into her seat. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheating, Miss Granger. Professor Snape spat, causing Hermione's mouth to drop open comically. "Cheating?" Hermione cried in outrage. "Professor, I would never. This potion is perfect, Miss Granger." Snape sneered back, "Absolutely perfect. And there is no way that a first year such as yourself could have created something so flawless." "So you're punishing her because she got it right?" Ron cried indignantly. "How does that make sense?" "Silence," Snape roared, his voice echoing in the silent dungeon. "That's another 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley, for talking back to a professor." Without another word, Snape stepped away, leaving behind a teary-eyed Hermione and a glaring Ron as the potions professor sought out his next victim. Unfortunately, the next student to catch his eye was Neville Longbottom, who had somehow managed to set his potion on fire. "Longbottom," Snape snarled as he stormed over, waving his wand to put out the flames that were bursting out of the top of the poor boy's cauldron. "Can you do nothing right, idiot boy?" "I'm sorry, PP Professor," Neville stuttered as he looked at the burnt ruin that had once been his cauldron. "I don't know how it happened. Probably due to the fact that you are an idiot who has no place near a potions laboratory," Snape snarled, causing he poor boy to look at his lap as tears ran down his cheeks. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Longbottom. And a detention tonight. Perhaps a few hours of cleaning cauldrons will teach you to take better care of instructions. Turning his back to the crying boy, Snape began to prowl again for someone to punish. As he strode close to his godson's cauldron, Snape couldn't help but smile at the bubbling potion that lay inside. "Finally, someone who actually knows what he's doing," Snape called out, bringing attention to Draco's desk. "I'm glad to see that someone is paying attention to what I'm teaching, at least." 20 points to Slytherin, and well done, Draco. Draco beamed happily at the praise as the Slytherins around him clapped and cheered. The Gryffindors, however, glared at the Malfoy heir with pure hatred. And Ron accidentally broke his quill from gripping it too hard. As Snape opened his mouth to praise Draco more, he was suddenly silenced by the sound of smacking lips, followed by the sound of satisfaction one receives from a yummy meal. Spinning around, it took Snape only a moment to find who was responsible for the noise. Harry Potter was sitting at his desk, with his hood up, and was dipping what looked like chicken into his cauldron before tossing it into his mouth and eliciting a satisfied moan each time. Approaching the boy's desk, Snape felt his eyebrows rise NEA. RLY to his hairline as he saw the cauldron's contents were not pale gray as it was supposed to be, but in fact, was a dark, murky brown. "Mr. Potter," Snape hissed, "what is that in your cauldron?" "Barbecue sauce," Harry replied as he dipped another piece of chicken into the concoction before popping the meat into his mouth. Quote ellipsis dot. "And why do you have barbecue sauce in your cauldron?" Snape asked, too bewildered to offer his usual sneer. "I figured that you were going to yell at me for something, no matter what I do, so I might as well have chicken nuggets." Then, turning to Ron, who was trying and losing not to laugh, Harry offered one of said nuggets. "Want one, Ron?" For approximately 15 seconds, the potions classroom was silent, then it suddenly erupted in laughter as every Gryffindor gave into the sheer silliness of what Harry was doing. The Slytherins looked like they were disgusted by the Gryffindor's behavior as the students roared with laughter. 25 points from Gryffindor. Snape snarled as Ron took the offered nugget and took a bite, nodding at Harry in delight at the food, and you can join Longbottom in detention tonight. With a wave of his wand, Snape caused Harry's barbecue sauce to disappear, eliciting a groan of despair from the boy. Oi, how do you expect me to enjoy my chicken nuggets without barbecue sauce? Harry complained, causing more laughter from the students, which caused Snape's face to turn an ugly purple as though someone was strangling him. There is no eating in my classroom, Snape snarled, gripping the front of Harry's desk and leaning over so that he was almost nose to nose with Harry, who merely smirked at the irate professor. Careful, Snape, Harry said softly, his gaze fixed on the wood of his desk. You ream. MBER, what happened the last time you challenged me? I'd hate to have to continue that particular discussion. As Harry finished speaking, he raised his head to look at Snape, and the potions professor felt his blood freeze in his veins. The boy's green eyes had been replaced by a pair of blood-red ones, and the boy's smile was not one of warmth, but rather, one that promised pain and blood. Unable to stop himself, Snape took an involuntary step back, causing whispers to break out in the classroom, and a few students tried to lean over their desks to see Harry's face and see what had so scared their professor, but, with his hood up, no one could see Harry's face, leading to more whispers. Are you all right, Professor? Harry asked with a cruel smile as he leaned his head against his right hand. You look like you've seen a ghost. Should we get Madame Pomfrey? Class dismissed, Snape hissed as he struggled to regain his composure and made his way to his desk. All of you, get out of here. Now, as the class slowly began to empty, Snape watched warily as Harry put his things away. When Harry was finally finished, he strode to the door and looked back one last time at Snape, and the Ocean's professor was horrified as he watched Harry's red eyes slowly transform back into their violent green. See you later, Professor, Harry said in a creepy voice that strongly resembled a certain clown from Gotham City, for detention. I mean, without another word, Harry exited the classroom, closing the door softly behind him. Alone, Snape's mind raced as he downed a calming draught to settle himself. Ever since confronting Quirrell in the Chamber of the Stone, Harry had changed. The changes had been subtle, but Snape had found himself noticing them more and more as the end of the school year came closer. Something had changed about the boy, and though Snape couldn't put his finger on what had changed about the boy, he knew that it scared him. As Snape finally regained control of himself, he realized that the only other person he had seen those red eyes on was Harry's older sister, Raven. But, where Raven's eyes had scared Snape, Harry's had terrified the professor. It was like looking at a monster just waiting for the pretext to snap and rip Snape or anyone else to shreds. With a ragged breath, Snape slowly rose to his feet and began to make his way to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore would need to be told of this newest development regarding his golden boy. Raven narrowed her eyes as she stared across the great hall at her little brother, who was currently laughing at some joke told to him by one of the Weasley twins, though which one was anyone's guess at this distance. Harry was hiding something from her, of that she had no doubt, ever since waking up in the hospital wing. Harry had been acting different than how he usually behaved. During training, Raven and the other Titans began to grow concerned at how aggressive Harry had become, transforming his tentacles into weapons, which he would then use like a master to completely obliterate the practice dummies that they used. The fact that Harry could transform his tentacles into weapons and had kept it hidden from Raven and the other Titans had earned Harry a long tirade from Raven. Harry had assured the Titans that he wasn't keeping anything else secret, but it was almost universally agreed that the boy was lying. That was another thing that hurt Raven. Harry never used to lie to her. Never. He was better than anyone else. Beast Boy had tried to joke away Harry's behavior, saying that Harry was just going through puberty. But Raven knew in her heart that something had fundamentally changed with her little brother and she was desperate to find out what it was. Robin had almost immediately agreed with Raven when she told the others that something was off with Harry, saying that he had made his own observations regarding the little boy he viewed as an adoptive brother. After much arguing, it was agreed that the Titans would take alternating shifts in keeping an eye on Harry at all times. Needless to say, the results were not good. Starfire had told the Titans of multiple occasions where the boy seemed to simply disappear for an hour or two, and even Robin seemed unable to locate Harry during these disappearances. During those times when Harry's location was known, the Titans were shocked at what they saw. At times, it seemed like Harry was his usual happy, jokester self, but at other times it was as if they were seeing a completely different person. This new Harry was an arrogant bully who had been confronted by Raven and the other Titans on more than one occasion for his behavior. Yet, every confrontation had ended with Harry acting like he couldn't care less about what he was doing. It was thanks to a bug that Robin had hidden in Dumbledore's office that Raven and the other Titans were able to listen in on a meeting between Snape and Dumbledore 2 days prior. It was during this meeting that the potions professor had confessed to being afraid when he saw that Harry was sporting blood-red eyes and giving off a feeling similar to a predator staring down prey. Ven had felt her blood freeze in her veins at the words, which was immediately made worse when Dumbledore stated that the reason behind Harry's new attitude needed to be found immediately so as to protect the boy from whatever was troubling him. The Titans had immediately sojourned to a nearby empty office to confer on what they had heard, and Raven had nearly gone catatonic, having finally figured out what was wrong. Raven felt like she could have slapped herself for not realizing it sooner. Harry and Raven shared blood, meaning that Harry had a demonic side to him, just as she did. Raven had hoped that Harry's demonic side had burned itself out during the fight between Harry and Quirrell, but current events were clearly showing that that was not the case. The greater danger was that of Trigon realizing that another mortal shared his blood and could therefore be used as a doorway back to Earth, just as he had once used Raven. The more the Titans talked about it, the more it explained Harry's current behavior. His demonic nature was no doubt growing stronger due to Harry not having been trained on how to fight against such seductive power, and power like that would no doubt be very seducing for an 11-year-old. Beast Boy had recommended knocking Harry out then and there and taking the kid to Dr. Fate or someone who could seal Harry's demonic side away, but Raven and Robin argued against that particular approach. Without knowing how much stronger Harry had become, they had no way of ensuring that they could successfully capture Harry without injuring civilians or the castle itself. So, with no other options available to them, Robin had sent a message to Batman and the Justice League. They had agreed that Harry should not be confronted at Hogwarts due to the risk of destruction to the castle and harm to the people currently staying there. To that end, the League had decided to set a trap for Harry when the Titans returned to Jump City. The moment the Portkey turned Harry and the Titans to the tower, Harry would find himself bound in a special ritualistic circle that would keep Harry frozen in place while the League's sorcerers tried to seal Harry's demonic side. It wasn't a perfect plan, and Raven felt ashamed of herself for even agreeing to it, knowing the pain that her little brother was about to be in, but, to keep Harry safe and out of Trigon's hands, Raven was prepared to make any choice. As Raven looked out across the Great Hall at her little brother, she couldn't help but feel like a traitor. Here she was, pretending to be happy, when all the while she was planning on capturing her brother with magic the moment they got home. Looking down at the Potter house ring on her finger, Raven felt even worse. If that were possible, it had been nearly 2 months since Raven had become head of House Potter, and not knowing where to even begin figuring out what her new duties to House Potter were, Raven had asked Nymphadora Tonks if she would be willing to write a letter to her mother, Andromeda Tonks, formerly Andromeda Black. This strange request was due to the fact that Raven still remembered the woman she had once called Aunt Andy. What's more, Raven knew that James and Lily trusted her, and if they did, then so did Raven. The meeting hadn't gone as well as Raven would have liked, at least at first, but she was happy with the outcome all the same. Flashback. Hello, Mrs. Tonks, Raven said respectfully as the woman entered her quarters and quickly looked around. Even without knowing her, Raven would have instantly known that she was a Black. Andromeda Tonks was tall and lithe, with a patrician beauty and aristocratic bearing that were typical characteristics of the House of Black. However, unlike most of those in her house, Andromeda lacked the crazed look that many of her family shared and had made House Black infamous. Instead, Andromeda's appearance was gentler and kinder, with light brown hair that reached her shoulders and wide kind eyes that made those who met her instantly trust her. She wore a soft green robe under a dark blue cloak, and Raven immediately felt underdressed in her blue jeans and black blouse. "I made tea," Raven said, rushing forward to show the table she had painstakingly set up in preparation for the meeting. "If you'd like some, that is." "Tea sounds lovely, thank you, Androm." Ida sniffed as she shrugged herself out of her coat and placed it on the nearby hook. Without another word, Andromeda made her way over to the table and took her place as Raven nervously began to pour the tea and set the table. "I'm sure you're wondering why I asked to meet with you," Raven said quickly, trying to dispel the awkward silence that had sprung up. "The thought had occurred to me, Lady Potter," Andromeda replied with a raised brow. "Please don't call me that," Raven said miserably. "Then what would you like me to call you?" Andromeda asked, causing a moment of silence. "You could call me, Little Bird," Raven said softly, "like you used to." Andromeda's eyes softened momentarily as she gazed at the young woman who had once been like a niece to her. A moment later, that softness disappeared as Andromeda regained her stoic appearance. "I used to call my niece that," Andromeda said softly, though her words seemed to echo. "My niece, who I loved with all my heart and who was supposed to be raised by me if anything should happen to her parents. My niece, who I thought was dead for nearly a decade, who never even thought of reaching out to let me know she was alive. Was one letter too much to ask for? Too much trouble?" By the end, Andromeda was nearly hissing with rage, and Raven recoiled from the words like they were physical blows. "I'm so sorry, Aunt Andy," Raven whispered as she stared down at her teacup. Teardrops were running down Raven's cheeks as she raised her head to look at the elder woman, shame evident in the young girl's eyes. "When I lost Lily and James. When I lost Mom and Dad. And then Dumbledore told me that Harry was dead too, I thought I had lost everyone that I cared about, my true family, so I ran away like a coward. And I am so sorry for that. I wish I had come back to you and Uncle Ted." By the end, Raven was softly crying, and Andromeda couldn't help herself anymore. Slowly rising to her feet, Andromeda made her way over to the crying teen and gathered her in her arms before Jen like she used to do so long ago. "It's okay, Little Bird," Andromeda told the crying girl as she held her tight. "I'm just glad to see you and Harry again. Your uncle and I thought we lost you. Did Dumbledore truly tell you that Harry died with your parents?" "Yes," Raven croaked. "I came to Hogwarts when I awoke, and he told me they were all gone." "That lying, manipulative bastard," Andromeda hissed as she squeezed Raven tighter. "I should have known that he would do something as vile as this. Mom and Dad trusted him, so I thought I could as well." Raven replied as she pulled away from Andromeda and wiped her eyes. "Yes, unfortunately, your parents were a bit naive about who to put their trust in," Andromeda said softly. "Like Sirius," Raven added, causing Andromeda to flinch as though struck. "Indeed," Andromeda said sadly before retaking her seat. "I must say, it's good to see you again, Raven." "It's good to see you again, too, Aunt Andy," Raven replied with a genuine smile as she refilled both of their cups. "Now, as much as I enjoy having tea with my favorite niece, perhaps we could begin with, why am I here?" "I'm your only niece," Raven laughed, causing Andromeda to smirk a bit, "and, as to why you're here, it's because I need your help, Aunt Andy. I need someone I can trust without question and who knows how to navigate the Wizengamot. As you can imagine, that list is short on names. And you trust me, do you?" Andromeda asked in surprise. "Someone you have not seen in over a decade." "With my life, Avayan stated with so much conviction that it left Andromeda momentarily breathless. "Very well, then," Andromeda smiled. "What can I do for you?" "Is Uncle Ted still a lawyer?" Raven asked quickly. Sing Andromeda to go silent with confusion for a few seconds. "Well, yes," Andromeda replied. "He has his own practice now." "Why?" "Because I need a lawyer who is loyal only to me and to House Potter," Raven stated. "And I need someone that I trust to act as my proxy until Harry is old enough to take over." "You mean to abdicate your seat in the Wizengamot in favor of your brother?" Andromeda asked in surprise. "Yes," Raven nodded. "It is Harry's seat, not mine, and as such, will go to him when he reaches his age of majority. In the meantime, I need someone who knows the laws and practices of He Wizengamot and can teach them to Harry. Unfortunately, I cannot do either of those things, you understand." "I do," Andromeda nodded, but that still doesn't explain what I am doing here. You're here because I want that person to be you, Aunt Andy, Raven cried with amusement at the surprise that quickly came across Andromeda's face. Me, Andromeda cried. Yes, you, Raven laughed. You know how the Wizengamot works. Seeing as how you were raised to be one of the next heirs of House Black. I want you to stand as proxy for House Potter and to teach Harry until he's old enough to take control of the house. I'm honored, Andromeda replied in a small voice, but surely there are others more worthy of such a role. None that I trust not to spy on me and my house for Dumbledore, Raven spat back, causing Andromeda to nod in understanding. Very well, then, Andromeda replied respectfully, then I'll obtain the necessary paperwork from the goblins, and we can link up with Ted in a few days to make his firm your official solicitor. Raven nodded her head happily at that and had just taken a sip of her tea when Andromeda decided to go for the kill. So, any cute boys in your life? The following 5 minutes consisted of Raven trying to breathe as she hacked up tea, and Andromeda laughed. End flashback. The rest of the meeting had simply been Raven and Andromeda swapping street auras of what their lives had been like since their last meeting. A few days later, Andromeda had returned with her husband, Ted Tonks, and the three of them had hammered out a general agreement that would make Ted's firm the official one for House Potter, while at the same time making Andromeda proxy of House Potter until Harry turned 17. However, all critical decisions had to be brought before Raven before they could be voted on. In the month and a half since being made proxy, Andromeda seemed to act like a woman possessed. She had longtime loans owed to House Potter returned, she had restrictions that had been placed on House Potter by other houses lifted, and had several Potter properties that had been illegally scooped up by other parties returned, along with a sizable amount of gold as recompense. So lost in thought, Raven missed the young man who climbed on top of the Gryffindor table and only spotted him when he clapped his hands, causing his table to go silent. My fellow Gryffindors, Oliver Wood said in a strange voice, it's time. Raven couldn't help but smile as Harry, along with all the members of the Gryffindor house team, seemed to rise as one and begin to make their way out of the Great Hall. As they walked out, those seated at Gryffindor's table all began to rhythmically pound their fists on the table in excitement at the upcoming game. Not to be outdone, Slytherin house began to do the same, but adding hisses to their fists to try and drown out the Gryffindors. This had the opposite effect as Gryffindor started to pound harder so that the Great Hall sounded like a battlefield getting ready for war. A half-hour later found Raven and all the Titans seated amongst Gryffindor house as they eagerly awaited the start of the game, leaning over to Beast Boy. Raven asked in a mock whisper, "So, what song is Harry coming out to this time?" He wouldn't say. Beast Boy laughed back, said he wanted it to be a surprise. Raven said as she rolled her eyes. My little brother always has to be so dramatic. He gets it from you, Robin scoffed, earning a surprised look from Raven. From me, Raven cried in surprise, if anything, he gets it from you. If you say so, Robin laughed back, causing Raven to grumble as she turned back to the field. The Slytherin and Gryffindor players had all come out and taken their positions, but just as Raven suspected, her little brother was missing. Hello and welcome to the Quidditch Cup. Lee Jordan's voice roared out of the speakers around the stadium. Today, we discover which team will win the Quidditch Cup. Will it be Gryffindor or Slytherin? Both houses exploded with cheers as Lee Jordan called on them. Before Lee could say anything else, music began to echo around the stadium, and Raven shook her head in annoyance as she realized what it was. Of all the songs to pick, Raven muttered, that's what he chose. It's time to play the game. Time to play the game. Ha ha ha. It's all about the game and how you play it. It's all about control and if you can take it. All about your debt and if you can pay it. It's all about pain and who's gonna make it. As the music echoed around the stadium, made somehow louder by the screams of all those in the stands, Harry flew onto the field, standing, as usual, on his broomstick and performing the most insane spins, turns, and flips that he could think of. Zooming past where Raven and the other Titans were sitting, Harry flashed a brilliant smile as he performed a barrel roll which made Raven shake her head, even as she fought the smile that was threatening to come out. Thank you, Harry Potter. When Harry finally took his place on the field, Lee Jordan said, as always, You turn every game into a concert, and we love you for it." The crowd screamed their agreement. And Harry couldn't help but beam happily as he lowered himself into a sitting position on his broom. The music continued to boom in the background as Madame Who took hold of the quaffle and threw it into the air. Harry immediately shot straight into the air as the game commenced, coming to a stop a good 50 feet above the game, his eyes focused into slits as he looked for the snitch. While at the same time listening to Lee Jordan's hilarious commentary, Captain Flint passes to Pusey. Pusey drops the quaffle after receiving a bludger to the face, courtesy of one of the Weasley a snake. "Jordan." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, causing the stadium to echo with laughter. "Sorry, Professor." Lee laughed. "Angelina Johnson has the quaffle. She throws it in. Scores." The stadium erupted with cheers as the Gryffindor chaser circled the field happily, only to receive a bludger to the middle a moment later. "Foul!" Lee screamed out as Professor McGonagall shook her fist at the Slytherin beater. "That's a foul, you loathsome creep." Gryffindor was given a free shot, which they made effortlessly, courtesy of Katie Bell, and the game resumed, high up in the sky, however. Harry was glaring at the Slytherin beater with anger. "Okay, that's how you want to play," Harry muttered to himself as his eyes tore across the field in search of one of the bludgers. When he finally located one, a smile spread across Harry's face as he began to fly toward it. "Then let's play." After zooming past the bludger twice, Harry finally managed to coax the damn thing to chase after him. Which is just what Harry wanted. Flying straight at the back of the Slytherin beater that had attacked Angelina, Harry swerved at the last possible second, just as the beater turned around as though sensing that something was wrong. That sense was proven right a moment later when the beater received a bludger to the face that knocked the boy off of his broomstick and 20 feet to the ground beneath him, where he lay unconscious with what looked like a severely broken nose. The Slytherins cried foul and were given a free shot, which they promptly missed, thanks to Oliver Wood. A moment later, the Slytherins' replacement beater was brought out as the former one would not wake up. "I've never seen Harry fly so viciously before," Starfire said softly, causing a few others to nod at her. "It's like watching a completely different person," Hermione added. "What's happened to him?" No one replied to her question, though Robin and Raven shared a look, hoping that Harry wouldn't lose control before they got him back to Jump City and sealed his demon side. And Thompson blocks Belle's shot by throwing his own bat at her. Lee screamed out, causing boos to ring out at the Slytherin beater. "That's a foul, filthy cheating prick, Jordan," Professor McGonagall cried. "I will not warn you again." "Sorry, Professor," Lee replied, only stating the facts as I see them. The Gryffindor's second free throw was blocked by the Slytherin keeper. However, Alicia Johnson managed to get the quaffle through the middle ring a moment later after stealing it from Marcus Flint. The game got progressively more bloody as both teams pushed themselves and their brooms as hard as they could, the third time that one of the beaters launched a bludger at Harry, causing him to once again lose the snitch. Harry had lost his temper and had grabbed the bludger with his own hand and threw it back at the beater, knocking the shocked boy off of his broom and to the ground far below. The Slytherins were awarded a penalty shot, which they scored, and the game resumed after the beater was woken up and placed back on his broom, muttering something about impossibly strong shrimps. As the game continued and Harry and the Slytherin seeker flew about the stadium looking for the small gold ball, it began to rain, causing nearly everyone to curse as they pulled out umbrellas or jackets. Harry had no such luxuries and soon found himself soaked to the bone as he tried vainly to spot the tiny gold ball in what was quickly becoming a deluge of water. "This is ridiculous," Terrence Higgs, the Slytherin seeker, called out as he flew next to Harry. "How do they expect us to see anything in this?" "Beats me," Harry shouted back. "I can barely see my own nose." "Happy hunting," Higgs shouted before zooming away into the rain. "Happy hunting," Harry called back, though he was sure Higgs hadn't heard him through the storm's rage. As the storm grew rapidly worse, Harry flew himself flying around aimlessly as he grew increasingly frustrated with the snitch's lack of capture. Harry couldn't hear Lee Jordan anymore, aside from the occasional shouts of "goal," though who was winning at this point was anybody's guess. Harry had just dodged a passing bludger when he saw it, trailing after the bludger and, trying desperately to survive the falling rain, was the golden snitch. Finally, Harry snarled as he whipped his broomstick around. "You're mine." Flying far more uncontrollably than he thought was wise, Harry dove through the pouring rain toward his target, Nair. Owly missing passing players as they zipped about blindly in the storm. Suddenly, the ground appeared out of nowhere, causing Harry's eyes to shoot wide in horror as he desperately tried to pull out of his dive, with growing horror. Harry realized that he wasn't going to be able to pull out in time, so with an angry shrug of indifference, Harry pushed his broom to go faster, reaching out his hand for the snitch as he did so. Just as Harry's fingers closed around the snitch, the bludger it had been following made a sharp turn, veering off into the storm as Harry slammed into the wet ground at over 30 miles an hour. Instantly losing consciousness. When he awoke a day later, Harry would receive the lecture of a lifetime, not just from Raven and the Titans but also from the rest of Griffin. Door's house and its head for his sheer stupidity shone. His latest act of idiocy had resulted in him shattering almost every bone in his body and sustaining internal bleeding. Unwilling to have a party without the one responsible present, Gryffindor had waited for Harry to awake and be released by Madame Pomfrey before beginning the celebrations of winning the Quidditch Cup. Harry was just grateful that the party had started on a weekend, as it seemed to just keep going without stop. People would celebrate until they fell asleep, only to awaken a few hours later and continue the celebrations. He twins had managed to procure enough food and butterbeer to feed all of Hogwarts, and Harry had managed to set up his laptop so that for 2 glorious days, Gryffindor House became the veritable party capital of Hogwarts. The cup itself had been placed in the center of the room for all to marvel at, and Harry had cheered himself hoarse when Oliver had handed it to Harry before lifting the small boy on his shoulders for everyone to cheer at. Harry had thought his mouth would break from how wide his smile was stretched as he raised the cup over his head. Even other houses, albeit minus Slytherin, of course, had shown up, causing the other heads of house to reluctantly agree to lift the ban from other houses entering different house common rooms, thereby creating an even greater party as all of Hogwarts seemed to show up at Gryffindor House to celebrate the Slytherin's downfall. Only after 2 consecutive days of partying, Professor McGonagall finally appeared in the wee hours of the night, in her bathrobe, to order the other students to return to their dormitories as they all had class the next day. As Harry slowly fell asleep, he smiled into his pillow. This had truly been the best year of his life. And winning the Quidditch Cup had just been the crowning moment in his life. Even if he didn't return next year, he could at least say he left one hell of a lasting impression. A week later, Harry was standing inside an empty room posing in front of a dirty and cracked mirror. He had already finished the last of his exams, which meant that he was free from coursework or studying until he received his results sometime the following week. Eager to make use of his free time, Harry ran straight for the empty classroom where he trained his shapeshifting abilities. After months of hard work, he could now take on the shape of whoever he wanted for almost 40 minutes, something that Harry was very proud of. Right now, Harry had taken on the appearance of James Hetfield, the lead guitarist for Metallica, and was currently doing air guitar while humming Enter Sandman, so entranced in his own foolishness that Harry failed to realize that 4 individuals had found the Eden were currently staring at him in shock as he pretended to be a rock star in front of the mirror. "Harry," Starfire's voice said, causing Harry to freeze instantly, "is that you?" Slowly, Harry turned around until he was left facing the stunned Titans. Haha, hi guys," Harry said awkwardly, "fancy meeting you all here." "Dude, you can shapeshift," Beast Boy cried in excitement. "Since when can you do that?" "Since my battle with Quirrell," Harry replied sheepishly as he slowly transformed back into himself, not noticing the look that the Titans shared. "Why did you keep it from us?" Raven asked. "Something like this should not be kept a secret." "According to who?" Harry snarked back. "Since when do I have to tell everyone about my abilities? Do you want me to tell you what kind of underwear I have on next?" "Harry," Starfire cried aghast, "that is no way to talk to your friends. We simply want to keep you safe." "I don't need you to keep me safe," Harry snapped. "Since Quirrell's defeat, my powers have doubled. I don't need anyone to keep me safe anymore." "That's enough," Raven finally snapped, making Harry flinch involuntarily as Raven turned cold eyes on him. "You lied to all of us about your abilities for months. I thought there were no secrets between us." Harry said nothing in reply, simply stared at his feet in impotent fury, causing Harry to sigh in annoyance. I never thought you would lie to me, Harry, Raven said sadly, not after you promised me that you wouldn't. Therefore, you are banned from flying until we return to Jump City. What? Harry cried in dismay. You can't take flying from me. After how you've been behaving, I most certainly can. Raven retorted. Furthermore, until we know the extent of your shapeshifting abilities, you are forbidden from using them. That is such bull, Harry began. Harry, Robin cried, cutting the boy off, you still want your friends to visit this summer. Then I'd watch what comes out of your mouth. Next. For a moment, Harry glared at Robin before rushing past the Titans and out of the room with only a quiet sob being trailing after him. Left alone, the Titans looked at each other warily. It's getting worse, Robin stated, causing Raven to sigh with worry. I know, but we only have a few more weeks before we head home, he'll be fine. And if he's not? Beast Boy asked from where he was examining his reflection. How do we know that Harry isn't hiding other tricks? Once we seal his demon side, he'll be the same Harry that we know and love, Raven said quickly, though trying to convince other Titans or herself was anyone's guess. I hope so, Robin replied softly, because Harry's too dangerous to be left alone. What are you saying? Starfire asked. Yes, what are you saying, Robin? Raven asked coldly, and choose your words carefully. I'm saying that if we can't fully seal Harry's demon side, then we might need to discuss other options, Robin said in a monotone voice. Such as? Raven snarled, taking a threatening step forward. What do you want to do? Lock him up in a dark box and throw away the key. Perhaps we should give him to Cadmus. Is that what you're saying? Of course not, Robin shouted. I love Harry just as much as you do. Doesn't seem like it if you're thinking about locking him up for something that isn't even his fault. Raven shouted back, he didn't choose this. I know that, Robin retorted, but if you can't see the potential danger that Harry poses as arcane, then you are a fool. Harry was already powerful before this, and now he can shapeshift. What else can he do? What happens if this bad attitude of his gets worse and he decides to one day go kill someone? Harry wouldn't do that, Starfire cried in horror. Harry is a good boy. Yeah, Beast Boy added. He's not a killer. He's not now, Robin conceded, but what happens if his demon side grows too powerful? I don't like it any better than the rest of you, but we need at least be aware of the danger that Harry presents. How very Batman of you, Raven sneered, causing Robin to involuntarily flinch. Your mentor would be proud of you, so easily turning on your allies, just like him. I may not like Batman's methods, Robin countered, but there's a reason he's the best. It's because he plans for every eventuality. Well, let me promise you of one eventuality, Raven hissed. If you try and hurt my brother, I'll bury you. Before Robin could reply, Raven spun on her heel and stormed out of the room after Harry, leaving 3 very shaken Titans behind. Robin, Starfire asked in a small voice, you wouldn't really lock little Harry away, would you? Robin said nothing, simply glared at Starfire for a moment before storming out and slamming the door shut behind him. Author's note. And that's it for Harry's first year. The next chapter will consist of Harry's last few days at Hogwarts and then his summer before I start the next arc. And yes, Wise Demon side will not take too kindly to being sealed, so it should be an exciting fight, lol. To those wondering, Harry leaves Hogwarts, 1441 to 302, as requested. I will no longer be following the canon. And I hope that you all enjoy how the story goes in the future. The game is the property of the band Motorhead. As such, I claim no ownership over it. I've had a number of people ask this, so I am addressing it. What are all of Harry's powers? 1. Enhanced strength, not super strength, but Harry will be significantly stronger than an ordinary man. 2. Shapeshifting, the ability to transform into anyone Harry wants for a maximum of 45 minutes. 3. Flight, pretty obvious. 4. Tentacle control, tentacles can transform into any weapon except guns or bombs. 5. Magic, obviously. Reviews are always welcome, and I hope you enjoyed this latest chapter. If not, tell me what I can do to improve it. Chapter 22, Author's Note. I know I usually put these at the end of my stories, but considering what is coming I thought it prudent to do it beforehand. This chapter will be dark and terrifying in certain parts, so reader discretion is advised. No, Harry screamed as he sprang awake. The nightmare he had just been having still causing him to shudder as sweat poured off of him. Thankfully, Raven had placed a silencing ward around his bed at the beginning of the year for just this reason. And as such, Harry didn't have to worry about waking his dorm mates. As Harry wrapped his arms around him, he felt the images he had seen in his dreams bombard him without mercy and had to bite his lip hard to keep himself from openly sobbing. Harry had been forced to watch from outside his own body as he killed everyone he had ever loved. Jinx had been ripped to pieces, Cyborg had been decapitated, Beast Boy, Robin, and Starfire had died screaming in such a horrific way that Harry didn't even want to remember it. But the worst death had been that of Raven. Harry had been forced to watch as his elder sister cried and begged for Harry to stop, only for her pleas to fall on deaf ears when he had turned his 6 tentacles into one twisted spear, which he had shoved straight through her chest. Finally, as Raven drew her last breath, she gently touched Harry's cheek, and a tear ran down her face. "I forgive you, Harry," Raven whispered before she had finally died. Ripping his spear from his sister's still warm body, Harry had then turned, and the real Harry finally got a look at his body, causing him to scream out in horror at what he was seeing. It was as if someone had taken all the best aspects of Harry and twisted them into a cruel, evil-looking mockery. The doppelganger's hair was continuously waving as though a strong wind was blowing around him. His face was set in a cruel grin that promised death and destruction to all who had the unfortunate privilege of crossing his path, and 2 pairs of blood-red eyes glared hatefully at the real Harry who could not seem to look away. "They should be grateful," Harry's doppelganger said in a deep cold voice that sent shivers down Harry's spine. "They have the honor of being the F. What are you?" Harry asked in horror. "I am you," evil Harry replied. "I am what you will become. In time." "No," Harry whispered, "I am not a murderer. I would never do these things you have done. You speak as if you have a choice." Evil Harry spat back. "I am your future. And one day, your soul shall be mine. Your body shall be mine. And this entire world will drown in blood." That was how Harry had woken screaming in horror, waking finally from his nightmare, yet even awake. Harry could still feel the dark aura that had come off of evil Harry in waves. For a moment, Harry considered telling Raven about his dreams, but the thought disappeared just as quickly as it had come. He and the other Titans were going home today, along with the other Hogwarts students, and Harry didn't want to bring a dark cloud over such a wonderful day. Unable to do anything else, Harry drew his knees to his chest, wrapped his arms around them, and wept until he fell back into a fitful sleep. Harry Potter to Leave Hogwarts and Magical Britain. By Rita Skeeter. We all know the story of the boy who lived, how he saved all of us from becoming slaves to the evil he who must not be named, and his followers. But then, Harry Potter disappeared, and no one seemed to know exactly where he had gone. But my dear readers, I am happy to inform you that I have finally managed to discover the answers to where little Harry has been all this time. After the horrific murder of Harry's parents, Lily and James Potter, Harry was taken and placed into the care of his aunt and uncle, Petunia and Vernon Dursley, who, as this reporter has discovered, are 2 ignorant muggles with a deep hatred of magic. For the next few years, poor Harry was the victim of cruelty that this reporter refuses to put to paper due to its horrific nature. It was only when Harry's older sister, Raven Potter, became aware that her little brother was still alive that he was finally rescued from his nightmare of abuse and taken to America, where he has been raised ever since. How did this come to pass? How did the Ministry of Magic allow its hero to be sent to a home where instead of being honored for what he did, he was instead tortured for years with no one to help him? I reached out to Cornelius Fudge for answers to these questions, only to be told that the minister had no idea where the boy had been sent in the first place. That's right, my beloved readers. Our own Minister of Magic had no idea where our hero had been sent after the murder of his parents. In fact, the only one who knew where Harry was being kept was Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. With no authority to do so, Albus Dumbledore took Harry Potter From the ruin of his parents' cottage and placed him with his mother's sister, Petunia Dursley, never bothering to check on the boy thereafter to see if he was all right. But Albus Dumbledore's transgressions don't stop there, my dear readers. Oh no, for you see, I reached out to Raven Potter for an interview, which she happily obliged, and we sat down to discuss how exactly she came to find out that her brother was alive after so many years of thinking otherwise. Rita. So, Ms. Potter, thank you for agreeing to meet with me today. Raven. You're very welcome, Ms. Skeeter. And thank you for deciding to take up this story. It's far past time that the world knew what Dumbledore has done to my family. Rita. Indeed. So, tell me, how is it that you were not aware of your little brother's survival all these years? Raven. That would be because Headmaster Dumbledore told me that my little brother was dead. Rita. Dead? Are you saying that Dumbledore deliberately lied to you and kept your brother from you? Raven. That's exactly what I'm saying, Ms. Skeeter. I was knocked unconscious when my mom and dad were attacked. When I came to and saw my parents' bodies, I feared the worst for Harry as well. So, I made my way to Hogwarts to see if Dumbledore, the one person that my parents always told me to trust, knew where Harry was. Rita. And Dumbledore told you Harry was dead? Raven. That is correct, Ms. Skeeter. Rita. That's awful. What happened next? Raven. I was in agony, thinking I had lost my entire family. So, I left England, thinking that I would never return. Rita. And where did you go? Raven. Many places, but I finally settled in Jump City, where I currently reside with my friends. Rita. And how did you discover that your little brother was still alive? Raven. A close friend of mine, who is a seer, told me that Harry was still alive and in great peril. Rita. A seer, truly. Raven. Indeed, he told me that Dumbledore lied to me about my brother. So I immediately made my way to Hogwarts to discover the truth of the matter. Rita. So, you confronted Dumbledore? Raven. I did. At first, he tried to continue his lie, but soon enough, I made him tell me the truth. Rita. And how, pray tell, did you do that, Ms. Potter? Raven. We all have our little secrets, Ms. Skeeter. Rita. Indeed we do, Ms. Potter. So, what did Dumbledore tell you? Avain. That he had lied because he thought Harry was safer in the hands of Petunia Dursley rather than his own sister. In fact, Dumbledore all but stated that he didn't even acknowledge me as Lily and James Potter's daughter and therefore had no right to see Harry. Rita. Because you were adopted. Raven. Yes, but as I reminded Dumbledore several times, Lily and James went through all the legal paperwork to adopt me. So, in the eyes of the law, I am a Potter. Rita. Yet, Dumbledore still tried to keep you from taking possession of Harry Potter. Raven. Indeed, he tried to convince me that Harry was safer where he was. Rita. And was he? Raven. Absolutely not. When I went to see my brother, I found him sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs with a high fever. Rita. Surely not. Raven. Unfortunately, it is the truth. Rita. And Dumbledore allowed this abuse. Raven. I doubt he even cared to look, to be honest. When I came to see my brother, Mrs. Dursley didn't even care that my brother was sick. To be perfectly frank, I suspect she was hoping he would die. Rita. How awful. It's a miracle you were able to get to him in time. Raven. Agreed, and I wish that I could saw why that was the end of my brother's torment. Rita. There's more. Raven. Sadly, there is. Once I took my brother back to Jump City, I gave him a medical evaluation and discovered that he had been the victim of years of physical, mental, and emotional abuse, all because one old man couldn't keep his nose out of other people's business. Needless to say, the interview only got worse from there as Ms. Potter explained how it took many years for her and her friends to undo the damage done to Harry by his relatives. Many of my readers accuse me of being heartless, but I can assure you that what I was told left me in tears by the end of the interview. But, my dear readers, it doesn't stop there. Oh no, it gets much worse, in fact. For even after being told that it was a mistake by his sister and her friends, young Mr. Potter wanted to come back to England to attend Hogwarts as his parents had before him, if only to get to know the school that made such fine and upstanding members of our society. But, instead of an education, Mr. Potter received constant threats to his life by ways of a member of the Hogwarts staff who had been hired by none other than Albus Dumbledore himself. Why was this professor trying to harm Harry Potter? Why? Because in his infinite wisdom, Dumbledore decided to hide the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts after it was nearly stolen from Gringotts by the same professor earlier in the year. Throughout the year, Mr. Potter's life was in constant jeopardy due to this dark wizard. Even worse, his education was also in danger. That's right, dear readers, after speaking to several individuals who have asked to remain anonymous, I have discovered that Professor Severus Snape, current Pros, spent the last year constantly antagonizing poor Mr. Potter any chance he could. I've even discovered that Professor Snape tried to illegally read Mr. Potter's mind earlier in the year. Something that should have seen the man thrown in Azkaban, but it would seem as though the man has powerful friends, as the only punishment he received was a slap on the wrist and a few months' suspension. Finally, after what can only be described as a truly awful year, Mr. Potter was abducted by Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the dark wizard after the Philosopher's Stone. After dragging Mr. Potter through a variety of deadly traps, Professor Quirrell managed to get the stone and very nearly killed Mr. Potter if not for the intervention of his sister, who defeated the dark wizard and took the stone into her possession, which she soon returned to its rightful owner, Nicholas Flamel. Due to these horrifying acts, which nearly killed the last remaining member of her family, Raven Potter informed me that she will not have Harry Potter return to Hogwarts next year, instead choosing to enroll him in what she believes to be a safer school somewhere in America. Though I am sad to see our nation's hero leave our shores, I can honestly say that I agree with Ms. Potter's assessment. Harry Potter is not safe in England so long as Dumbledore is allowed to put him in such danger. Dumbledore's hands shook with weariness as he read the Daily Prophet article for the third time. NCE. This article was published a week ago. Dumbledore had been bombarded with howlers, demanding to know by what right he had kept Harry from his sister. Worse had been the angry letters, arriving in their hundreds, demanding to know why he thought it was a good idea to keep the Philosopher's Stone in a school full of children. Since the article's publishing, Dumbledore had been raked over the coals, so to speak, from everyone. Fudge had ordered an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, and Dumbledore had been forced to defend his actions before the entirety of said Wizengamot. For a moment, Dumbledore had hoped that his decades of good deeds would save his position as Chief Warlock. But those hopes were soon dashed when Andromeda Tonks, proxy for House Potter, rose to her feet with a look of cold fury on her face and began a long tirade which had even longtime Dumbledore advocates agreeing that Dumbledore had royally screwed up. Andromeda had spoken of how, due to Dumbledore's idiotic actions, a national hero was leaving England, possibly forever. Worse still was that said hero was the next head of the ancient and most noble House of Potter, a house that had been part of the Wizengamot since its creation. Andromeda had finished her speech by moving for a vote of no confidence in Dumbledore's leadership. Lady Longbottom had immediately risen and seconded the vote, and an hour later, Dumbledore had lost his position and been forced to leave the hall among thunderous applause. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. But worse was yet to come, for soon after, Dumbledore was told that the ICW was also planning to remove him as Supreme Mugwump. It was only due to the fact that Dumbledore had been Chief Warlock when he had placed Harry with the Dursleys as well as when he had hidden the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, that he had avoided Azkaban as no Chief Warlock could be tried for crimes he had done while holding said position. However, there was talk of changing that particular law, no doubt orchestrated by Andromeda Tonks. It had taken a colossal amount of bribes and decades of favors just to keep his position as headmaster of Hogwarts, and even that came with new restrictions. Starting the following year, Aurors would be stationed at Hogwarts to ensure the students' safety as well as make sure that Hogwarts stayed a school and not Dumbledore's private place. High ground as it had been for the last 50 years, that alone had sent Dumbledore into an apoplectic fit which left much of his office in ruins before he was able to repair the damage. Thanks to Rita Skeeter's article, Another new development in the running of Hogwarts was that every single teacher had to appear before the governors of Hogwarts and defend themselves and their teaching practices to keep their job for the following year. As a result, Professors Binns, Trelawney, and Snape had all been sacked and told to clear out their offices and be gone once the term had ended. Those who hadn't been sacked had been placed on probation for their part in hiding the stone and told in no ambiguous language that should a similar incident occur, they would be fired immediately. Snape comes to Dumbledore's office immediately after the news and demanded the headmaster do something that Dumbledore needed him for when Voldemort inevitably returned. But there was simply nothing that Dumbledore could do, and he told the potions professor as much. Dumbledore had his own back to watch now, and he reminded Snape that he had warned him not to antagonize Harry Potter, which Snape had blatantly ignored, to his own destruction. Without Dumbledore's protection, Snape had far more things to worry about, like the Department of Magical Law Enforcement opening a case against him for illegally reading a student's mind. Snape had visibly paled when Dumbledore had told him that, and when he tried to flee from the office, Dumbledore had warned him not to try and flee the country as such action would render his guilty verdict all but inevitable. Snape would be a wanted man for the rest of his life. With no other options, Snape had scornfully agreed that he would not run and instead went back to his office to pack his things. As Dumbledore placed the newspaper on his desk, his mind whirled on how he could possibly fix this mess, but as he drank deep from his glass of brandy, he realized that there was no way. He had been outplayed at every turn, and when Harry Potter left Hogwarts, it was doubtful he would ever return. Voldemort would rise again, and without Harry, there would be no one to stop him. And it was all Dumbledore's fault. The last year had been a time of genuine introspection for Dumbledore, and the truth was that he didn't like what he saw. All his life, Dumbledore had served Ed what he believed to be the greater good, but as he looked back on a lifetime of bad choices, he had begun to wonder if he had, in fact, been following the greater good or just his own. Had Dumbledore become like his old lover, Grindelwald, only concerned with his own power? As the thought entered his mind, Dumbledore could only sigh in regret at all the choices he had made and all the lives he had ruined in doing so. Snape swore angrily as he threw his things into his trunk. Today would be his last day at Hogwarts, and thanks to that damned article that Rita Skeeter had written, it would most likely be the last day he had work for a very long time. Worse still, if the rumors were to be believed, it very may be the last time he breathed free air for years to come, now that he no longer had Dumbledore's protection. Picking up the glass of fire whiskey that sat nearby on his desk, Snape drained the glass in one gulp before hurling it into the fireplace, making the flames roar for a moment before settling back down. But, of course, this was all Potter's fault, him and his bitch of a sister. They had conspired against him to bring about his downfall, just like their swine of a father, for a moment. Snape wished that James Potter's brats were before him so that he could throttle the pair of them for his ruination. Conjuring another glass, Snape poured himself more fire whiskey as he returned to packing. His thoughts whirling with images of murder and revenge. It was all their fault. Theirs and their bastard of a father. Lily Potter should have been his, would have been his, if not for James Potter. As the hatred, rage, and whiskey began to combine, Snape's aura darkened as he began to think of a way to get back at James Potter once and for all. If Snape was to be ruined and sent to Azkaban, then by God, he would ensure that he took Potter's brats down with him. The eerie Potter dead at his feet made Snape smile fully, and he began to plan how to enact his revenge. Today was the last day of school, and the students would leave for the train in less than an hour, leaving little time for a well-thought-out plan. Instead, Snape would need to be ruthless and swift as he had been in the days when he served Lord Voldemort. And best of all, the memory of their deaths might even keep him sane while he was a guest of Azkaban. "So you're not coming on the train with us?" Hermione asked sadly as she, Ron, and Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, waiting for the bell that would inform the students that it was time to head down to the train. As usual, Hermione had a large open book on her lap while Harry and Ron were playing a game of wizard chess. Their trunks had already been taken down to the station a few hours before, save for Harry's. "Unfortunately not," Harry replied sadly. "The Titans and I are taking a portkey back to Jump City once everyone is gone." Of course, None of them are looking forward to it, but it beats taking a plane back." Harry finished the last part with a chuckle that quickly relieved the tension in the air. "And besides," Harry continued, "I'll be seeing you again in like 2 weeks when you come to Jump City, so it's not like we're going to be separated for good." "That's true," Hermione sniffled, "but I was hoping we'd have a little more time before we say goodbye." "It's not going to be the same next year with you gone," Ron said glumly. "I know," Harry replied sadly. "I wish Raven would change her mind." "Any chance of that?" Ron asked in sudden hope. "None," Harry stated, instantly crushing said hope. "She says that as long as Dumbledore keeps trying to interfere in my life, I'll always be in danger here. Loath though I am to admit it, she's got a point." "Still can't believe how hard the Ministry came down on him," Ron said quickly. "It's a miracle he's still headmaster, to be honest. No matter what he's done, he's still Dumbledore," Harry sneered, "and that name carries a lot of weight in the wizarding world." "Yeah, I guess so," Ron replied before a brilliant smile took over his features. "Still, your one eternal glory for being the one to get Snape sacked. Fred and George have been trying to do that for years and haven't been able to." Quote, "I won't deny that is better than any trophy," Harry laughed back, causing Hermione to shake her head in exasperation. "It's no surprise he was sacked," Hermione added. "When the school governors discovered how low the potions program at Hogwarts had fallen under Professor Snape's tenure, it was almost a guarantee he would be let go. Did you know that the number of healers and potions masters has dropped by 15% since he took over from Professor Slughorn?" "How do you know that?" Ron asked. "I looked it up, of course," Hermione beamed. "I'd like to pursue a potions mastery myself." "One day, you would?" Harry asked in surprise. "You never said that." "I didn't want you to make fun of me," Hermione mumbled as a blush began to spread across her face. "Hermione," Harry chastised softly, "we are your friends. We would never make fun of you." "Really?" Hermione asked with a raised brow, staring pointedly at Ron, who blushed uncomfortably. "I learned my lesson, Hermione." Ron replied guiltily, "I won't make a repeat mistake." "I hope so," Hermione muttered before returning to her book. Ron had just placed Harry in check when the bell sounded, and the three rose to their feet. When they reached the entrance hall, Harry saw the Titans waiting for him, and his eyebrows rose as he saw Tonks apparently trying to eat Beast Boy's face. "Ew! Gross!" Harry cried, causing several older students to chuckle as they passed. A moment later, Tonks and Beast Boy joined in. "We'll see if that's how you feel in a few years, kid," Beast Boy chuckled. "I'd sooner bite my own tongue off," Harry retorted, causing more laughter to echo from those listening. "As much as I would love for you to be forever as you are," Raven smiled, "there will indeed come a day when you will become aware of the fairer sex." "Not frigging likely," Harry muttered, causing Raven to smirk at him. "You gonna miss me?" Tonks asked Beast Boy as Harry pretended to gag. "Loads," Beast Boy replied. "The 2 weeks we'll be apart will be unbearable." "Ha ha," Tonks said sarcastically. "Keep it up, and you'll be cut off from kissing me for a long time." Beast Boy paled at tea and sputtered for a moment before he managed to say, "I was kidding. No need to get drastic." "That's what I thought." Tonks smirked before giving Beast Boy one last kiss and following the other students out the door. "Man, she's got you completely wrapped around her finger," Robin joked, earning a glare from the green boy. "And how are things between you and Starfire?" Beast Boy asked in a hushed voice, causing Robin to turn scarlet. "We're not like that, we're just friends," Robin whispered back quickly. Sewer," Beast Boy smiled back. Robin opened his mouth to respond when a loud "V-O-I-C-E" echoed throughout the entrance hall. "Potter." The Titans all spun around to see Severus Snape point his wand at them, clearly drunk. "Lower your wand at once," Robin said, pulling out one of his berterangs and raising it defensively. At the same time, Beast Boy hurried the other children out of the way, "or I will make you." "My fight isn't with you, Muggle." Snape spat, "I only want the Potter brats. They ruined my life." "Of course we did," Raven scoffed, making Snape turn purple with rage. "We're the ones who made you act like a jackass instead of like a professor. You getting fired is your own fault, not ours." "It is your fault," Snape screamed back, "you and your miserable bastard of a father." "Don't say a word against my father," Harry snarled. lunging forward, only to be stopped by Raven, who placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Our father was a better man than you could ever hope to be, Snape." Raven spat back. "Your father was a swine." Snape snarled back, sending a jet of red light at the Titans, who quickly jumped out of the way. "Titans move!" Robin shouted, instantly causing the Titans to rush at Snape, who began to hurl spells and curses in every direction, bring him down. "You're a sad little man," Raven sneered as she ducked under a purple hex, still holding on to a grudge from more than 20 years ago. "Shut up," Snape roared angrily, "you know nothing. I know my mother chose my dad over you because she saw who you really are." Raven spat back, "That's what this is really about, isn't it? You're angry that James Potter beat you in the end. That she chose him instead of you. He stole her from me." Snape shrieked, looking quite demented. "Lily should have been mine. Would have been mine, if not for James Potter. My mom would never have chosen someone like you." Harry shouted from where Hermione and Ron were holding him back. "Stay back, Harry," Beast Boy cried before turning into a rhino and charging Snape, who barely managed to get out of the way. "Azeroth Metrion Zinthos," Raven cried, sending a black cloud hurling at Snape as he rose to his feet. Snape's eyes widened at the coming danger, and he quickly rolled out of the way, coming up with his wand pointed at Raven, hatred in his eyes. "Avada Ked!" Snape shouted before one of Robin's Berterangs struck him in the shoulder, sending him to his back. As he fell, Snape's wand flew from his grasp, and he quickly rolled onto his stomach and crawled quickly to it. "No!" Starfire shouted as she hurled a green bolt at Snape, causing the ground before him to erupt and send him, the former potions professor, tumbling backward while his wand skittered further away. "What is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore demanded as he, McGonagall, and Flitwick came hurrying down the stairs toward them. Snape's lost his mind. Ron shouted in horror, "He's trying to kill Raven and Harry." Robin charged at Snape, who was slowly rising to his feet, when suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Snape decided to forego magic and punched Robin across the jaw. "Lore!" "Robin!" Starfire shouted in alarm. "Severus, stop this at once!" Dumbledore shouted in horror, pulling his own wand from his sleeve. "I will have my revenge!" Snape roared, pulling a second wand from his robes and firing a blasting curse at Harry. "Harry!" Raven shouted in horror as the curse missed him by literal inches, blasting the wall beside Harry, Hermione, and Ron to smithereens and throwing the three to the floor. "No!" McGonagall snarled as she drew her wand. Beside her, Flitwick did the same, and both immediately began to duel Snape for all they were worth. "You should never have been brought to Hogwarts." McGonagall spat, firing a blue spell that made Snape duck. "You have no business being around children, you bitter old man." "I told Albus what you were," Flitwick added, firing a purple spell of his own, "a Death Eater such as you should never have been hired." Realizing that he was completely outnumbered, and that his chances of victory were slowly slipping from his grasp, Snape fell back on old habits and began throwing the darkest curses he could think of at his opponents. "Crucio!" Snape snarled, his spell hitting McGonagall's center mass and causing her to drop to the ground with a shriek. A moment later, Snape's curse was ended when Starfire fired a green bolt at him, causing him to jump out of the way. "Aunt Minnie!" Raven cried in horror, flying to the aged professor's side. A moment later, she was joined by Madame Pomfrey, who immediately began waving her wand over McGonagall. "She's just unconscious," Madame Pomfrey replied with relief. "Go take care of that madman, I'll look after her." Nodding at the Hogwarts nurse, Raven turned back to Snape with murder in her eyes. The potions professor had managed to stun Beast Boy, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Starfire was currently trying to extricate herself from the wall, Snape having somehow glued her to it while Raven was distracted with McGonagall. Currently, Snape was dueling Flitwick and Robin, while Dumbledore stared in horror. The few remaining students who hadn't left already had run out the front doors or into Great Hall to take cover from the flying spells. "Are you going to help, or just stand there and stare?" Raven demanded of Dumbledore before sending another black blast at Snape, who quickly batted it aside, causing it to crash into the adjacent wall, leaving long spiral cracks. "Of course, my apologies," Dumbledore cried at once, rushing forward. "Sectum Sempra!" Snape snarled at Robin, who backflipped out of the way. An instant later, slashes appeared across the floor where Robin had stood seconds ago, making the Titan's eyes widen in alarm before he drew his bow staff and raised it defensively. "You cannot win. Surrender," Robin snapped. "Never. I will have my vengeance," Snape snarled, waving his wand over his head in a circle, Depulso. Instantly, a wave expanded from around Snape, sending Robin and the others flying in all directions, all except Dumbledore, who had managed to put up a Protega shield just in time. "Severus, I must insist you surrender at once," Dumbledore stated simply. "Oh, shut up," Snape raged. "I am no longer yours to dictate terms to." Dumbledore's face hardened at that as Snape continued his demented tirade. "For 10 years, I've been forced to teach blithering idiots at this school. All so you could keep me within easy reach. No more. I am no longer yours to use as you see fit. Sanguis ferventus." Eyes widening in horror, Dumbledore quickly dove out of the way of the blood-boiling curse that Snape had sent his way. Regaining his footing, Dumbledore spun on the spot, pointed his wand at Snape, and roared. Confrigo. The blasting curse sped Rom Dumbledore's wand as fast as thought. Snape only had time for his eyes to widen in horror before it hit him center mass and sent the former potions professor through the window behind him, landing in an unconscious and bloody heap on the grass outside. "Filius," Dumbledore said softly as he calmly strode to the window and peered out at the unconscious form of Severus Snape, "would you be so kind as to flow the ministry and summon a few Aurors? I believe their presence may be necessary." "At once, Albus," Flitwick replied before hurrying away as the Titan slowly rose from the floor, with a flick of his wrist. Dumbledore freed Starfire from the wall before turning to the other Titans. "Is anyone hurt? Minerva needs medical attention," Madame Pomfrey cried. "This is beyond my ability to heal." "Understood," Dumbledore said at once. "Go and flow St. Mungo's." "Right away," Madame Pomfrey replied, hurrying away as fast as she could. Striding quickly to Beast Boy's side, Dumbledore waved his wand over the green boy. "Renervate." Instantly, Beast Boy's eyes snapped open, and he tried to jump to his feet, only for Dumbledore to gently press him back down. "Easy there, my boy. Go slow. You were stunned." "Stunned?" Beast Boy groaned in annoyance. "Is that why I feel like I lost a fight with a truck?" "Indeed, my boy," Dumbledore laughed, "but other than that, I'm sure you'll be fine." I guess," Beast Boy replied warily as he slowly rose to his feet. "Where's the jerk who stunned me?" "Currently sleeping on the front lawn," Dumbledore chuckled. "Poor fellow has no idea what he's going to wake up to." "Whatever it is," Harry spat as he limped over, followed closely by Hermione and Ron, "I hope it hurts." "I'm sure it will," Dumbledore replied softly before turning to face Raven, who was staring at him with contempt. "I know it makes little difference, but I am truly sorry for all I have done to hurt you, my dear. I would take it all back if I could." Raven's brows shot to her hairline at Dumbledore's words before her expression shifted to one of suspicion. "You can't," Raven stated. "You cost me 7 years that I might have had with my brother. And I can never get those years back. Nor can Harry regain those years of abuse you forced upon him." "I know," Dumbledore replied sadly. "All I can do is offer my apologies and beg your forgiveness." "To hell with your apologies," Harry snarled, looking as though he wanted to strike the aged wizard, "and to hell with you." "Watch your language," Raven snapped at once, causing the boy to drop into a sullen silence, turning back to Dumbledore. Raven glared for a moment silently before replying in her monotone voice. "I cannot accept your apology. Not now. Perhaps one day, but right now, I'm afraid I cannot." Dumbledore nodded slowly and was about to respond when Amelia Bones and 4 Aurors stormed down the stairs toward them. "Albus," Amelia called, "Flitwick told us everything." "Where is Snape?" "He's currently taking a nap on the front lawn, Amelia," Dumbledore replied jovially, causing the Aurors to quickly stride past the headmaster. "What happened?" Amelia demanded as she and Dumbledore followed the Aurors outside, followed by the Titans. "He appeared to be drunk," Robin replied before Dumbledore could. "We were waiting for our portkey back to America when Snape attacked us." "Any idea why?" Amelia asked, not taking her eyes off Snape, who was being roughly manhandled to his feet. "Yes," Raven said simply, causing Amelia to turn to her. "Snape wanted our mother, Lily. He believes our father, James, stole her from him. Unfortunately, he can't hurt our father, so he tried to get revenge on us instead. You can't be serious, Amelia drawled, her eyes widening so that her monocle almost fell out. I'm afraid so, Dumbledore added sadly. I had hoped he would get over his hatred of James Potter with time. But it would seem he is unable to do so. Amelia's face hardened at Dumbledore's words. And as she turned back to the unconscious potions master being held between two of her oars, she growled in a dangerous voice. Take this filth to the ministry holding cells. Yes, ma'am. The oars cried at once before dragging Snape back into Hogwarts and up the stairs. Once they were out of sight, Amelia turned to the watching Titans. Was anybody hurt? Minerva was hit with the Cruciatus curse. Dumbledore egg Amelia's eyes widen in alarm. Is she okay? She will be, Dumbledore replied. I had Madame Pomfrey flow St. Mungo's to send healers. Just as Dumbledore finished speaking, two healers in white robes came hurrying down the stairs, followed by a frantic Pomfrey. Where is the patient? One of the healers, an elderly witch with snow-white hair, asked quickly before spotting Minerva on the ground. Surrounded by pale Gryffindors. Out of the way, the healer demanded as she and her partner rushed forward and waved their wands over the still unconscious witch. As the Gryffindors leapt aside, Raven couldn't help but ask in a worried voice. She's going to be okay, right? I don't know, the healer replied uneasily. The Cruciatus is a horrible curse to be exposed to. And she's not a young woman to begin with. We need to get her back to St. Mungo's immediately. Quickly, the two healers jumped to their feet and levitated. McGonagall into the air eating them before quickly storming back up the stairs and out of sight. May I have your attention, please? Dumbledore shouted, causing the remaining students to turn to him. The Hogwarts Express will soon be leaving for London. I doubt any of you wish to be left behind. So, if you would all, please make your way to the train in an orderly fashion. Move smartly now. Realizing the truth of Dumbledore's words, the students began to hurry out the front doors as fast as they could. See you soon, Harry. Ron called before running out the door. Can't wait, Hermione added, giving a quick hug before running after Ron. A few moments later, when the Titans were the only ones left, Amelia turned to them. If I need to ask you any questions, where can I find you? We live in Jump City, in America, Robin replied quickly. You can't miss our home, trust me. Very well, then, Amelia said with a nod before spinning on her heel and striding away, leaving the Titans alone with Dumbledore, who held out a battered old boot toward Robin. Simply say, home, and the portkey will activate and return you to Titan's Tower. Thank you, sir, Robin said briskly, taking the boot from him and turning to his team, Raven. Do you have Harry's trunk? I shrunk it last night and stored it in my robes, Raven said with a nod. Good, then let's go home, Robin replied with a smile, eliciting a whoop of joy from Beast Boy. Finally, I can't wait to sleep in my own bed. As the Titans all grabbed the boot, Robin leaned over towards Raven and whispered in her ear. They're waiting for us, so be ready when we hit the tower, understood? Understood, Raven replied sadly, knowing what was about to occur, and hating herself for it, even as she understood its necessity. Everyone ready? Robin asked, grinning as Beast Boy let out a groan. Man, I hate portkeys. Still grinning, Robin cried out, home. Instantly, the group vanished in a swirl of groans, leaving only a smiling headmaster behind. Harry knew something was wrong the moment his feet hit the ground. It felt as though he had landed into a pool of cement, and as he lay groaning on the floor, he heard someone cry out near him. He's here. Start the sealing ritual. Trying to fight against the urge to throw up, Harry opened his eyes and saw that he had landed onto some sort of red sigil painted onto the floor, outside of the sigil. The other Titans lay groaning as well, though, like him, they were quickly trying to rise to their feet. What's going on? Harry groaned as he rose to his feet and tried to step out of the sigil, only to discover to his horror that he couldn't. Turning to his sister, Harry asked in a scared voice, Raven. What's happening? It's going to be okay, Harry, Raven said softly, I promise everything is going to be okay. Let's begin, a voice said, causing Harry to turn to see who was speaking. When he had, his eyes widened so big that Harry thought they might pop out of his skull. Dr. Fat, E and Zatanna stood on either side of Harry, wearing grave expressions that made Harry instantly nervous. Standing against the far wall opposite the Titans were Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman, and all three were staring at Harry like he was a dangerous enemy. Dr. Fate and Zatanna raised their hands so that their palms were facing Harry, and both began to speak simultaneously. As they did so, Ari suddenly felt as though someone had slapped him across the face, and he fell to his knees with a cry. Raven. Harry sobbed as pain raced across his body. Please make them stop. It hurts. Just hold on a little longer, Harry. Raven cried, tears running down her cheeks. It'll all be over soon, I promise. As the chanting grew louder, the pain seemed to increase tenfold, and Harry curled into himself as he begged for it to stop. Please. Why are you hurting me? Please make it stop. I can't do this, Raven cried at last, stepping forward, only to stop when Superman appeared behind her and wrapped his arms around her, pinning her back to his chest. Let me go, Raven demanded as Harry continued to beg, you're hurting my little brother. Stop it. This is the only way, Batman replied from where he stood. I don't like it any better than you, but there's no other choice. Harry suddenly began to shriek in absolute agony as Raven struggled for all she was worth against Superman's hold. Let me go. They're killing him. I didn't agree to this. Stop it. I said stop. Robin. Starfire sobbed. You never said they were going to kill Harry. I didn't. This isn't. Robin stuttered, his face pale with horror as he watched Harry thrash on the floor, wailing in agony. Running to where Batman stood, Robin grabbed the front of his uniform and pinned him to the wall. You said you were going to help him. Not kill him. We are helping him. Batman snapped back, glaring into Robin's eyes. The sealing ritual will lock away Harry's demonic side so that it can't hurt anyone. But it's not going to go without a fight. You call this a fight? Jinx demanded, pointing at where Harry was weeping. You're killing him. Let him go. Cyborg demanded, raising his arm cannon at drive. Fate and Zatanna, now. Stand down. Cyborg. Batman replied sternly, that's an order. Screw that. Cyborg spat back angrily, not turning from where he was aiming. You're not my boss, and I'm not going to stand by while you kill Harry. So let him go, or I will make you. Enough. Jinx snarled as she whipped her right arm across her chest, unleashing a pink wave of energy that knocked Drive, Fate, and Zatanna from their feet and against the far wall, where they crumpled, unconscious. What have you done? Wonder Woman demanded as she stormed over to confront Jinx, only to stop as a cruel Chuck L. E echoed throughout the room that froze everyone in their tracks. Harry was slowly climbing to his feet, but as he turned to face the Titans, their faces shifted from relief to horror. Raven couldn't help but stare in fear at the same image that had taken Harry's place when she and the other Titans had confronted Voldemort, once again appeared before her. Harry, Raven asked softly, hoping beyond hope that he was still there. Harry. Speak to me. I'm afraid Harry can't come to the phone right now, daughter, Harry replied, his dual pair of red eyes narrowing slightly. Your friend's little ritual knocked him out. Trigon. Raven asked in horror. Impossible, I sealed you away. Incorrect, daughter, Trigon. Harry replied with a cruel chuckle, you sealed me away in you and only you. Imagine my surprise when I felt my power coming from another source. Another child of my blood, and yet not of my blood. Another way to bring this world under my rule. Let Harry go, Jinx snarled, NK orbs of energy appearing around her clenched fists. Now. I think not, Trigon. Harry sneered, not when he has so much potential to offer his new father. You are not his father. Raven roared, her own demon eyes appearing and making Trigon. Harry grin. I have waited a long time for this day, daughter. The day I get to watch you die, and what better way to punish you for daring to stand your own brother be the one to kill you. Quote, raising his arms into the air, Trigon. Harry issued a roar that seemed to shake the entire tower and made everyone clasp their hands over their ears. As they did so, the heroes watched in horror as the sigil containing Trigon. Harry burst into flames until all that was left was a pile of ash. Now then, Trigon. Harry grinned cruelly, let's play. Author's note. Before you break out the torches and pitchforks for ending the chapter there, let me tell you why I did. It is currently 10:30 p.m. where I'm at, and I started writing this chapter at 8 a.m. this morning, my hands hurt. And I cannot keep writing, lol. I promise the next chapter will be out ASAP, so until then, please be patient. Love you, guys. Chapter 23. Now then. Trigon. Harry grinned cruelly. Let's play. Several things happened simultaneously. Robin and Batman both hurled their batarangs at Harry. Superman released his hold on Raven and charged forward alongside Wonder Woman, both with their fists raised to strike. Jinx, Raven, and Starfire all fired a pink, black, green energy blast at Harry with a shout of anger, while Cyborg fired his arm with a cry of rage. Finally, Beast Boy transformed into a saber-toothed tiger and lunged at the smiling demon. As all the combined attacks connected into one, Trigon Harry was consumed in a blast of smoke that quickly spread through the entire room, leaving the group coughing for a moment until it finally cleared. When the smoke finally cleared, the group all stared with mixed emotions as the spot where Trigon Harry once stood was now empty. A moment later, the lights went out, plunging everyone into darkness for a moment before the emergency lights came on, bathing the group in a dark red glow. Lock down the tower, Batman ordered. Now, we cannot allow Trigon to escape. Immediately, Cyborg ran to the nearby terminal and began to furiously punch in commands as the red emergency lights flashed. Nearby, Superman and Wonder Woman were trying to wake up Drive, Fate and Zatanna with gentle shakes. A moment later, a loud banging sound sounded throughout the tower as the blast doors came down, sealing off the tower from the rest of the world. Are you sure that will hold him? Superman asked from where he was shaking Zatanna's shoulder. I carved containment runes on every one of those doors, Raven snapped back. They're powered with a special spell that strengthens them based on how they attacked. Meaning? Cyborg asked, turning to Raven. Meaning, Raven glared back, that the stronger the attack, the stronger the runes become. We cannot guarantee that will be enough to contain Trigon, Drive, Fate said as he finally regained consciousness and rose to his feet. Especially as Trigon has seemingly taken control of Harry's body, Zatanna added as she rubbed her head with a wince. And whose fault is that? Jinx snapped, you lied to us. You told us that you would seal off Harry's demonic side, and instead, you nearly killed him. That's enough, Batman ordered, causing Jinx to turn to him angrily. You can go to hell, Bat. As far as I'm concerned, you're no better. If anything, you're worse. Bat. Man's eyes narrowed dangerously as Cyborg placed a calming hand on Jinx's shoulder. Jinx, calm down. We're all worried about the kid, but turning on each other isn't gonna help us fix this. He's right, Raven said in a hollow voice. We have to find Harry and save him from my father's influence. Her voice hardened as she turned to the members of the Justice League, but make no mistake, when Harry is saved, there will be a reckoning for what you did. Count on it. Robin added as he stood beside Raven, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. The members of the Justice League shared a look before turning their attention back to the Titans, who were all glaring at them, some with more anger than others. Superman opened his mouth to say something when suddenly music began to echo throughout the tower. Ding dong. I know you can hear me. Open up the door. I only want to play a little. Ding dong. You can't keep me waiting. It's already too late for you to run away. As the eerie song drifted around them, Raven couldn't help but smirk. A moment later, Jinx began to laugh, causing everyone to turn to her with confused or incredulous looks. Even possessed, Jinx grinned. Harry still can't help but put on a show. You may be more right than you know, Drive. Fate replied softly. What do you mean? Zatanna asked as the eerie music continued, made worse as the red emergency lights flashed. In the past, Trigon would play with his food, but this situation seems more like something that young Harry would do, based on what I have learned about him. Doctor, Fate replied, which means that somewhere in that body, Harry is still there and could be fighting for control even as we speak. The idea filled Raven with hope, and she could see from the faces of her teammates that they were feeling the same. So what do we do? Cyborg asked, causing Drive, Fate to turn to him. You and the members of the League will go out and try to find Trigon while Raven and I stay here and stay here, Raven demanded. I am not staying here while that bastard is possessing my baby brother. You misunderstand my words, Ms. Potter. Drive, Fate replied quickly, we will not be idle either. Why? The Titans and the League are out there looking for Harry's body, we will be here looking for his soul. His soul, Beast Boy replied, tilting his head in confusion. What do you mean, his soul? Turning to face the Green Titan, Drive. Fate replied softly yet firmly, no matter how powerful he may be now, the victims that Trigon possesses are still there, somewhere. Buried deep, perhaps, but still there somewhere. While the rest of you are out looking for Trigon, Raven and I will meditate here to try reaching Harry's soul, which lies trapped somewhere within Trigon's consciousness. If we are successful, we may be able to help Harry overcome Trigon's hold over him. And if we fail, Wonder Woman asked, what then? They will not fail. Jinx spat back before turning to Raven and softly saying, bring our boy home, yeah. Count on it, Raven replied firmly, you just try not to let Trigon kill you before I rescue Harry. We'll search in pairs, Batman growled, bringing everyone's attention to him. Robin will search with me. Starfire, you will go with Diana. Cyborg, you're with Superman. Jinx, you're with Zatanna. What about me? Beast Boy asked as the partners stepped up next to each other. You stay here, Batman ordered, making Beast Boy glare at him angrily. When Raven and Dr. Fate begin looking for Harry's soul, their bodies will be defenseless. We will need you to guard them and ensure that nothing happens while they cannot defend themselves. Suddenly realizing the seriousness of his task, Beast Boy stood a little straighter and nodded in understanding. We'll need a way to determine if someone is actually one of us or just Trigon playing games, Raven said thoughtfully. Don't forget that Harry can shapeshift, and while Trigon is in control of Harry's body, he's also in control of Harry's powers. Agreed, Batman nodded before pulling several small button-like objects from his belt. Everyone put one of these somewhere on your person. What is it? See, Eberg asked as he took his and examined it closely. They're thermal trackers, Batman replied. They'll grow hot when in close proximity to one another. So, if someone approaches you, pretending to be one of us and your tracker doesn't grow hot, we'll know it's not really one of us. Beast Boy finished with a smile. Dude, that's awesome. Batman smirked momentarily at the Green Boy's exuberance, before his demeanor changed back to serious. Be careful out there, Superman said cautiously. Remember, this isn't Harry we're facing, no matter how much it might look like him. He will kill you if you give him the opportunity. So don't give it to him, Wonder Woman added, drawing nods of understanding from everyone. As quick as a thought, the group excited, leaving just Raven, Drive, Fate, and Beast Boy behind. Let's begin, then, Dr. Fate said before lowering himself into a meditative position. A moment later, Raven followed him as Beast Boy transformed into a tiger and began pacing in front of the door. Azeroth, Metrion, Zinthos, Raven recited as her consciousness spread out like the bird that shared her name, searching for her little brother. Harry floated alone in the darkness. He didn't know how he got here, but it seemed like he'd been here forever. Time, gravity, and even physics seemed to not exist here, so Harry simply floated alone in the darkness. How did I get here? Harry wondered as he tried and failed for the third time to open his eyes. I can't remember. Harry, a voice called out, making him start slightly. Who's there? Harry called out weakly. Don't give up, Harry, the voice replied, filling Harry with warmth where there had only been cold before. They are coming for you, my chosen. You're chosen? Harry asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Now is not the time to discuss such things, Harry, the voice replied. Soon enough, all will be made clear. For now, my chosen, you must fight against the usurper that seeks to take that which is mine. Do not give up. Fight. Quote. It suddenly felt as though someone had lit a fire within Harry, and his whole body felt as though it was coursing with power, with greater willpower than he thought he had. Harry slowly opened his eyes, but as soon as he did, the power seemed to evaporate, and Harry was forced to shut his eyes again as a cold voice snarled. You are mine, boy. And no one will change that. The red flashing lights gave the hallway an eerie feeling as Starfire and Wonder Woman carefully peeked around the corner before stepping out. The coward could be anywhere, Wonder Woman growled as she opened one of the doors and looked inside. Seeing that it was empty, she closed the door again and moved on while Starfire floated behind her. Friend Harry needs us, Starfire said softly, We must find Trigon and make him give Harry back. Worry not, young warrior, Wonder Woman replied warmly. We shall free Harry from Trigon's control, and then she shall send that monster back to Hades, where he belongs. Oh, will you now? A cold voice replied, causing both women to stop short and look around sharply. As the red lights flashed off, then on again, Trigon suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway with a cruel smile on his face. Tilting his head, Trigon's smile grew as 6 black tentacles spread out from his back and took on the form of spears, which hovered over him menacingly. Come now, Trigon smiled, don't be shy. Don't you want to play with me? Foul monster, Wonder Woman roared as she leveled her sword at him. Release Harry at once, and I will be merciful when I send your soul back to Tartarus, where it belongs. Trigon laughed out loud at that, and his laughter seemed to echo throughout the hallway, causing goosebumps to rise on Starfire and Wonder Woman. Are you sure you want to do that? Trigon mocked. What will happen to poor Harry if you injure his body? Are you willing to take that risk? That seemed to be the wrong thing to say. Starfire's eyes glowed bright green as she rose into the air. Let him go. Starfire roared as she threw an overpowered green blast at Trigon, who easily batted it aside with one of the tentacles. The green beam slammed into the wall next to Trigon, and the hallway exploded in a cloud of smoke that left the 2 women coughing. Keep your guard up, Wonder Woman shouted as she raised her sword. Beside her, Starfire raised her fists, which were surrounded by green energy, defensively. Come out, monster, Wonder Woman shouted. I did not look to see Trigon, the terrible act like such a coward. An instant later, Trigon roared out of the smoke and delivered a powerful punch to Wonder Woman's face, sending her flying backward into the far wall, leaving a spiderweb crack where she impacted. Before Starfire could react, Trigon had rushed forward and grabbed her face in his left hand, pulling her forward into a gut punch that made Starfire fall to her knees and empty the contents of her stomach onto the ground. Smiling down at the gasping girl, Trigon raised one of his tentacles into the air, intending to sever her head. The blade had almost reached her neck when it was suddenly stopped by Wonder Woman's sword. Flinging her arm back, she threw Trigon off balance, before spinning on the spot and slashing at Trigon's undefended side. As one of the tentacles deflected the blow, Trigon sneered at the Amazon. Not very honorable of you to attack me like that, princess. What would your people say to such dishonorable tactics? Rather than reply, Wonder Woman released one hand from her sword, reached back, and delivered a powerful punch to Trigon's jaw, sending him flying backward for a few feet before rolling across the floor end over end. Reaching up to her ear, Wonder Woman turned on her communicator. I've got Trigon in the west section of the tower and need backup. On our way, Diana. Superman's voice replied. Hold him off until we get there. Batman's voice growled. You're wasting your time calling for help. Trigon sneered as he rose to his feet and wiped the blood from his mouth. You will be dead long before they reach you. Raising her sword defensively again, Wonder Woman reached over and detached her lasso before snapping it out like a whip. You may be the strongest opponent I have yet faced, but by Hera, you will fall. As Starfire rose shakily to her feet, Trigon's tentacles spread out and shifted into blades as he raised his claw-like fingers aggressively. You think you will defeat me? Billions before you have tried, and I have left each of them as corpses. You are just another pathetic mortal whose name I will forget as soon as I kill you. With a snarl of fury, Wonder Woman charged forward, and the battle began, for the next few minutes. The hallway was a war zone as the 3 warriors punched, kicked, and used everything in their arsenal to bring their opponent down. Starfire was thrown through a door, only to explode out of it a moment later and deliver an uppercut to Trigon's jaw, followed up by an energy blast to the face. Wonder Woman wrapped her lasso around the demon and spun him in a circle before releasing him and sending him crashing into a different room. A moment later, Trigon flew from the room, using the door as a weapon and slamming it into Starfire and sending her flying into the far wall. What seemed like an eternity later, Wonder Woman and Starfire were both heavily bleeding. At the same time, Trigon looked as though he hadn't sustained any damage whatsoever. Raaaaaaggggghhhh. Starfire roared, using every ounce of power she had left and sending an impressive wave of green energy hurtling at the demon. Trigon's eyes widened slightly at the wave coming at him, and with a roar of challenge, he crossed his arms over his chest and held his ground as the wave passed over him, ripping his clothes to shreds. Trigon barely had time to look up as Wonder Woman leapt at him, her sword held high to cleave him in two, without wasting any time. Trigon turned sideways so that her sword was embedded into the floor where he had just been standing. Seizing on the moment, Trigon grabbed her hair and pulled back hard, making her cry out before slamming her head into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 3rd time, Trigon spun on the spot, still holding her hair, and released her, flinging her into Starfire and sending the two into the nearby wall. "Where's that smart mouth now, bitch?" Trigon snarled as Wonder Woman pushed an unconscious Starfire off of her and rose shakily to her feet. "You cannot best me," Trigon growled as he slowly strode up to the kneeling woman, stopping only when he stood a few feet from her. "And I grow tired of teaching you this lesson. Stay down. If I fall here," Wonder Woman growled back, "then I will die as befits an Amazon, fighting in defense of the innocent." Leveling her swole, woman spat a glob of blood from her mouth and steadied herself. "Harry Potter is innocent, and if the gods will it, I will save him from your corruption, foul beast." "So be it," Trigon sneered, twisting his 6 tentacles into one spear, which he drove forward at her. Before he could hit his target, however, Trigon disappeared as a red and blue blur slammed into him, which sent him and the blur crashing through the far wall at the end of the hallway. "Thank Hera." Wonder Woman breathed as she rose shakily to her feet as Cyborg came around the corner, skidding as he did so. "Damn, that guy is fast." Cyborg huffed. "Are you two all right?" "He beat me effortlessly, Fire whispered in despair from where she lay, as though I were a newborn. "Do not blame yourself," Wonder Woman replied with a scowl. "Trigon is a foe that very few can last long against." "Don't worry, Cyborg said comfortingly. "Superman will bring our Harry home and make Trigon wish he'd never been born." When Raven opened her eyes, she found herself in a place she swore she would never return to, Privet Drive. The house looked the same as when Raven had rescued her little brother all those years ago, and Raven knew precisely why she was there. "Where are we, Doctor?" Fate asked as he materialized next to her. "This is the house I rescued Harry from when I first discovered he was still alive." So this was Harry's prison. "Doctor," Fate asked, "it makes sense that Trigon would it to keep the child contained while he used his body." Slowly, as though walking to her own execution, Raven approached the cupboard she had taken Harry from so many years ago, reaching out a shaky hand. Raven rested it on the handle as anger and fear filled her in equal measure. She always knew that her father was evil, but this was truly cruel. "You must open it, Raven Drive," Fate said softly. "No matter how much you might not want to, Harry needs our help." Swallowing the nervousness that was welling up in her, Raven turned the handle and pulled open the door. The inside was just as dark and depressing as Raven remembered. And there in the back, curled up in a little ball and weeping, was Harry. Raven had to fight back a sob as she saw her little brother. This wasn't the confident Harry that loved listening to heavy metal and wanted to learn everything that Raven and the Titans could teach him. This Harry was small like he had been when Raven had first rescued him. His body showed signs of abuse and malnutrition. And as Raven watched the sobbing boy in the cupboard, she felt her heart break in two. "Harry," Raven called out softly, making the small boy start slightly before he slowly turned around to face her. As Raven saw the lifeless look in her little brother's eyes, it was all she could do to keep from crying. "Who are you?" Harry softly asked. "Did Uncle Vernon send you to hurt me some more?" "My name is Raven, Harry. And I have come to bring you home." "Home?" Harry asked in confusion. "But I am home. This is where freaks like me belong." "No, Harry," Raven lied softly as she touched Harry's cheek warmly. "You belong with your family, with me." "You're my family?" Harry asked in shock as he kneaded his shirt worriedly. "Yes, Harry, I am," Raven replied with a smile that made Harry blush momentarily before looking down at his lap. "You're really pretty," Harry whispered. I feel like I know you." "You do, Harry," Raven whispered as she extended her hand to him. "I'm your big sister." And I've come to take you home. Raven, Harry said as his eyes widened as though he had just remembered something important. Your name is Raven. That's right, Harry, Raven replied with a smile. Her hand still extended. Please, come back to us. Chewing his lip in indecision, Harry finally reached out to take Raven's hand when a voice cried out, which made both Potters start with alarm. What the devil do you think you're doing, you little freak? Raven turned as Harry released a cry of fear and shuffled back into his cupboard. Standing at the far end of the hall was Vernon Dursley. Yet he looked different, as though someone had taken Vernon's image and twisted it to make him seem less human if that were possible. You cannot hide behind an illusion from me, Trigon. Doctor. Fate spat as he rose into the air. The Lords of Order will see your destruction this day. A cruel smile stretched across Vernon's face as he took on a relaxed posture and gazed at Drive. Fate. Ah, Naboo. Vernon purred. It's been too long since our last meeting. I still have fond memories of the last time you challenged me, and I ripped your bearer's spine out of their back while they were still alive. Such pretty screams she made. The time for you to pay for your crimes has come, Trigon, Drive. Fate replied coolly before rushing at Vernon and tackling him through the back wall. Seeing that Trigon was handled, Raven turned back to Harry, who had shuffled as far back as he could, and looked like he was close to having a panic attack. Harry, he can't hurt you anymore. Raven implored as she extended her hand to him again. None of this is real. I know you're scared, but I promise I will never let him hurt you again if you come with me. You can't promise that, Harry cried. He'll find me. He'll hurt me. No, he won't. Raven snapped forcefully. I am your big sister, and it is my job to protect you, and damn it, Harry, I swear I will continue to do that until the last breath leaves my body. Raven's words seemed to reach through the fog of terror that Harry was experiencing, and as Raven watched with bated breath, the small boy slowly reached out his hand and took hers, making Raven smile happily at him. As Raven pulled Harry out of the cupboard, Drive. Fate suddenly exploded through the wall, landing in a heap on the floor before slowly rising to his feet and dusting himself off. Get the child out of here. I will hold off Trigon for as long as I can, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to delay him indefinitely, Drive. Fate stated. Ari's abilities are making him more powerful than I had anticipated. The house suddenly shook with laughter as Vernon stepped through the hole in the wall that Dr. Fate had just created, causing RRY to cling to Raven's cloak desperately. The only place that Brad is going is back in his cell. Go, Doctor. Fate ordered. You must get Harry to the deepest part of his subconscious. That is where you will find Trigon's link to the boy. Destroy it, and he will no longer be able to possess the child. Did you not hear me? Vernon snarled. You're not going anywhere. Quick as a flash, Drive. Fate brought his two hands together, forming a triangle, and blasted the charging Vernon back through the wall with a burst of golden energy, turning back to Raven and the cowering boy, Drive. Fate pointed at the front door with one hand. Go. Nodding in acknowledgement, Raven picked up Harry and raced out of the front door as Vernon charged back into battle against his ancient enemy. Batman grunted in annoyance as he reset his dislocated shoulder. Not far away, Superman and Trigon were fighting with an intensity that Batman could hardly believe. The battle had taken both the Titans and the League out nearly every inch of the tower at this point. Superman had leveled a punch on Trigon that sent the demon hurtling straight through multiple floors into the basement, only for Trigon to hit Super-M. And with an uppercut that sent the Kryptonian smashing through nearly half a dozen floors before he finally stopped. As Batman wiped the blood from his mouth, he surveyed the carnage around him. Cyborg lay unconscious not far from him with his left arm missing, courtesy of Trigon ripping his arm cannon off before blasting the Titan in the face with it, rendering him unconscious. Robin was gritting his teeth in pain from where he was currently lying against the wall opposite Batman, with what looked like a severely broken leg. Added to that was his left eye that had swollen shut after Trigon landed several powerful blows to Robin's head before Wonder Woman Manageboy Starfire lay unconscious somewhere else in the tower from a similar beating, and Batman didn't even know where she was anymore. Batman had lost track of where most of his teammates were lying after fighting through the tower, floor by floor. Currently, the only ones still able to fight were Superman, Wonder Woman, Thog, From the way she was struggling to stay standing, she was running on fumes as well, and Zatanna, miraculously, she had chosen wisdom over valor and decided to keep back, firing spells and curses. The rest of the league attacked at close range. Jinx had held out a long while before Trigon smashed her face into a nearby wall and left her body hanging there. Batman had only enough time to get her body off the wall, check her pulse and ensure she was still alive before he had to rejoin the fight. He hoped she was still alive. To be honest, Batman was beginning to wonder if any of them would still be alive when this was all over. Not looking too good, Robin. Batman muttered as he tried to rise to his feet. We've fought worse, Robin growled back, we can beat him. As Batman watched in amazement, Robin tried to rise to his feet before falling back onto his butt with a painful groan. You're done, Dick, Batman growled. No, I'm not. Robin snapped back angrily as he tried to rise again, only to fall again. Harry needs me. You have a compound fracture, Batman stated simply, perhaps, even internal bleeding. You have one good eye left and possibly a concussion. You can no longer fight if you do. You'll die. Then, I'll die, Robin roared. Harry is as much my little brother as he is Raven's. I won't let Trigon have him. Batman glared at the boy he had all but raised for a moment before letting out a sigh of regret as he reached into his belt. Then, I'm sorry about this, Dick, Batman replied before shooting his hand forward and sticking his tranq gun into Robin's neck, causing the boy to look at him in shock. Damn you, Bruce, Robin slurred before passing out. Casting one last sorrowful at his partner, Batman turned back to the fight happening less than 20 feet from him. Wonder Woman had wrapped her lasso around Trigon's neck and was pulling it as hard as she could, while Zatanna was forming golden chains around the demon. While that was happening, Superman was fighting off Trigon's tentacles and keeping them from attacking the other two. Trigon's clothes were in tatters due to how violent the fight had become, leaving just a pair of torn pants to cover his most private parts. Yet with all that the Titans in the League had thrown at him, Trigon seemed to have barely been wounded, with just a few scratches covering his body. Surrender, monster! Wonder Woman screamed as she spun on her heels so that she was facing away from Trigon and pulled as hard as she could. The lasso compels you to heed my orders. And I order you to surrender. He's too strong, Zatanna shouted as sweat poured from her. I can't hold him much longer. With an unearthly howl, Trigon shot his bent arms out, breaking through the golden chains holding him and releasing a shockwave of pure power that threw everyone from their feet. Before anyone could recover, Trigon had lunged forward and grabbed Zatanna by the throat, lifting her easily into the air. Woman's lasso still hanging from his neck. You are an annoying little pest, Trigon growled as Zatanna desperately clawed at his hand, and her feet kicked the air. Time to squash the bug. Drawing back his fist, Trigon shot it forward, causing Zatanna to close her eyes at the expectant attack, only it never came. After several seconds, Zatanna slowly opened her eyes to see Trigon staring at her with an enraged expression, his fist inches from her face. Very clever, Trigon growled, keeping me distracted here while my daughter and your pet wizard try to free the brat's soul from my control. But now I know your plan. And it won't work. Hurling Zatanna away from him, Trigon turned and sprinted down the hall and out of sight. Stop him, Batman shouted as he stumbled to his feet and ran after the demon. He's going after Raven and Dr. Fate. Superman immediately flew into action and disappeared in a blur as he followed after Trigon, leaving only Wonder Woman and Zatanna behind. We have to go after them. Zatanna groaned as she rubbed her neck. They need our help. Agreed. Wonder Woman nodded before rising shakily to her feet. But first, we call in reinforcements. But the tower's locked down, Zatanna said in confusion. No one can get in or out. One person might be able to, Wonder Woman said before reaching up to her ear. John, can you hear me? Come on, Harry, Raven cried as she dragged the little boy behind her. We're almost there. Raven, little Harry cried pathetically. I'm so tired. I know, Harry, but we're almost there, just a little further. It had been hours, it seemed, since Raven and Harry had fled the house, leaving Drive Fate to fight Vernon alone, but the deeper the two ran into Harry's mind, the worse it seemed to get as the pair air attacked by nightmarish memories of all the abuse that Harry had sustained over the years. Shades of Petunia, Vernon, Marge, and her dog Ripper all seemed to come from nowhere and attack the 2s. Eye blings without warning and without mercy. Both Raven and Harry's clothes were in shreds, and both were sporting their fair share of cuts and bruises. At first, Raven had attempted to fight back, only to discover to her horror that her powers had diminished and she could barely defend herself, let alone Harry. The only reason she could think for her current predicament was that Trigon's demonic presence was draining her of her powers while she was inside Harry's mind, meaning that if she didn't get the two out of there soon, they both very might disappear forever, leaving Raven brain dead and Trigon in control of Harry's body. Their only clue that they were going the right way was a silver path that they had been following since leaving Privet Drive, and Raven silently prayed that it was the correct path because if it wasn't, then they were utterly lost inside Harry's mind. A sudden animalistic roar behind them made Raven turn in fear before picking Harry up into her arms and hurrying faster down the path, praying to anything that might be listening that they were almost there. As the roar grew closer, Raven saw the path leading to what looked like a house in the distance and instantly increased her pace. "Raven!" Harry cried in terror. "There's a monster chasing us." "Don't look, Harry," Raven cried back as she used all the energy she had left to increase her pace further. The house was so close. If she could just reach it. "Please," Raven prayed as she felt her limited reserves draining. "Please let me make it." They were less than 20 feet from the door, and Raven could hear something closing on them from behind, but she refused to look back. To look back would be to die, and she refused to let that happen. 10 feet. 5 feet. Almost there. Dipping her shoulder, Raven slammed into the door and nearly took it off the hinges as she barreled inside. Quickly dropping Harry, Raven turned on her heel and slammed the door shut behind her before pressing her back to it. A moment later, something slammed into the door with enough force to nearly send Raven sprawling. Whatever it was slammed into the door twice more before finally there was silence, save for the sound of Harry's sobs. "I always hated wild animals. So difficult to domesticate," a soft voice said, causing Raven to freeze instantly. It was a voice she had heard often in her dreams, and as she slowly turned her head, Raven had to catch her breath to keep from crying. Standing in front of the fireplace, smiling at the gasping girl, was Lily Potter. As Raven tried to regain control of her breathing, she stared at her mother with naked hunger. Lily looked exactly the way she had the last time that Raven had seen her, and she was just as beautiful as Raven remembered. Lily was wearing a pure white robe which seemed to magnify how as she approached, Raven quickly jumped to her feet and pulled Harry safely behind her. "Do not come any closer," Raven snarled. "I don't know what kind of trick this is, but I swear to every deity in existence that I will kill you if you try to hurt my little brother." Lily seemed to ponder Raven's words for a moment before a warm smile came across her face. "Oh, my sweet little night bird," Lily whispered warmly, "I could never harm either of you." Raven's nickname was known to only one person, just one, and as the tears ran down Raven's cheeks, he realized that there was no way for Trigon to fake this, for he would have had no knowledge of Lily's nickname for her daughter. "Mom," Raven asked in a strangled voice, "is it really you?" "It's really me, Raven," Lily said with a happy smile, causing Raven to rush into her arms as sobs racked her body. "Oh, my little night bird," Lily said softly as she gently rubbed Raven's back, "you've grown so beautiful. I wish I could have been there to watch you grow up." "I'm so sorry," Raven sobbed. "If I hadn't been knocked out, you would have died alongside your father and me," Lily replied firmly, pushing Raven away so that she could look her daughter in the eye. "And then who would have looked after Harry?" Suddenly realizing that she had forgotten Harry, Raven turned to see her little brother watching the two women with wide eyes. "Harry," Raven called softly, "come say hi to your mother." "Mummy," Harry breathed in awe before rushing forward. "Mummy, my beautiful boy," Lily whispered as Harry dove into her arms. An instant later, Raven found herself wrapped in Lily's arms as well as her mother held them both tight, the three of them slowly sinking to the floor. "My beautiful children. I am so bloody proud of the two of you." That was too much for Raven. Having her mother hold her again was just too damn much for her, and she collapsed into heartbreaking sobs as Lily held her and her brother tight to her body until, Finally, it felt like Raven had run out of tears to shed. "How are you here?" Raven asked when she finally managed to pull herself together. "How is this possible?" "I am but a piece of Lily Potter, left behind to keep Harry safe," Lily replied sadly. "The ritual you used to protect him from Voldemort." Raven breathed in awe. "You're my brother's protection from Voldemort." "Indeed." Lily smiled, "but my protection is waning due to Trigon's possession of Harry. If he is not stopped soon, I shall disappear altogether. I can't beat him." Raven cried in anguish. "My powers don't work in here, and he's too strong." "Oh, my sweet girl," Lily said gently, touching Raven's cheek, "you're wrong. You have a type of strength that Trigon can never hope to match, love. It's what drove you to rescue your little brother, and it's what drives you to protect him, even with your own life if necessary." The house suddenly shook, making Raven look around in fear for a moment before Lily spoke again. "Our time here grows short, my beautiful babies. You must go and finish Trigon, once and for all." Raven bit her lip as a wave of sorrow too great for her to ignore tore through her. Casting her eyes to Harry, who was still clinging to Lily's robe, Raven suddenly felt like she was a small child again. "I don't want to go," Raven said softly, tears running freely down her cheeks. "I want to stay here with you and Harry." Lily smiled at her daughter, and its beauty was something beyond words as Lily replied in a soft voice. "I want that too, my beautiful night bird. But Harry needs you to save him. He needs his big sister to take him home. Until the day comes when we'll all be together again. Goodbyes, after all, aren't forever, you know." Feeling like her heart was breaking in two, Raven rose slowly to her feet and pulled Harry from Lily's arms as he struggled for all he was worth. "No," Harry sobbed. "No, I want my mummy." Slowly rising to her feet, Lily held out her hand towards the back door. "He knows you are coming, but if you remember what I said, he will have no chance against you." With an almost inhuman amount of effort, Raven forced herself to walk to the door, dragging her sobbing brother with her. As she placed her hand on the doorknob, Raven turned back one final time to her mother, who hadn't moved and was smiling at him with all the love she could bring to bear. "I love you, Mom," Raven whispered, "and I always will." "And you, my beautiful child," Lily replied, "now go and save your little brother." Too consumed with grief to reply, Raven nodded and opened the door. Taking a shaky breath, Raven closed her eyes and stepped through, the door closing behind her with a snap. Once the two were gone, a cloaked figure stepped out from the shadows and approached Lily. "I'm surprised you didn't tell her about me," the figure hissed, causing Lily to turn to it with an amused smirk. "They will find out about you soon enough. After all, you're as much a part of Harry as I am." "Let us hope you are right," the figure replied after a moment of silence. "Should Trigon prevail, it will mean the death of not just my chosen but the entire galaxy. My children will not fail." Lily smirked as she turned back to the fireplace. "Of that, I am completely sure." "Fall, you bastard," Batman snarled as he backflipped away from Trigon, throwing a handful of explosives at the demon, which latched onto his chest and exploded, creating a blanket of smoke that filled the hallway. The few remaining members of the League UE that were still standing had been trying to slow Trigon down for what seemed like an eternity now, yet, it seemed as though they were running out of time as Trigon grew ever closer to the room where Drive, Fate and Raven were meditating. For a few seconds, Batman hoped that they had finally stopped the monster. That hope was dashed a moment later when Trigon leapt out of the smoke with a roar and delivered a devastating punch to Batman's face, rocking his head back. Before Batman could recover, Trigon grabbed his head in both hands and smashed his knee into Batman's face, causing the hero to fall backward with a groan. "Pathetic mortal," Trigon spat before stepping over Batman's prone form and continuing his way toward where his daughter was hiding. It was long past time he ended her continued annoyance of him. Trigon had barely taken 2 steps when Superman crashed into him from behind, picking up the demon and carrying him through the adjacent wall and the next one on the other side of that as well. "Get off!" Trigon roared in rage, bringing his elbow into Superman's face and causing the hero to stumble backward. Spinning, Trigon cracked Superman in the jaw, rocking his head to the side before following up with an open palm strike to the Kryptonian's chest, sending him flying a few feet backward. Spitting a wad of blood in annoyance, Trigon glared at the only mortal that he had met who could actually pose a challenge to him. The fight had affected Superman just as much as it had Trigon, and the demon smiled as he took in his adversary's appearance. Superman's uniform was ripped almost to shreds. The top half and the cape were long since gone, leaving him shirtless and wearing only his pants with half a dozen holes and patches in them. A claw-like slash descended diagonally from Superman's left shoulder to the center of his chest, just one of a dozen different injuries that the hero had sustained during this interminable battle, and yet even with all those injuries, the Kryptonian looked as though he was just getting started, which just pissed Trigon off more. "How dare you stand in my way, mortal?" Trigon roared. "I am a god. Who are you to defy my will?" "Just an ordinary man," Superman spat back, "but the only way you're getting to that room is through me. R-A-A-A-A-A-A-G-G-G-G-G-H-H-H-H. Trigon snarled as he leapt forward. "Burn!" Superman snarled a moment bef. Or his heat vision burst from his eyes and slammed into Trigon's chest, making him cry out in pain. As Trigon continued to cry out, Superman strode forward one step at a time, increasing the pout of his eyes. "Burn!" Trigon snarled, raising his hand to block the beams. "I was born of fire, fool." Rushing forward, Trigon clamped his hand over Superman's eyes, blocking his heat vision before kneeing the hero in the groin. As Superman doubled over in pain, Trigon brought his right elbow onto Superman's back, driving him to his knees before following up with a knee to Superman's chin, sending the Kryptonian onto his back. Not sparing the fallen hero a second glance, Trigon jumped over him and dashed out of the room as fast as he could, determined to stop his daughter before she managed to break his hold on her brother. As she watched Trigon dash out of the room that he and Superman had just crashed into, Wonder Woman growled in fury before raising her hand to her ear. "John, where are you? We can't hold him back for much longer. I've reached the tower. I'm entering it now." The swift reply made Wonder Woman smile in relief. They might survive this, yet. Trigon dashed around the corner and smiled in victory. The door was at the end of the hallways, and as soon as he killed his traitorous daughter, Harry's body would be his, and this entire world would burn beneath his feet as it was always meant to. As Trigon arrogantly strutted towards his target, he suddenly stopped in shock as someone literally rose out of the floor in front of him before becoming solid. It was an alien wearing a dark blue cape and matching shorts and boots, while across his chest was a red X pattern harness. "You will go no further," J'onn J'onzz stated calmly as he raised his fists defensively. "Your path of destruction ends here." Quote, "Oh, come on," Trigon snarled angrily. "How many of you cockroaches are going to keep popping up?" "As many as it takes to knock you out of that poor boy's body," J'onn replied, his red eyes narrowing in anger. "Surrender now, or I will make you." "Every mortal in this tower has fallen before me," Trigon sneered. "What makes you think you will be any different?" "I don't have to defeat you," J'onn replied. "I only have to keep you from entering that room long enough for Dr. Fate and Raven to break your hold on Harry's soul." Snarling at the truth of the matter, Trigon unleashed his tentacles and charged forward, determined to destroy this nuisance, just as he had destroyed every other hero he had encountered in this damn tower. The tentacles joined together into one spiraled spear that shot forward as fast as thought the moment before it connected. However, J'onn turned intangible, causing the spear to pass harmlessly through him. "Is that the best you can do?" J'onn asked mockingly, causing Trigon to snarl in near apoplectic rage. "Not even close, mortal." Author's note: "Yes, I know how much you all hate cliffhangers, and I know how you will all be after my blood for stopping here, but this chapter is the longest one to date, measuring 16 pages long and 8,000 words. I've written, deleted, and rewritten this chapter 4 times, so I hope it holds up to what you guys are accustomed to. If not, let me know where I went wrong or if there's something else you want to see. Now, I know what some of you will be asking. Who is the cloaked figure with Lily? And, what did she mean by her chosen? Well, guess you'll just have to read and find out, won't ya? Chapter 24. Beast Boy paced in his saber-toothed tiger form nervously, for over an hour. He had stood guard in front of a silently meditating drive. Fate and Raven while the tower shook with the battle that was going on. Casting a nervous glance back at the two heroes he was guarding, Beast Boy couldn't help but silently gulp as another tremor shook the tower, much closer than the others. Suddenly, a roar of rage and pain echoed beyond the door, and Beast Boy lowered himself into a defensive position. Even as a tremor of fear raced through him, Beast Boy was under no illusions about who would be the winner if it came to a fight between himself and Trigon. Still, even with the odds against him, Beast Boy swore silently to himself that he would hold this line and die before he let Trigon hurt his friend. As another tremor shook the tower, Beast Boy couldn't help but gulp and pray that Raven and Dr. Fate woke up soon. Batman's whole body screamed in agony as he forced himself to his feet, holding the wall for support. By his reckoning, at least 3 ribs were broken. And he might have a concussion, considering how hard it was to focus. Raising a shaky hand to his cowl, Batman activated his comlink and called out with a growl. Batman to the watchtower. Hey, Bats, what's up? Flash's voice cried out happily a moment later. I have an Omega-level threat, Batman growled, ready the final flash. Whoa, Flash's voice cried in shock. Bats, are you sure? Batman grits his teeth as a fresh wave of pain runs through him. While this is going on, his mind goes over the Justice League's most powerful and devastating weapon, created to be used only as a last resort if there is no other hope for victory. The Final Flash was a cannon that had taken a combined effort from Wayne Enterprises and Star Labs over 5 years to perfect and complete. Once activated, it released a wave of concentrated plasma 3 times hotter than the sun that would vaporize everything within a quarter mile, leaving nothing behind but ash. It was due to the unparalleled destructive capacity of this weapon that the League had decided that it was never to be used under any circumstances unless there was an Omega-level threat that the League couldn't contain. Just do as you're told. Batman snapped back, his anger seemingly intensified by the pain rushing through his body. What's the target? Flash asked, his voice showing how worried he was that the League's G-Reached weapon was actually about to be used. Titan's Tower. Batman growled back, causing silence for a moment before Flash managed to get over his shock and respond. Titan's Tower. Batman, are you sure you want to do this? No, Batman admitted, but there's no other choice. This threat cannot be allowed to leave the tower, or the whole world will burn. Wait, you're there. Flash's voice screamed out, Bats, you gotta get out of there. This blast will kill you. I know, Batman said simply, closing his eyes against the pain, but it will also kill Trigon, and that's all that matters. The mission is all that matters. So do your job and prepare the weapon. I'm not gonna kill you, Bats, Flash's voice said, I'm not doing this, sorry. Fine, Batman growled back as he pulled a small flat-screen tablet from his belt. I'll do it myself. After a moment of furious typing, Batman used his remote login to enter the watchtower and lock Flash out as he began preparing the final flash. Whoa, Batman, what are you doing? Flash's voice cried out in alarm, I've been locked out. I know, Batman said simply, I'm sorry, Flash. But Trigon cannot be allowed to escape Titan's Tower with Arcane's body. This is the only way. Quote, as Batman finished activating the weapon, a 20-minute timer activated and began to count down, making Batman growl with irritation at how long the weapon needed to power up. It was the only drawback to the final flash, but it was an incredibly large one that Batman despised with a passion. Batman, what have you done? Flash cried, I'm locked out. I can't shut it down. It's been an honor. Flash, Batman replied softly before turning his comlink off and slowly sinking to the floor. There was no stopping it now, only Batman could abort the firing, and he had no intention of doing that. As he began to black out, Batman thought he could hear someone screaming his name, but a moment later, he was unconscious and no longer cared. Trigon snarled, in hatred and rage as he took another swipe at Jean, only for it to pass harmlessly through the Martian once again. Hold still, damn you! Trigon roared, causing the whole hallway to shake violently. That would be detrimental to my mission, Jean replied with a smirk that further infuriated Trigon, especially when my mission is not to defeat you but rather interfering with Raven and Dr. Fate's mission of saving Harry from you. That last comment seemed to be the final straw for Trigon as his rage completely consumed him. He had fought an interminable number of opponents throughout the millennium of his existence. But none had dared to defy him like these pathetic mortals had done, and none had enraged Trigon like this filthy Martian had. Raagh. Trigon screamed in pure hate, causing the hallway to shake once again as he unleashed his power in full and causing Jean, for the first time, to appear worried as he hovered above the floor. Snapping his wrists together with his palms facing out toward Jean, Trigon roared an inhuman cry of challenge before a blast of fire shot out toward Jean faster than thought. Jean only had time to open his mouth in alarm before he was engulfed in flame, causing the Martian to scream out in agony as he thrashed about trying to put himself out. Too busy in his agony, Jean couldn't keep his intangibility, and Trigon seized upon it instantly. Delivering 3 powerful punches to the Martian's head, Trigon finished by grabbing Jean's harness, spinning him in a circle before slamming his head into the hallway wall and throwing the Martian to the floor. As Trigon stared down at the unconscious hero in disgust, he considered, for a moment, killing the bastard, but that idea was quickly extinguished as he remembered that he was running on borrowed time. He needed to kill his daughter and her helper before they managed to free the boy from Trigon's control. Pausing only long enough to spit on Jean's unconscious body, Trigon cracked his neck and strode toward the door. As he reached it, he smiled in victory before lunging forward and grabbing the door in both hands, ripping it from the hinges and throwing it carelessly behind him before stepping in with a cruel smile. He had barely taken a step inside when something crashed into him, forcing him to take a step back. Looking down in annoyance, Trigon saw that he had been pushed back by a green rhino, which then quickly jumped back and transformed into a giant green grizzly bear. As it stood protectively in front of his meditating daughter and another wearing a gold helmet. "I give you this one chance only, mortal," Trigon smirked as he stepped inside the room and crossed his arms. "Step aside and live or continue to annoy me and die. Decide." Beast Boy said nothing, simply growled in the challenge as he extended his claws and made Trigon smile cruelly. "Have it your way, then," Trigon smirked before rushing forward as Beast Boy did the same thing. The two crashed into one another, and the room shook violently as Beast Boy roared out his challenge and prepared to do whatever he could to keep Trigon away from Raven and Dr. Fate. Raven cast her gaze around the room as the door closed behind her, the only sound being from Harry, who was sobbing at her to let him go so he could return to their mother. It broke her heart to have to hold him back, but she knew that she had no other choice. The room itself was dark and had the appearance of a stone dungeon. Along the wall hung torches that sputtered with flame as they cast a warm light around her. "Let me go," Harry sobbed. "I want my mummy. Let me go." "That's enough," Raven snapped, causing Harry to look at her in shock as tears ran down his cheeks. Raven had to shut her eyes as a wave of despair ran through her. She didn't want to yell at Harry, and to be honest, she didn't want to be here either. She would much prefer to be with her mother in the other room, but right now Harry needed her to be strong, or they would both be killed by Trigon and lost in Harry's mind forever. "Harry," Raven said in a soft voice, "I know that you're scared. I'm scared too, but our friends need us to stop Trigon. If he manages to take control of your body, the whole world will suffer." "But I'm just a kid," Harry cried pathetically. "How can I stop him?" "You aren't alone, Harry," Raven replied firmly. "I am here with you." "How adorable," a voice drawled sarcastically, causing Raven and Harry to turn quickly in sudden fear. Suddenly, all the torches seemed to blaze with light, and the chamber became suddenly brighter, forcing Raven and Harry to shield their eyes for a moment. When Raven lowered her arm, she couldn't help but gasp at what she saw. The chamber was enormous and appeared to be made of gray stone. Stone columns rose high into the air before disappearing into the darkness above, and from each column hung a red banner that had Trigon's symbol emblazoned in black. But the thing that drew Raven's gaze was what lay at the far end of the chamber. A long red carpet led from the doorway that Raven and Harry had entered to a great throne of black onyx, upon which sat Trigon, who was lazily resting his head on one fist as he stared at the two of them with an amused smirk. "Welcome, my daughter and son," Trigon growled. "Have you come to pledge your loyalty to me?" "No," Raven snapped as Harry hid behind her. "We've come to send you back to hell where you belong." Trigon issued an amused chuckle at that before slowly rising to his feet and descending down the stairs of the throne. "Quite the challenge, daughter. Are you sure you're up for it? I told you once before," Raven growled, "You are not my father. James Potter was my father. Harry Potter is my brother. And as long as there is a breath in my body, I will not let you have him." At the end of this declaration, Raven shot her right arm forward, and a blast of black energy shot out of her hand, which slammed into Trigon's chest and sent the demon crashing into his throne, which shattered as he crashed into it. "Only one of us is leaving this place alive, Trigon," Raven shouted as power began to fill her. Her mother had been right, it seemed. Raven's love for her brother and her friends appeared to be giving her back the power that Trigon had taken from her, and as the demon rose angrily from the rubble of what had once been his throne, Raven raised her fists defensively. "You were right about that, daughter, and for that, you have my apologies," Trigon growled as he shot forward and delivered a brutal punch with every word. "For it will not punch me, punch." At the last word, Trigon sent a powerful punch to the center of Raven's chest, sending her flying into a nearby pillar that cracked under the impact, leaving behind spiderweb-like cracks. Turning slowly, Trigon sneered down at Harry, who had watched with growing horror as his sister was brutally beaten and was now staring up at Trigon with terror, barely able to keep from shaking. "Don't be afraid, my son. Your body will soon be mine, and we will do extraordinary things together. This whole universe will bow before us, Trigon," Raven's voice screamed out, making the demon's smirk drop as he turned back to his daughter, who was leaning against a nearby column as she glared hatefully at him. "Get the hell away from my brother." At the last word, Raven grabbed the column that she had been leaning against and ripped it from the ground, making Trigon's eyes widen in shock. Before he had a chance to do anything else, however, Raven swung the column at him while screaming, "Duck, Harry." The little boy immediately dropped to the ground as the column slammed into Trigon's stomach, shattering into rubble as it sent Trigon flying into the air, only to crash into the nearby wall and slam into the ground. Taking what was left of the column, Raven aimed it at Trigon's slowly rising body and hurled it like a spear. Trigon had just risen to his feet when the broken column slammed into his head, causing it to drive his head into the wall behind him. Taking advantage of the small window that her attack had granted her, Raven flew to Harry's side and kneeled down in front of him, grabbing his hands in her own. "Harry, I need your help." "What?" Harry asked in bemusement. "How can I help?" "This isn't your true form, Harry," Raven said quickly. "You have great power sleeping inside you, and I need that power, or Trigon will win this fight. And help me destroy Trigon, once and for all." Harry stared at her in shock for a moment when Raven was suddenly pulled from his grip. Trigon had finally gotten back to his feet and had slammed into his daughter with all the strength and speed he could bring to bear, driving her into a nearby column as he punched at every part of her body that he could hit. "He is mine," Trigon snarled as he delivered a powerful blow to Raven's head, "and I will never let him go." "No," Harry screamed as tears ran down his face. "Stop. Stop it, stoop." As Harry screamed out the last word, a blinding white light surrounded him, causing Trigon and Raven to stare at Harry for a moment. The only difference between the two was that Raven now had a smirk on her face as she realized what was coming. When the light finally died down, Trigon glared hatefully at the spot where once stood a small child. In its place now stood Harry, dressed in his arcane uniform, with his hood raised so that the only thing that Trigon could see of Harry's face were his bright green eyes. Slowly, Harry raised his hand to his hood and lowered it from his head so that Trigon could see the boy's face. Harry glared hatefully at Trigon for a moment before slowly cracking his neck, followed a moment later by his knuckles. "Let go of my sister," Harry growled, making Trigon smirk at him before he carelessly tossed Raven to the floor. "And just what do you think you're going to be able to do here?" Trigon asked sarcastically. "I am master of this body now. You're just along for the ride." Before either combatant could do anything further, the chamber door exploded outward, causing both Harry and Trigon to turn to it in surprise. Out of the dust and debris stepped Drive. Fate, looking considerably worse for wear. His costume was torn in places, and his helmet had several dents in it. His cape was ripped to shreds. And as Harry watched, he thought he could see a bit of blood running down from under Drive Fate's helmet. "This ends now, demon." "Doctor," Fate snarled, his voice showing just how angry he was. "So orders Fate." Massaging her jaw, Raven rose to her feet and took a step forward as Trigon looked around with a sarcastic smile. He was surrounded on three sides by Arcane, Raven, and Dr. Fate, and yet he still expected to be the winner when all was said and done. Look at the three of you, Trigon smirked, so sure of your own success. I almost feel sorry for what I'm about to do to the three of you. Almost. You talk too much, Harry replied before surging forward to punch Trigon's jaw, Raven and Dr. Fate attacking the exact moment he did. Author's note. For my fellow nerds that recognized where the weapon got its name, I salute you. Chapter 25. The Dark Chamber shook violently from the impact of the battle that was going on within it. Broken columns lay in rubble, and deep craters scattered the floor, showing how brutal the battle had become. Why won't you die? Trigon roared as he grabbed Drive Fate's leg from where he lay and hurled him into the nearby wall, where the hero lay in a crumpled heap for a moment before rising shakily back to his feet. Because I am not simply a man who can be killed, Fate replied angrily. I am a Lord of Order, and order shall prevail. Yeah, what he said. Harry joked as he flew at Trigon, using both feet to deliver a kick to the demon's head, which caused him to stumble forward, right into Raven's fist, which Str. UCK Trigon hard in the jaw and sent him spinning and stumbling back, right into Harry's uppercut, which rocked the demon back again. Seizing the moment, Raven grabbed Trigon from behind, wrapping her arms around the demon before falling backward and slamming Trigon's head into the ground behind them. Roaring in hatred, Trigon slammed his elbow into his daughter's stomach, making her gasp in pain and release her hold on him. Jumping to his feet, Trigon grabbed Raven's hair and pulled her to her feet. As he pulled back his fist to pulverize her face, Harry appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Trigon's arm before shooting into the air, spinning in a 360-degree circle to build up momentum, and releasing Trigon so that he shot to the ground like a falling star, leaving a sizable crater in the stone floor. Before Trigon could do anything other than groan from his impact, Harry dropped himself right onto Trigon's head, driving his feet right into the demon's face and increasing the size of the crater. Before Harry could do anything else, Trigon's hand shot out and grabbed Harry's leg, pulling him from his feet, as fast as thought. Trigon jumped to his feet and spun Harry in a circle before releasing the boy and sending him crashing into Drive Fate, who had been charging forward. This dude is really starting to piss me off, Harry grumbled as he attempted to extricate himself from Dr. Fate. Agreed, Fate spat back. We need to end this battle before our allies outside can no longer hold back your body. As the two heroes rose to their feet, Harry cracked his neck before leveling a glare worthy of Batman on Trigon. You cannot beat me, brat, Trigon spat as he wiped blood from his nose. Join me, and together we will rule this world. And every world in the universe. For a moment, silence reigned in the chamber as Harry and Trigon faced one another before Harry suddenly began to laugh uncontrollably, making Trigon frown at him in confusion. Couple of things, Harry said when he finally stopped laughing, wiping the tears from his eyes. First, my name ain't Anakin Skywalker, so your join the dark side speech ain't gonna work on me. Secondly, why in the hell would I ever want to join forces with a pedophile? For the first time in her life, Raven watched as her father looked shocked and confused, which nearly caused Raven to burst into laughter. Pedophile? Trigon asked in surprise. Yeah, Harry smirked. What else do you call it when a grown man is after a kid's body? Raven couldn't help herself at Harry's words. She snorted in amusement before descending into a fit of giggles, which made Trigon's shock turn into rage at being laughed at. How dare you? Trigon roared, making the entire chamber shake as he unleashed his power in full and charged at Harry, fully intent on killing the brat for so daring to insult him so. Diana, can you hear me? Diana. Wonder Woman slowly opened her eyes as Flash's voice rang out in her ear, slamming her sword into the floor. She used it as a cane to slowly level herself to her feet, using the wall beside her to support herself as she raised a shaky hand to her ear. I'm here, Flash. Oh, thank God. Flash's voice replied instantly, listen. You got to get out of there. Titan's tower is gonna be gone in 10 minutes. What are you talking about? Wonder Woman demanded, ripping her sword out of the floor before limping down the hallway. Batman's activated the final flash, Flash replied, making Wonder Woman's eyes widen in shock. He's locked me out of the system. I can't stop it. Hera. No, Wonder Woman said in horror. Is there any way to shut it down? Only Batman can do that. Flash replied, so you'll have to find him and get him to punch in the deactivation code. How long do I have? Less than 10 minutes. Understood. Wonder Woman shouted back before flying off down the hallway as fast as she could. She had to find Batman before the entire tower was reduced to ash and fire. Trigon had lost his patience. These pathetic heroes were nothing but bugs beneath his boot, at least that should have been the case, and yet he had been beaten back repeatedly by them. Now, even after beating nearly all of them, he still had one more to defeat before killing his daughter and finally claiming complete ownership over Harry's body. You cannot win. Trigon snarled. Surrender, N.D.I. will make your death quick and merciful. Eat a dick. Beast Boy spat back, wiping the blood from his nose before transforming into a Triceratops and charging at Trigon again. Trigon snarled at the challenge and planted his feet, attempting to stop the green dinosaur's charge, only to groan. A wave of pain ran through him which gave Beast Boy the distraction he needed to push Trigon through the wall of the room and back into the hallway. Before he could push him any further, Trigon regained his composure and grabbed the dinosaur's horns, stopping the attack and creating a standoff where neither combatant could press their attack. Trigon internally groaned as another wave of pain rushed through him. He was being forced to split his attention between two fronts, and it was why he was having such a hard time finishing off the green bug that he should have squashed long ago. Because of the battle inside Harry's body, Trigon was forced to split his power in half to account for the two battles he was fighting simultaneously. It was the reason why this fight with Beast Boy was actually proving a challenge when by all accounts, it should have been over the moment that Trigon first struck the little green bastard. Beast Boy's eyes suddenly shifted to something behind Trigon, but before the demon could turn to see what it was, the green dinosaur transformed into a kangaroo and swiftly delivered a solid kick to Trigon's stomach that lifted him into the air, right into the path of Superman, who wrapped his arms around the snarling demon and shot upwards into the ceiling, carrying Trigon with him, and leaving only a gasping Beast Boy lying on his back and staring at the hole in the roof with a happy expression on his face. Oh, thank God, Beast Boy gasped as he struggled to get back to his feet. Truth be told, the battle was the most intense of his life, and he had begun to worry how much longer he would be able to hold Trigon back. Die, 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 Trigon roared as he slammed Raven into the ground repeatedly. He was holding her by her legs and was swinging her over his head before slamming her into the ground. Dr. Fate was trying to wiggle himself out from under a nearby column, while Harry was received an uppercut of such magnitude that it had sent him sailing up into the darkness above. Raven was sure by this point that she was going to die as she had nothing left to fight with. Her powers were spent, her strength depleted, and even though she knew that this wasn't her real body and that all the pain she was feeling wasn't real, she still felt like every movement was an ocean of agony. Trigon! Harry screamed as he came racing out from the darkness above. The demon only had a second to look up before Harry's fist smashed into Trigon's face and sent him flying away from Raven, who fell to the ground in a heap. Not wasting a minute, Harry followed after his target, pushing himself to go faster than he had ever gone before, easily surpassing Trigon. Harry's topped once he had and delivered a powerful punch, sending the demon rocketing in the other direction, only to once again have Harry pass him by and send another devastating punch, an uppercut, which sent Trigon spiraling into the air, where Harry was once again waiting for him with his clasped fists raised over his head. Take this, fucker, Harry roared as he brought his hands down and sent Trig on shooting straight to the ground at the speed of a fallen star. As Trigon hit, the entire chamber shook, and dust and debris filled the air, creating a suffocating blanket of dust that made vision impossible. Rising to her feet, Raven coughed violently as the combination of dust and injuries made it difficult to do so. From some distance away, she could see Harry helping drive Fate move off a column that had been lying on him. Please tell me that asshole is finally dead, Harry groaned as Fate rose to stand beside him. I doubt it will be that easy, drive. Fate replied, though even he sounded like he was growing tired. Also, watch your language, Raven said, trying to sound stern. We could possibly die in here, and you're worried about my language. Harry asked in mock seriousness. Pause. Idle death is no excuse to forget one's manners, Drive. Fate replied, making Raven grin and Harry shake his head. Enough. A voice roared, causing the three heroes to wince at the noise before turning. To see a badly battered and bleeding Trigon rising from a very deep crater in the floor, I have had enough of you pathetic little bugs. Begone from my sight. At the last word, white light surrounded Drive, Fate and Raven for a moment before they disappeared. What did you do to them? Harry roared. I sent them back to their bodies, where they belong. Trigon smirked. It's just you and me in here now. Cracking his knuckles, Trigon took a menacing step forward as he glared down at Harry. Now, let's see how strong you are without their help. Raven's eyes shot open, and for a moment, she didn't know where she was. When the moment finally passed, Raven was horrified when she realized she was back in her body. What happened? Raven asked out loud as she tried to rise to her feet. Trigon has banished us from Harry's mind, Drive. Fate replied as he, too, rose to his feet. Well, we must go back in. Raven replied quickly, Harry needs our help. It is impossible, Drive. Fate said sadly, your father is actively keeping us out. And I no longer have the power to get us back in. So, what does that mean? Raven demanded. It means that your brother is, unfortunately, on his own. He's not strong enough. Raven cried out. My father will tear him apart. We must have faith that your brother will find a way, Drive. Fate replied at once, in the meantime, we must help Harry where we can. You mean in the physical world? Raven asked, gaining a nod from Dr. Fate. Indeed. If we keep Trigon's attention on us out here in the physical world, it might give your brother an advantage in the mental world. As Raven opened her head to respond, Beast Boy's voice cut her off. Ray. What are you doing here? Did you guys beat Trigon? Turning to her teammate, Raven couldn't help but wince in sympathy. His uniform was torn in places, and his left eye was swollen shut while blood ran freely from his nose. He was leaning heavily against what used to be the door frame but was now a gaping hole. And Raven quickly rushed to his side and helped him gently to the floor. Did you beat him? Beast Boy wheezed. No, Raven admitted sadly, Trigon forced us out before we could finish him off. That sucks. Beast Boy wheezed one final time before he passed out. As gently as she could, Raven placed Beast Boy against the nearby wall before rising to her feet. Leave him be, Drive. Fate said softly, he can fight no more and would only be a hindrance. Glad to see how much respect you have for your allies, Raven sneered as she turned to face the sorcerer. You misunderstand my words for insouciance, Fate replied testily. I care a great deal for the welfare of my allies, but Trigon must not be allowed to escape this tower with your brother's body under his control. The consequences LD prove disastrous to not just this world but all worlds. A sudden tremor in the tower seemed to convey the seriousness of Fate's words and caused both heroes to look out into the hallway just in time. To see Trigon come crashing out of the ceiling, followed quickly by Superman, who delivered such a powerful punch that it sent Trigon into the floor, Superman once again following behind. Let's end this, Raven said as she raised her hood over her head, once and for all. I couldn't agree more, Fate replied as he rose into the air and created a giant golden ankh, which enveloped both Raven and Fate, causing them to disappear. Diana grew desperate as she tried to awaken Batman. He was the only one who could stop the final flash, yet she couldn't seem to rouse her teammate no matter what she tried. Wake up, Wonder Woman cried in frustration as she slapped Batman again. Wake up, damn you. As she pulled back her arm to deliver another slap, Batman groaned and slowly opened his eyes, making Wonder Woman gasp with relief and lower her arm. Oh, thank the gods. Why are you slapping me? Batman asked in annoyance as Wonder Woman helped him to his feet. Because, you insufferable male, Wonder Woman retorted. You've activated the final flash, the League's approval, and may kill us all. I had no choice, Diana, Batman growled back. Trigon cannot be allowed to leave the tower with Arcane's body under his control. Quote, so, you just decided to give up? Wonder Woman demanded, grabbing the front of Batman's uniform and pinning him to the wall. That is not the way of heroes. Our way is to fight. That is how we live. And that is how we die. We're being beaten, Batman growled, badly. And if this is how powerful Trigon is with a 12-year-old's body, imagine how powerful he'll become when Arcane's all grown up. The whole damn universe would be at risk. So, I took action to ensure that wouldn't happen. That was not your call to make. Wonder Woman shouted in Batman's face, deactivate the weapon. Now, I can't do that, Diana. I'm sorry, but Trigon cannot be allowed to escape. Bruce, have you no faith in your friends? Wonder Woman asked desperately, we have not yet lost this fight. Please, shut down the final flash. Have faith in us. For a moment, the two heroes simply stared at each other in silence before Batman finally issued a growl of annoyance and nodded, causing Wonder Woman to smile happily and wrap her arms around his neck, making Batman hiss in pain. When the heroine finally released him, Batman pulled the small tablet from his belt and punched in the deactivation code. The screen showing final flash shutting down a second later. Thank you, my friend. Wonder Woman said happily. They better win, Batman growled back in annoyance. Author's note. Due to how long it's been since I last posted, I figured you guys deserved 2 chapters at once. The next chapter is the final battle between Trigon and the team. Who will win? Tune in next week to find out. Chapter 26. Harry groaned as he raised himself off the ground following Trigon's latest attack. Spitting a glob of blood, Harry raised his fists again as he glared at his hated adversary. That all you got? Growling with contempt, Trigon stomped forward for a moment before stopping and glaring at his foe. Why won't you just die? Because you hit like a bitch. Harry sneered back, and because this is my body. And I want you out. You're not strong enough, boy, to take this body from me, Trigon sneered. And you're not strong enough to knock me down. Harry roared back defiantly. No matter how many times you knock me down, I'm just going to keep coming back for more until I kick your sorry ass. Out. Trigon glared at Harry for a moment before a thoughtful expression appeared, followed quickly by a cruel grin that made Harry suddenly nervous. Let's try a different approach then, shall we? Trigon said with a smirk before casually waving his hand, sending the room into complete darkness and leaving Harry temporarily blind. Do you know what I have learned in my eons of existence, boy? Trigon's voice asked from out of the darkness. Not how to fight like a man, that's for sure. Harry shouted as he spun around defensively, yet unable to see anything. I have learned that there are many ways to kill a being. Flesh that burns, bones that break, but to kill a being's spirit is to truly destroy them. And you think you can destroy mine? Harry sneered. Good luck with that. Ignorant child, have you not yet wondered why your sister and the rest of THO's hero scum were lying in wait for you? Why did they begin a sealing spell on you the moment you returned home? Harry frowned as he realized Trigon was right, yet quickly shook the thought away and squinted into the darkness. It's because they feared your power if left unchecked. And now that I've shown them what your body is truly capable of, they'll never fully trust you again. Because they know that one day, you still turn into me. You're lying. Harry snarled back. Raven knows that I would never do that. And if she were no longer around to stop them. Trigon smirked. Then what? Shut up. Harry roared. You will not touch her. You forget, boy. Trigon laughed from somewhere in the darkness. I am a demon. I exist everywhere. Past, present, and future. And I see them simultaneously. I have seen your future. Harry Potter. And whether you defeat me or not, I still win. Liar. Harry denied with all the hate he could muster, making Trigon chuckle cruelly. You truly believe that I'm lying? Then allow me to disabuse you of that lie. Behold your future. The chamber suddenly exploded with light, forcing Harry to throw an arm over his eyes. After a few moments, Harry slowly lowered his arm, only to gasp in horror at what he beheld. It appeared as though he was standing in the ruins of what used to be a city. Fire roared out of control all around him as building aft. Our building succumbed to the raging inferno and crumbled to the ground. The sky above was an angry red-orange, filled with smoke, making it look like Harry had descended into hell. But the worst thing of all was the bodies. Hundreds of bodies lay in the street or atop vehicles. A few fell to the ground in heaps as the buildings they were in collapsed, yet even with all this death around him, Harry could still hear screams echoing throughout the city. Good God, where am I? Harry thought in horror as he slowly backed into a nearby alley. Is this the future? What the hell happened? A sud. N blast shook the ground and made Harry whip his head around for the source. Seeing the cloud of smoke not far from him, Harry rose into the air to see what had happened and if someone could tell him what was happening. As he got closer, Harry saw that the blast had originated from what looked like a battlefield. As Harry got closer, his blood ran cold, and he almost flew out of the air as he saw what was happening before him. Standing in the center of the battlefield stood an older Harry. He was over 6 feet and wore black combat pants and a blood-red shirt under a long black duster coat. Fu Chure Harry had long shoulder-length black hair that blew with the breeze, and where once his emerald green eyes shined, now a pair of blood-red ones gazed out. As younger Harry shifted his gaze to what was going on around his future self, his horror grew. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of dead heroes, and younger Harry felt tears run down his face as he saw a few he knew, including Beast Boy, Black Canary, Supergirl, Batgirl, Shazam, Hawkgirl, and a decapitated Batman. His future self was holding the lifeless head of Flash. Not far away, the body lay bleeding heavily, with a sneer. Future Harry threw the head over his shoulder before turning to the few remaining heroes facing him. Standing in a semicircle around future Harry was a heavily wounded Wonder Woman, a Superman WHO was bleeding heavily and missing his left arm, Starfire, a badly injured Aquaman, Firestorm, and finally, a heavily wounded Green Arrow. That's enough, Harry, Wonder Woman shouted as she lifted her sword at him. Surrender. Crossing his arms over his chest, future Harry glared at the only ones left to stand against him. You 6 are the only ones left, future Harry growled back contemptuously. Do you really think you have a chance? Even if we don't, Aquaman growled as he leaned heavily on his trident, we will stand against you in defense of the innocent as heroes should. There are no innocents, future Harry snarled. Not anymore. When humanity discovered magic was real, and the statute of secrecy fell, any one of them could have stood up and said, no, we will not behave like animals anymore. Instead, they behaved exactly as they always have when confronted with something they don't understand. They slaughtered as many of my people as they could find, including children. And what did you do when my people were being burned alive? Nothing. The heroes all flinched as one at future Harry's words, causing younger Harry to stare at his heroes in shock. Had they really Saint allowed the Muggles to slaughter the magical world and done nothing to stop it? And when they discovered that my sister was magical when they murdered a hero, one of your allies, what did you do? What did you do? Younger Harry words. Raven had been burned alive. And the Justice League just let it happen. It wasn't our fault. Starfire cried out. We tried to save her. But the humans prevented us. Exactly. Future Harry snarled. They kept you from stopping them as they burned someone they considered a hero alive. You cannot punish the whole world for the actions of a few. Superman snapped angrily. Yes, I can. Future Harry said with a cruel smile. I will wipe the stain of humanity from the face of this planet, once and for all. Then the only ones left will be my people, and they will worship me as a god for saving them from your kind. So that's what this is really about, huh? Firestorm sneered. You slaughter the world and take power from the survivors. You're no better than the villains we used to fight. Quote, you're right, future Harry sneered before disappearing and reappearing behind Firestorm. Before the hero could defend himself, future Harry shoved his hand into Firestorm's back, punching his fist out of the hero's chest. Leaning close, future Harry whispered into Firestorm's ear. I'm worse than they were. Firestorm only had time to gasp before future Harry ripped his arm from the hero's body, sending the corpse to the ground in a heap as the other heroes stared in horror. Do you realize what you've done? Wonder Woman shouted as Firestorm's body began to glow. Oh yes, future Harry said with a grin, I've just won. As one, the heroes charged toward future Harry, but before they reached him, Firestorm's body exploded in a blinding flash of bright white light, enveloping the entire city in mere moments and making younger Harry throw his arm over his eyes again. As the darkness returned, Trigon's voice cruelly laughed out at Harry. Now, do you see, boy? Whether you defeat me or not is irrelevant, you still become a monster. Harry collapsed to his knees in despair as Trigon's words struck him like hammer blows, after what he had just witnessed. How could he possibly argue with the demon? That is enough, deceiver. A voice said softly, yet seemed to echo throughout the chamber, making Harry's head shoot up to see who had spoken. Out of the darkness stepped a cloaked figure whose face Harry was unable to see. As the figure spoke again, Harry had a flash of recognition. It was the same voice that had spoken to him when he had been alone in the darkness. "He belongs to me, demon," the figure said in a voice so cold that it seemed to freeze Harry's very blood, "and none but I shall have him." Raising its hand above its head, the figure snapped its fingers, causing light to flood the chamber and making Harry throw his arm over his eyes again. When he finally lowered his arm, he saw Trigon standing at the far end of the chamber. What surprised Harry the most, however, was the look on Trigon's face. It was a look that Harry had yet to see on the demon's face: fear. "How are you here?" Trigon asked in a shocked voice. "Why? Oh, you swore that you would never take another, not after what happened to the last one." "I never thought I would," the figure replied in the same voice, "but sometimes, even I am proven wrong." "Then I challenge," Trigon cried angrily. "I challenge for the right to this body. And why should I oblige such a challenge?" The figure replied mockingly, "The boy is already mine. So why should I accept your challenge?" Does anyone care that I'm still here?" Harry asked suddenly, wincing as both shouted back simultaneously. "No, you'll accept my challenge," Trigon snarled, "because even you must follow the rules of the universe. And the rules state that anyone can challenge your chosen to test whether they are worthy of such an honor. And until you officially crown him, he is open to challenge from any who do so." "Chosen?" Harry asked in confusion. "Challenge?" The figure didn't say a word. It just stood and stared at Trigon for a moment before releasing a sigh of annoyance. "Very well, then. The challenge is accepted." "Hey, don't accept it on my account," Harry shouted in indignation as he rose slowly to his feet. The figure then turned to Harry and seemed to study him for a moment, and before placing a calming hand on Harry's shoulder, which seemed to relax him for some reason. "Where are we, Harry?" "What?" Harry asked in confusion. "Where are we?" the figure asked again expectantly, tilting its head at him as though speaking to a slow child. "I don't know," Harry snapped back in annoyance. "In my head." "Exactly," the figure replied happily. "We're in your head. And Trigon is just a visitor. He only has as much power as you give him." Harry's eyes widened as he realized the truth of its words. This was his head, which meant he was in control of what went on within it. Closing his eyes in concentration momentarily, Harry gasped in surprise as music began to play throughout the chamber. Realizing that the figure was right, a Grinch-like smile spread across Harry's face as he turned to face Trigon. "You have the strangest taste in music, child," the figure said as it shook its head wearily. Cracking his neck, Harry winked at Trigon as he raised his fists. "Let's try this again, squatter," Harry said with a smirk, causing Trigon to roar with hatred before he charged forward. After a moment's hesitation, Harry issued a scream of defiance and charged forward as well. Trigon howled with anger as he ripped Drive Fate off his back and threw the Lord of Order down the hall. He had barely taken a breath when his daughter hit him with a blast of shadows that sent him onto his back. A moment later, Superman delivered a powerful punch to the demon, which sent him onto the floor and through the floor beneath that as well. Finally coming to rest on the third floor, he crashed into. Quickly rolling out of the way of another powerful punch, Trigon willed his tentacles to turn into a spear and stab the Kryptonian, only to start with surprise as they didn't come out. Growling with annoyance, Trigon lunged forward and delivered 2 punches to Superman's jaw, rocking his head back and forth. However, to the demon's surprise, Superman looked back at him with a small grin. "That didn't pack nearly the punch that you used to have. Looks like Harry's finally beating you back." "He won't succeed," Trigon snarled. "This body is mine. This entire galaxy will be mine. Not if we have anything to say about it," Superman retorted, delivering an uppercut that sent Trigon back up through the hole that he had just caused and into another punch, this one delivered by Wonder Woman. That sent Trigon flying sideways into another room, via through the wall. As Superman flew up from the hole, he gazed down at his battered allies. There wasn't one of them who hadn't been badly beaten since this battle had begun, God knows how long ago. "He's weakening," Superman said quickly. Harry must be finally regaining control of his body. We just need to keep Trigon distracted a little while longer. Don't let him gain an ounce of momentum, then. Wonder Woman cried as she lifted her sword. For Olympus, let's finish this. For Harry, Raven said softly, drawing nods from the others. Let's send this filth back to hell where he belongs. Before anyone could add anything further, the wall that Trigon had just been knocked through exploded in a shower of debris, causing the heroes to turn to see a snarling and heavily bleeding Trigon who looked quite deranged. I am the conqueror of a million worlds. Trigon shouted hysterically, the defiler of innocence. Evil given form. My power is absolute, and I will not be beaten by a bunch of weak mortals. I will kill you all, then resurrect you so as to continue your agony for all time. I think not. Raven shouted back as she charged. Behind her, she could hear the others following suit as they rushed toward what they hoped was the final battle. Trigon had just choke-slammed Harry and was preparing to stomp on his face when the song began, causing the momentary distraction that Harry needed to roll out of the way. Not wasting a minute, Harry jumped to his feet, delivering a powerful uppercut that knocked Trigohei to fought. Harry saw out of the corner of his eye, the figure watching with its hands folded into its robe. This is your time to pay. This is your judgment day. We made a sacrifice. And now we get to take your life. Trigon surged forward to grab Harry's face, and Harry reacted instinctively, delivering a powerful punch to his jaw that sent him flying up into the air, where Harry was waiting with a cartoonishly large baseball bat. As Trigon got close, Harry swung the bat with all his might, sending Trigon flying up into the darkness of the ceiling above. We shoot without a gun. We'll take on anyone. It's really nothing new. It's just a thing we like to do. Trigon roared back down from the ceiling, howling with hatred, his arm extended with the intent to crush Harry like a bug. That plan was swiftly derailed as Harry flew forward in a sudden burst of speed, pushing his powers as he had never done before. The two met in an explosion of energy, which sent Trigon straight into the floor, creating another large crater. In contrast, Harry was sent crashing into the rubble of what was once a pillar. Seeing Trigon groaning with pain and not wanting to lose the momentum, Harry ignored his screaming body and willed himself to his feet. Taking advantage of Trigon's injury, Harry suddenly imagined a giant jackhammer, which then appeared over the hole in which Trigon lay. An instant later, the jackhammer began pummeling Trigon mercilessly as the song continued. You better get ready to die. You better get ready to kill. You better get ready to run 'cause here we come. Oh, oh. You better get ready to die. As the instrumental part of the song began, Harry willed the jackhammer away, allowing Trigon to slowly and painfully pull himself out of the hole in which Harry had sent him. The demon's left arm appeared broken, and as he snarled weakly at Harry, the boy saw that several of the demon's teeth had been knocked out. You cannot win, brat, Trigon growled softly, even if you beat me. You saw what you become. You will always be a monster, whether I'm the one in control or not. Harry paled a bit at the thought that there might be a hint of truth to Trigon's words, and that the future that Harry saw might, in fact, be genuine. Before he could dwell on it for long, however, Harry felt the figure's hand on his shoulder. Looking up at it, Harry saw the figure nod at him as a feeling of peace suddenly entered him, which he thanked it for with a nod of his own. Turning back to the gasping demon, Harry swallowed down his fear. I will never turn into the monster I saw. No matter what this life throws at me, I will not become him. Trigon chuckled darkly at that before grimacing as a wave of pain tore through him, which made him gasp for a moment. You act as if you have a choice, boy. Trigon smirked once he was able to speak again. Your fate is fixed. Dread it, run from it, destiny arrives all the same. I look forward to proving you wrong, Harry sneezed. Red as a doorway filled with light appeared directly behind Trigon. Now, get out of my body. As Harry said the last part, Harry flew forward and punched Trigon in the face with all the energy he had left, sending the demon screaming in anger directly through the doorway, which instantly disappeared once Trigon passed through it. As the last of his power finally left him, Harry felt exhaustion hit him, almost sending him to his knees. Yet, he was determined to get some answers before he passed out. Turning to the figure, Harry was relieved to see that it hadn't disappeared. Okay, who the hell are you? Harry demanded. And what did you mean by chosen? I want answers. You are not ready for them. The figure replied softly. One day, you will understand, but until then, I must make you forget. Raising its hand at Harry, the figure snapped its fingers again, causing Harry's eyes to roll into the back of his head as he collapsed to the floor. Turning away from the boy, the figure walked to a nearby door that lay hidden in the darkness. As the figure approached, the door opened on its own accord, showing a spiral set of stone steps that led down. As the figure descended the stairs, it stood before a prison cell, behind which sat a dark figure with its back to the opposite wall, its arms resting on its raised knees. Do you really think you can hold me forever? The shadow asked sarcastically. The boy's emotions caused a crack in my cage once, it'll happen again. And next time, you won't be able to stop me from getting out. I have repaired the cracks in your cage, the figure replied softly. It will hold for now. I am under no illusions about your incarceration. I know you will escape someday. Then what's the point in keeping me here? The shadow sneered back. Because you are my chosen's final test. The figure hissed back. One day when he is ready, he will release you from your cage. And on that day, when he finally kills you, his demonic half, I will know he is ready to be crowned. Never gonna happen, the shadow sneered. The brat's too weak to kill me. So, let me tell you what is really going to happen. One day, I will bust out of here, and then whole world will burn as I roast marshmallows on its corpse. We shall see, the figure sneered back before turning and striding back up the stairs and out of sight. Trigon was on his knees with Dr. Fate and Raven each holding one of his extended arms, while Wonder Woman pulled her lasso, which was around Trigon's neck, as tight as she could, one boot pressed against Trigon's back to keep him down. While the others were holding him down, Superman delivered one powerful punch after another to Trigon's head, giving the demon no chance to do anything other than snarl in pain and anger at his own helplessness. Superman delivered one final uppercut. Trigon issued an unearthly howl, which seemed to shake the entire tower and caused everyone in the vicinity to clamp their hands over their ears in pain. As the heroes watched, black smoke seemed to suddenly come billowing out of Trigon's eyes and mouth as he screamed in pain. After several moments of this, the smoke finally stopped, and everyone stared in shock as the demon's features disappeared and Harry's returned. As Harry began to collapse, Raven suddenly rushed forward, grabbed him into her arms, and held him tight as she quietly cried with relief. Her baby brother was safe and whole again. As if someone had issued a universal signal, the other heroes all began collapsing to the floor one by one as their injuries finally began to make themselves known. The toll that their bodies had taken began to scream at them. Author's note: so ends Harry's first Trigon arc. Will there be another? Who knows, but I hope you guys enjoyed how I finished it up. The song, Ready to Die, is the property of Andrew W.K. As such, I claim no ownership of it. The next chapter hopefully will be out soon, and if there is something you liked or didn't like about this chapter, let me know. In case some of you are wondering why I deleted this story and re-released it, it is because what I originally wrote took me exactly 10 minutes to realize how badly it sucked and didn't make sense to the story. So, I deleted it and rewrote it to this, which I hope holds up better. But let me know what you think, all the same. I'm wondering how many of y'all will find all the Easter eggs I put in the story, lol. See ya soon. Chapter 27, Interlude 1. 2 weeks. That was how long it had been since the battle with Trigon. Immediately following said battle, Raven had flowed Andromeda Tonks. Knowing that her Aunt Andy was a healer at St. Mungo's. Seeing how distraught her niece was, Andromeda came through immediately, followed by her daughter Nymphadora, who had refused to stay at home once she learned that Beast Boy was one of the people injured. Upon seeing how badly the heroes were injured, Andromeda immediately demanded to know what had happened to cause such devastation to the tower as well as such injuries to the heroes. Unable to lie under her Aunt Andy's stern glare, Raven had told the truth, or Versio Raven's version had been that one of their enemies had somehow gotten into the tower and summoned a demon, which was the reason why everyone was so severely injured. Raven had continued her lie, spinning a tale of how the demon had broken free of the control it had been under and then went on a rampage throughout the tower, killing the summoner in the process, only to be finally beaten back through the combined efforts of the Titans and the Justice League. Andromeda had nearly lost her mind upon learning what had happened and had immediately flown a few of her colleagues from St. Mungo's to aid her in helping the injured. Raven had suggested that Andromeda fly the American Healing Center instead, but Andromeda had immediately dismissed the idea, saying that England's healers were far superior. The next 4 days were a constant buzz of activity as Andromeda and her 3 companions used everything in their impressive arsenal to heal the badly injured heroes. Harry's injuries had been the worst of everyone. It had taken all 4 healers nearly an entire day to repair the damage that Trigon had done to Raven's little brother. Andromeda had even told Raven afterward that Harry's core had been so depleted that she had been afraid of the healers being too late to save Harry from becoming a squib. Still, thankfully, that wasn't the case, as Harry's core seemed to finally be repairing itself after all the potions the healers had, quite literally, shoved down his throat. A few hours after Andromeda and her team began, Aurors from Makusa had descended on the tower, demanding to know what had occurred. ND caused their alarms to go off from the impressive amount of dark magic that they had detected. After telling the cover story a second time, the Aurors sealed off the tower and detained everyone within it for the next 3 days to investigate the veracity of Raven's claim. Fate, someone that was revered by the magical community, the world over, affirmation that Raven was telling the truth had gone a long way to satisfy the Aurors, and as soon as the investigation was complete, they left without issue. Finally, after nearly a week of constant potions and spells, most of the heroes were back on their feet. However, they would still be incredibly sore for the next few days as their natural healing took over where magic had left off in regard to their freshly healed, formerly broken bodies. Despite her mother's repeated insistence, Nymphadora had refused to leave Beast Boy's side for the entirety of his healing. It was only when the green shapeshifter finally opened his eyes that she finally allowed herself to be led away to rest, but only after giving her boyfriend a tight hug, followed up with an impressively loud rant about fighting demons. Once everyone was properly healed, Andromeda sent the other healers back to England. Raven had informed her aunt that she too could return home if she wished, only for Andromeda to immediately begin a lecture about the idiocy of fighting demons and how Raven should know better than to try and get herself killed so soon after Andromeda and Ted had gotten her back. She then informed Raven that she would be staying for the rest of the summer to keep an eye on her niece and nephew, seeing as how they were apparently unable to do so themselves. Once everyone was properly healed, Andromeda, Raven, Zatanna, and Dr. Fate began the enormous task of repairing the tower, something that, even with magic, took the 4 of them almost a week, as the damage was far more extensive than anyone realized. Harry stared out his window at the sea below, hands clasped tight behind his back, as his mind whirled uncontrollably. It had been 2 weeks since the battle with Trigon. 7 days since he had woken up from his magically induced coma. It was 7 days since he had spoken to anyone in the tower. Hermione and the Weasleys were supposed to arrive the day after tomorrow, yet Harry couldn't find it in himself to be happy about it. Upon awakening, Harry immediately pushed Raven away when she tried to give him a hug and asked a simple question: why? Why had they attacked him the moment he had landed at Titan's tower? Why hadn't they told him what they were planning to do? But the direct question had been directed at Raven. Why had she allowed the League to hurt him so when she swore to never let anyone hurt him again? Their stuttering answers had not impressed Harry in the least, and upon being released from the infirmary, he had shut himself in his room, refusing to speak to anyone, Raven least of all, despite her pleading. Harry knew he still loved the Titans. They were his family, after all. But that didn't stop the simmering anger he felt at what he viewed as betrayal, for that was what he saw what had happened to him as. They had betrayed him. And rather than talk with him about what was happening, they chose instead to treat him as though he were a bomb ready to go off at any minute. Did they really think he LD refused to let them seal his evil side away had they told him about what was inside him? The more Harry thought about it, the more the memories of the future Trigon had shown him seemed to bombard him. Was that really his destiny? To lose everyone he cared for and then become a monster? As tears slid down Harry's cheeks, he shut his eyes and tried to will the images Trigon had forced him to see away. Yet they seemed to attack him even harder, and it took all Harry had not to collapse to the ground and start sobbing. "Harry Potter, prepare to meet thy doom," a voice behind him called suddenly, making Harry spin on the spot. Only to smile with delight as he saw who it was. Standing on the opposite side of the room, holding a plastic sword, was one of the first friends Harry had made after coming to Jump City. And as he looked at his friend, Harry's mind traveled back to their first meeting. Flashback 3 years prior. Harry had traveled to Gotham City with Raven and Robin because Batman needed to speak to the two of them about something important involving someone named Jason. Even though he was told to stay in the hotel room and to not leave under any circumstances, Harry had been curious about the city and had wandered off, once Raven and Robin had left for the Batcave. Within 15 minutes, Harry was hopelessly lost and terrified. That fear had been exacerbated when 3 thugs grabbed him, pulled him into a nearby alley, and demanded his valuables. When Harry told the thugs that he had none, they grew even angrier and began discussing among themselves what to do with Harry. One of the thugs had just suggested selling Harry when a sudden rooster crow made everyone look up to the nearby roof where the strangest-looking person that Harry had ever seen was standing, with his hands on his hips. The figure was a white boy who looked to be about Harry's age, or close to it, and was wearing the oddest amalgamation of clothing that Harry had ever seen. The boy was wearing a cartoonishly large brown top hat that reminded Harry of the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. Adding to the strangely large hat, the boy was also wearing a plum purple tailcoat over a white dress shirt and bright orange vest, while an overly large bow tie that had tiny yellow smiling skulls on it. To complete the horrifying abuse of color that seemed to make Harry unable to look away. The boy was also wearing forest green pants and shiny black wingtip shoes. Then, to everyone's amazement, the boy jumped from the roof, a good 20 feet above them, to the ground, performing a spin before taking off his hat and bowing before the stunned watchers. As Harry stared in shock, he saw that the boy had bright red hair and cool blue eyes, which flashed with mischief as he grinned at Harry. "Good evening, gentlemen," the boy said in a high-pitched voice, showing his youth as he stood back up and placed his hat back on his head. "I am sorry to interrupt what I'm sure was a truly engaging conversation. But could you release my friend there? Who the hell are you supposed to be?" one of the thugs asked after a moment of stew apologies. The boy said quickly, "Name's Lunatic. It's a pleasure to meet you all." "Lunatic," one of the thugs said as he stared at the grinning boy. "Indeed." Lunatic replied, flashing his teeth again, "I have another name, but it sounds so normal, and normality is the death of life. Or so I'm told. I wouldn't know, to be honest." The 3 thugs stared at Lunatic for a moment before the leader pulled a large knife from his belt and leveled it at the boy. "Listen, kid, I don't know what sort of sick game you're playing, but you'd best run home before I cut your tongue out of your smart mouth." An interesting proposal," Lunatic replied, crossing one arm over his chest while he rested the other under his chin in thought. "I have a rebuttal. How about, instead, you all let the kid go before I use your heads as hockey pucks? After all, hockey season is starting soon, and I'm out of practice." Harry could practically feel the anger coming off of the 3 thugs at Lunatic's words, and a moment later, 2 of the thugs charged the boy, while the leader stayed back and held tight to Harry's shirt. "Olé!" Lunatic shouted excitedly, pulling a red flag from his coat and holding it out at the oncoming thug, who was charging at Lunatic, with his arms out as if to tackle the boy. Just as the thug reached Lunatic, the boy disappeared, leaving the red flag hanging in the air as if by magic. Unable to stop himself, the thug ran straight into it, only to crumple to the ground unconscious a moment later as the 2 remaining thugs watched in astonishment. The reason for the thug's unconsciousness became apparent a moment later as the red flag fell to the ground, showing a large anvil just behind it. "Where the hell did that come from?" the second thug demanded as he stared at the thug in shock. Before anyone could respond, Lunatic suddenly reappeared from out of nowhere, landing on the thug's shoulder and grabbing his hair like reins, making the thug thrash around and try and throw Lunatic off as the boy sang in delight. "Over hill and over dale, we're always on the dusty trail, hunting fox and hunting quail. Hi-ho, I'm a hunting fool. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, my horse, and now you're up the final creek. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, just like the wind. I ride my forward steed. Sure of foot, sure of eye, peeling onions makes me cry. This makes no sense, and neither do I. Releasing one hand from his reins, loon. Attic pulled a giant hammer from within his coat, though how that was possible was anyone's guess, and brought it down on the thug's head, causing him to collapse to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Rolling off the thug's shoulders, Lunatic came up on one knee in front of Harry and the leader, shaking his hands, jazz hands style, and finished his song with, "So don't you go and beat me, Daddy, to the nearest bar." Yeah. Pulling Harry in front of him like a shield, the leader brandished his knife at Lunatic as the boy rose to his feet and dusted himself off. "What the hell are you?" the leader demanded, fear evident in his voice as Lunatic eyed him with a growing smile that sent shivers down Harry's spine. "I'm Lunatic, and I wanna play," Lunatic said in a creepy voice. After a moment's hesitation, the leader shoved Harry at Lunatic before spinning around and running away as fast as he could. A few seconds after he was gone, Lunatic suddenly began laughing uncontrollably and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder as though the two were best friends. "I love this city," Lunatic called out happily. "It's filled with so much beautiful chaos and fun." "Are you going to hurt me too?" Harry asked in sudden terror, remembering his encounter with the Hive a few weeks before. "Hurt you?" Lunatic replied with shock. "Why the devil would I do that? We're friends, after all." "We are," Harry asked in shock, never really having had a friend before. "Of course," Lunatic replied. "After all, without you, my night would have been frightfully boring." "Oh, look, more costume people, what fun." Harry looked up to see what Lunatic was talking about, just in time to see Batman, Robin, and Raven descending on them, all with various degrees of worry on their faces. After making sure that Harry was okay, Raven and Robin had demanded to know who Lunatic was. The answer to that question came from Batman, surprisingly, who eyed Lunatic with a careful eye, like a hunter watching a predator. Lunatic's real name was James Donnelly, and he was the bastard child of Jervis Tetch, aka the Mad Hatter, and one of his many unfortunate victims. Ashamed of what happened to her and disgusted with the baby that Tetch had forced upon her, the girl had sold James to Cadmus Labs when it became apparent that the boy was a meta, with the power to alter reality, thankfully only to a small degree, i.e. his immediate surroundings. For the next 8 years, James's life became one of constant experiments and pain as Cadmus tried to extrapolate and weaponize his abilities. The years had understandably driven the poor boy mad, like his father, and when a chance came for escape, James seized upon it and ran away, but not before bringing the entire facility where he had been kept crashing to the ground. According to Batman, that had been a year ago, and Cadmus had been searching for the boy ever since, with little success. Batman and the League had also begun looking for the boy, the moment word reached them about his powers and how he had been raised, but they, too, had yet to be successful in tracking down the kid. "What are you doing in Gotham?" Batman demanded as Lunatic pulled an enormous lollipop from his coat and began licking it with wanton abandon. "I came for the fun, of course," Lunatic replied happily, causing the three heroes to look at him with surprise. "The fun," Robin replied. "Of course," Lunatic chuckled. "Gotham is a pit filled with glorious chaos and unlimited potential for mischief and fun. Where else would I go?" "Why did you save my brother?" Raven asked as she pressed Harry behind her robe. "Because he was in trouble, silly," Lunatic replied, tilting his head as though Raven was stupid. "Why else?" "Are you a hero?" Robin asked warily, now knowing who the boy's father was. "Or a villain?" "Meh, haven't decided yet," Lunatic replied, stowing his lollipop back in his coat. "I'm sort of a bimeta, you know." "That's not the correct usage of that word," Robin replied with a smirk, which Lunatic quickly copied. "Let's just say that I haven't decided yet if I want to be a good guy or a bad one," Lunatic said. "Let's play it by ear." Pulling an enormous pocket watch from his coat, Lunatic issued a mock gasp before turning back to the heroes. "Sorry, gotta go. I'm late for a very important date. Until next time, ta." Without another word, Lunatic spun in place and disappeared without a trace, leaving the heroes stunned and looking around in shock. End flashback. Since then, Lunatic had decided that Harry was his best friend and would always come bothering Harry when he was bored or just wanted to see how Harry was doing. Over the years, the Titans had tried to offer the boy a place among them, but the answer was always the same: not interested. It seemed as though Lunatic had chosen to become an anti-hero as he jumped back and forth between a good guy and a bad one. One day, he would save a person from being robbed, only to rob a store himself the next day. "Hey, Loony," Harry said, trying to force his face to smile, only to fail miserably. Seeing this, Lunatic stowed his toy sword in his coat and quickly approached his friend. Eyes narrowed as he studied Harry's face. "No, no, no," Lunatic replied when he was inches from Harry. "This won't do at all." Reaching forward, Lunatic pressed his 2 index fingers to Harry's face and pushed upwards, creating a smile. "That's better. No friend of mine will be sad as long as I'm around," Lunatic said proudly, holding Harry's face with his 2 fingers and forcing Harry to smile against his will. Despite how he was feeling, Harry couldn't help but laugh. After a few moments of S.I. Leckley turned hysteric as Lunatic joined in. "That's better," Lunatic laughed, taking his hands away and placing them on his hips as Harry wiped his eyes. "Now, what have you feeling so blue today?" Lunatic asked. "Did someone bully you again? Want me to string them up by their tightly whitey? We can make them the flag of our new country. We'll call it Tighty Town." "Please don't do that," Harry laughed, "and no, no one bullied me. I just had a bad couple of days, that's all." "Well, tell old Loony about it," Lunatic said softly, pulling a fold-out chair from his coat and taking a seat in front of Harry, who shook his head in exasperation at his friend's antics before taking a seat on his bed. Over the next half hour, Harry told Lunatic what Trigon had done to him and the future that the demon had shown him. Harry then explained how betrayed he felt at what the Titans and the League had done to him. Ordinarily, Harry would never share what had happened to him with anyone. There was just something about Lunatic that made Harry instinctively trust him. Adding 3 years' worth of adventures and misadventures, Harry could safely say that Lunatic was one of Harry's best friends, something that Lunatic wholeheartedly agreed with. For several moments, Lunatic simply stared at Harry, following the story of what had happened to him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lunatic stood up and punched Harry in the nose, sending him onto his bed with a painful cry. "What was that for?" Harry demanded as he held his nose. "Because you're an idiot, that's what," Lunatic retorted angrily. "Do you honestly think I would let you do something like that? You're my amigo. The world would be unbearably dull if you weren't in it. Who would go making merry with me if you were gone? I'm sure you'd find someone else," Harry mumbled, instantly regretting it. As a hurt look came across Lunatic's face, "I'm sorry, Loony. I shouldn't have said that." "Look, Harry," Lunatic said softly, taking off his top hat and running his fingers through his long red hair. "I know I'm not the most normal person, but you're my friend, and I would hate it if something happened to you. Whatever Trigon showed you is a lie. That's what demons do. But what if it wasn't?" Harry asked softly, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. "What if I go bad and do those horrible things?" "I won't let you," Lunatic said softly, putting his hat back on and sitting down next to Harry so that their shoulders touched. "I promise, if the day ever comes where you start going bad, I'll be there to remind you of who you are." "And who is that?" Harry asked softly. "I'm not sure I even know anymore." "That's easy," Lunatic replied with a giant smile. "You're my friend." For a moment, neither said anything more, until, at last, Harry threw an arm over Lunatic's shoulder and pulled him close. "Thanks, Loony. Anytime, Harry," Lunatic replied quickly, throwing an arm over Harry as well. "Now that you're no longer sad, want to go make merry?" "I can't," Harry replied with a grimace. "My Aunt Andy put wards all over the tower to let the Titans know if I leave my room. It's for my own protection, or so she says." "Wards? Bah," Lunatic spat contemptuously. "They'll never even know we're gone." Without another word, Lunatic pulled his top hat off of his head and threw it to the ground so that it landed upside down. "What are you doing?" Harry asked in confusion. Still no. He used to all of his friend's powers and abilities, even after all these years. "This," Lunatic shouted before grabbing Harry and jumping into the hat as Harry yelled in surprise. A moment later, both were gone, along with the top hat. Yet the wards never went off once. Author's note: Lunatic is my own creation, and I hope you all like him as much as I liked writing him. Those who don't like him, well, here's a straw so you can suck it up, lol. The song that Lunatic was singing is actually one sung by Daffy Duck, and as such, I claim no ownership of it. I don't plan on Lunatic being a main character because even I understand how annoying he can be, but I do plan on putting him in a chapter or two every now and then. The next chapter will be out ASAP. Until then, stay golden, Ponyboy. Chapter 28, Interlude 2. Dick glared angrily at his old costume, taking delight as he watched the flames burn it to ash, even as a hint of sadness ran through him at the thought of destroying something that had brought him such joy in years past. But after what Bruce had done to him during the battle with Trigon, Dick had nothing more to do with the old bastard. It had been 2 weeks since that battle, and Dick couldn't help but be grateful for the healing power of magic. His injuries had been quite severe, and were it not for Raven's Aunt Andromeda, Dick would most likely be on bed rest for the next several months. Dick's eyes narrowed as the costume began to melt away, his thoughts on the argument that he and Bruce had, which caused Dick to throw away the costume in the first place. Flashback. You had no right to take me out of the fight. Dick snarled as he tried to rush at Batman, only to be held back by Cyborg and Jinx. Harry could have died. I saved your life, Batman growled back, you could barely move. And Trigon was beating us effortlessly. If I had let you fight, you wouldn't be here. You don't know that, Dick snapped, you're not God. No matter how much you like to act like him. Dude, chill, Cyborg called out as he tried to hold Dick back, you're gonna re-injure your body, and I just got this arm reattached. He's right, Robin, Batman stated, stand down. Fuck you, Dick shouted back, and fuck Robin, too. I'm done with it. I thought you would change when I first left Gotham for Jump City. That you would stop being such a self-righteous ass. I should have known better. Batman's eyes narrowed at Dick's rant while Cyborg and Jinx were looking at Dick in surprise. That's enough, Robin, Batman snapped, his patience coming loose for a moment. I'm not Robin. Dick spat, not anymore. I cut my last tie to you. Taking a calming breath, Dick finally shook off Cyborg and Jinx and leveled a hateful glare on the silent bat before ripping the large R off of his chest and throwing it at Batman's feet. You should have that back so you can give it to the next Robin. Since you seem to replace us so fast, after all. I wasn't even gone a month when you replaced me with Jason. And how long after Jason died did you replace him with Tim? Batman's eyes widened for a moment as a look of outrage came across his face. His fists tightened until the leather of his gloves groaned in protest. And even Cyborg and Jinx looked at Dick like he'd gone too far. And now I hear you got a new kid hanging around the cave, Dick sneered, a gift from Talia al Ghul. Are you planning on making him another disposable ally that you'll replace as soon as they fall? Batman was across the room before anyone knew that he had moved, and Dick was pinned against the W. All with Batman's forearm across his throat, and his other arm pulled back to deliver a devastating punch. Just as Batman was about to break Dick's jaw, most likely, he seemed to come back to himself. And instantly released his hold on his former partner, taking a step back and bringing his arms into his cape, watching as Dick rubbed his throat. Get out, Dick growled, and don't come back. The Justice League will be sending someone to keep an eye on the Titans from now on, Batman said softly as he turned to leave. As long as it's not you, I don't care, Dick said at once. Batman's face softened for a moment. And he looked like he wanted to say something. But just as soon as the look appeared, it was gone, and Batman nodded once before leaving the room. Once he was gone, Cyborg and GNX both turned to Dick with looks of worry on their faces. I'm all right, Dick said as he continued to rub his throat. So, what do we call you now? Jinx asked with a raised brow, since you're not Robin anymore. Dick was silent in thought for a moment before a name popped into her grew across his face as he faced his friends. Call me Nightwing. End flashback. He would need to create a new uniform. Robin thought as he watched the flames grow higher as they ate through the red and black costume. Exhausted as he was, Dick was determined to stand and watch until the Robin costume completely burned away. As the flames continued to grow, Dick felt almost cathartic, as if a weight were being pulled from his shoulder. For the first time in years, Dick smiled in genuine pleasure. In a warehouse in the docks of Gotham, a large brown top hat suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A moment later, two boys came shooting out of the hat, laughing uncontrollably as they hit the floor on their backs. "I'll never get used to how much fun that is." Harry laughed as he and Lunatic got up from the floor, like that world's greatest roller coaster. "Indeed," Lunatic said happily, "much better than any other form of travel." "Where did you bring us, anyway?" Harry asked as he took in his surroundings. They appeared to be in a dirty building that was in desperate need of being torn down before it fell down. "Why to Gotham, of course," Lunatic said jovially as he picked up his from the floor, dusted it off, and placed it back on his head, specifically, the bad part, Gotham Docks. "Gotham," Harry cried. "Why the hell did you bring us here?" "You'll see in a moment," Lunatic cried happily before moving toward a large brown box that was resting nearby. "But first, we must make ready for our guests." "Guests?" Harry asked, watching with confusion as Lunatic pulled a large video camera, stood from the box, set it up by the nearby railing, and angled it so that it was pointed down at the ground floor beneath them. "Indeed, very special guests who will be here soon for some rather nefarious interaction. I just learned about it this morning, through this piñata I was beating." "Or was that talking donkey really a person?" Lunatic paused at this, and a thoughtful look came across his face before he shook his head and continued messing with the video camera. "Either way, I was beating this piñata, trying to get some candy. And it told me about a meeting between Lex Luthor and Ra's al Ghul, here tonight." All the color seemed to drain from Harry's face as he took in the words, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless until, at last, Harry found his voice. "Looney, please tell me that you're joking." "Nope," Lunatic replied, popping the P with a smile as he finished setting up and turned back to Harry. "I really should have told you to bring your other set of clothes," Lunatic said, remembering that Harry was not in his arcane uniform. "Not a problem," Harry replied, extending his tentacles and wrapping them around him so that he was dressed as Arcane a moment later. Lunatic's eyes widened at this before a look of pure delight came across his face. "You can shapeshift now, Harry. How delightful. Oh, those things we can do now. The mischief. The free Spice Girls tickets." Harry couldn't help but laugh at Lunatic's antics as the boy bounced around Harry like a child on a perpetual sugar rush. "We can talk about that later." Harry laughed as he pulled his hood down. "We should call the Justice League. Luthor and the League of Assassins are too much for just the two of us." "Oh, don't be such a wimp," Lunatic replied. Before Harry could respond, the doors to the warehouse suddenly groaned open, causing Harry to pull his hood back up as the two of them backed into the shadows and out of sight. As Harry watched with bated breath, more than 24 assassins swarmed into the warehouse and took defensive positions. Each was clad in black tactical armor, complete with a mask that covered their faces and carried a sword on their back and an Uzi in their hands. A moment later, 4 more people entered the warehouse. The first one was a woman wearing a dark green kimono, from which 2 sai protruded, but the oddest thing was the smiling cat mask the woman wore, behind which a head of bushy hair could be seen. The second was an incredibly beautiful woman with straight black hair that hung softly to her shoulders. She was wearing a tight black leather outfit and had a katana strung across her back. The third person was a large bald man wearing a sleeveless Asian-style black shirt and matching pants. Like the woman, the man also had a sword on his back, but this one looked Arabian. The final person was an older man with graying black hair and a hard face, who was wearing a jade green cloak. The man quickly took a disgusted look around the warehouse before taking his place at the opposite side of the warehouse and turning to face the entrance, with his 3 companions standing a respectable distance behind him. 10 minutes after that, a white limousine entered the warehouse, and 2 people stepped out. One was a tall white female with long blonde hair and wearing a black business suit and matching skirt. The other person was a tall, white, bald male wearing an expensive-looking black suit over a white shirt with a blood-red tie. As the 2 men approached each other, Harry looked over to see Lunatic smiling in absolute glee, and Harry couldn't help but wonder what his friend had planned. Moving slowly, Lunatic approached the camera and pressed a button on the side, turning it on. After pressing another button and beginning the recording, Lunatic made his way back to Harry's side in the shadows and whispered, Almost show time. Harry just gave his friend a look before turning his attention back to the two supervillains who had just finished complaining about the unsanitary conditions of their meeting place. It's a simple business transaction, Luthor drawled. I need more kryptonite to finish building my weapon, and you need the formula currently being held securely in my lab. And why should I not just kill you now and take what I wish? Ra's al Ghul asked with a sneer. At the man's question, the blonde at Luthor's side raised her arm and pointed it at the old man. A second later, her arm turned into a cannon, and powered on as the assassins all drew their swords as one and prepared to attack. Let's all just take a breath, Luthor said calmly, raising his hands for everyone to lower their weapons, after another few tense moments. Ross nodded his head, and the assassins all sheathed their swords as the blonde lowered her arm. Showtime, Lunatic whispered happily as light suddenly flooded the warehouse, making the villains all jump with surprise before drawing their weapons. A moment later, music began to fill the warehouse, and Harry watched in wide-eyed shock as the assassins' outfits changed into the tight green outfits from Robin Hood, Men in Tights. A moment later, Harry felt his jaw drop as the three women's outfits all transformed into Maid Marian, while Ross, Luthor, and Ross, Bald Comp, Anion all transformed into the same green tights as the other assassins. Oh God, Looney, what have you done? Harry whispered in horror, torn between laughing in hilarity and crying in horror. Just wait, Lunatic said as he chuckled. It's about to get better. True to his word, it did get better a moment later when Ross, Luthor, the bald man, began to sing along to the music. We're men in tights. We roam around the forest looking for fights. Ross, Luthor, and the bald man started doing the cliched manly, walk to the left and right, dance before looking at each other and raising their fists. Except for a single assassin between Ross and Luthor, who took a wild swing, causing Luthor to duck. We're men in tights. We rob from the rich and give to the poor, that's right. The troupe raised their right arms, curved at the elbow, and with their index fingers raised. We may look like sissies, but watch what you say, or else we'll put out your lights. We're men in tights, always on guard defending the people's rights. Ross leaned against Luthor back to back, each with their arms crossed, while the bald man did the same with another assassin before the Y pointed out toward the warehouse opening and the air. However, one of the assassins punched Ross in the head, a look of horror on his face. The troupe then suddenly stood in line and started doing the can-can, which lasted for several seconds. We're men, manly men, yes. The troupe returned to their original formations on a single knee and flexed their arms before standing back up. Throughout all this, Lunatic was giggling like mad while Harry watched in horror, though that was quickly giving way to hilarity. We roam around the forest looking for fights. We're men in tights. We rob from the rich and give to the poor, that's right. We may look like pansies, but don't give us lip, or else we'll put out your lights. We're men in tights, tights. At this part, all the men grabbed their pants and pulled up, making their voices rise in pitch so they sounded like they were on helium. Always on guard, defending the people's rights. When you're in a fix, just call for the men in tights. We're butch. The three women ended up doing a twirl and dip, ending the musical number on their butts and staring up at Ross and Luthor adoringly, while Ross, Luthor, and the bald man were frozen in place, flexing their arms in a macho, butch pose. This final part proved too much for Harry, and his will finally broke as he began to laugh uncontrollably, holding on to the wall with his hand to keep from collapsing. Beside him, Lunatic was lying on the floor against the wall and laughing hysterically. After several moments of silence, everyone below changed back into their original clothes and regained control of themselves. Immediately, the assassins fanned out into the warehouse as the bald man snarled in anger and outrage. Who was responsible for this humiliation? Find them. I will kill them with my bare hands. Wiping his eyes, Lunatic rose to his feet and turned off the video camera before pulling a small SD card from it and stowing it in his coat. My bet would be on the two children currently laughing on the second floor above us, Cheshire said, making Harry stop laughing immediately as every eye suddenly turned towards him and Lunatic. Bring them to me. The bald man snarled at once. I will see them dead for this. Children or no. Looney, move, Harry yelled, jumping over the railing as an assassin appeared out of nowhere and swung his sword at where Harry had just been. Needing no further warning, Lunatic dove over the railing, spinning head over foot and laughing uncontrollably as he fell. Harry landed, hero style, on one knee, one hand touching the ground with his fingertips while the other was thrown behind him. Lunatic, on the other hand, landed with a ballerina spin, ending with a pirouette. I know these two, Luther said with barely contained anger, a vein pulsing in his forehead. Beside him, his blonde partner was glaring with murderous intent, lunatic and arcane. One's a hero with the Titans, and the other is a madman. I care not for their names. The bald man roared, only their deaths. Now, Ubu, Ross Al Ghul said, looking actually amused at what had happened to them. They're just children, after all. Turning to the two boys, Ross continued, however, you two cannot be simply allowed to humiliate the demon head and get away with it. I'm afraid some form of punishment is required. Sorry, not really into getting punished, Harry said back with a smile that no one could see. I mean, I might be into that sort of thing when I'm older, but for now. Nah, Lunatic began to laugh again at Harry's words, while a smirk appeared momentarily on Ross' face before it quickly vanished. I'm afraid that's not up to you, boys, Ross said, bring them to me. Immediately, the assassins threw themselves at Harry and Lunatic, no doubt enraged at what the two boys had done to them. Harry and Lunatic both jumped in opposite directions, Lunatic pulling a pogo stick from his coat and jumping on it, bouncing away from the pursuing assassins. Harry, on the other hand, shot his tentacles out of his back and transformed them into clubs, flying away from the assassins and smacking those that came too close. That's new, Luther said thoughtfully as he watched Arcane's tentacles transform and knock an assassin unconscious from a blow to the head. It would seem as though Arcane has discovered a new trick. Indeed, Ross said, he would make an outstanding addition to the League of Assassins. Harry had just batted another assassin aside when he felt someone land on his shoulders, forcing him to the ground, where the two of them fell in a heap. Quickly rising to his feet, Harry saw that it was Chesser, who had likewise jumped to her feet and drew her sigh. Do you have any idea how much I hate musicals? Chesser asked, her anger evident in her voice. I'm going to enjoy beating you to a pulp for making me be a part of one. I swear to you, I had no idea it was going to happen. Harry said quickly, but I will admit that it was frigging hilarious. You look good in a dress. Chesser growled angrily and charged forward, swinging her sai to cut Harry's throat. Harry ducked quickly and transformed one of his tentacles into a boxing glove, which he sent hurtling at Chesser's stomach. Chesser backflipped away from the glove, throwing her sai at Harry's head as she landed. Harry's tentacles came to his defense instantly, catching the sai and throwing it back at Chesser, who caught it inches from impaling her in the face and spun it into her grip upside down. Another assassin came out of nowhere and tried to behead Harry, forcing him to turn his attention away from Chesser to duck out of the way. With a sneer of contempt, Harry wrapped one of his tentacles around the assassin's leg and spun him in a 360 circle before releasing the leg and sending the assassin flying into the wall before falling to the floor in an unconscious heap. Turning back to Chesser, Harry's eyes widened in alarm as he saw that she had jumped at him and was about to impale him with her sai. Reacting without thinking, Harry's tentacles turned into a large hand and backhanded the girl, sending her to the floor for a moment. As she rose to her feet, Harry realized that his attack had knocked her mask off, and he started with surprise as he saw that Chesser was actually a teenage girl with GHTLY Asian features and cool brown eyes. You're Chesser? Harry asked in shock. You're a teenager? No shit, Sherlock. Chesser sneered as she picked up a nearby fallen sword and rose to her feet, cracking her neck. Chesser smirked at Harry for a moment before charging forward again, her sword raised high to cut him in half. Raven had just begun her evening meditation when someone pounded on her door, sighing with annoyance. Raven lowered herself to the ground and went to the door. When it opened, Raven felt surprised as she saw it was her Aunt Andy and that she looked scared. What's wrong? Raven asked in her monotone voice as she saw her aunt's worried look. I went to Harry's room to tell him dinner was ready, and he wasn't there, but I sensed someone else. Who? Raven asked as she spread her awareness throughout the tower, looking for Harry. I don't know, Andromeda responded at once, whoever it was felt mad, like a prisoner of Azkaban. Raven slowly closed her eyes as a sudden headache began. With a sigh of annoyance, she whispered out one word. Lunatic. Who? Andromeda asked with a raised brow. A boy who Harry met 3 years ago in Gotham and has since decided that he and Harry are best friends. Raven said with annoyance, he's completely insane and has the ability to alter reality within his immediate surroundings. That's incredible, Andromeda breathed, her eyes wide at what Raven had just told her. Any idea where they'd go? No, Raven replied with a sigh, we'll have to wait until he and Harry come back. Are you sure that's wise? Andromeda asked. They could be in trouble. They most likely are, Raven responded, knowing Lunatic. But until they return, we cannot find them. Okay then, Andromeda replied after a moment's hesitation, if you're Shen you are. Thank you, Aunt Andy, Raven replied, following Andromeda out into the hall and toward the dining area. Lunatic was having the time of his life. He had his friend back for the first time in almost a year. He wondered where Harry had been for the last 9 months and planned to ask later, but for now, he was focused on the beautiful chaos he had created. As an assassin tried to behead Lunatic, he suddenly raised his hand, palm up at his attacker, and called out. Wait! Instantly, the assassin froze in place as Lunatic pulled a steaming cup of tea from his coat and proceeded to take a sip. Sighing in contentment afterward, "Ah, that's better," Lunatic said with genuine pleasure before tossing the cup away, "I needed that." Okay, time in. The assassin unfroze and continued his attack, only to have Lunatic deliver a quick kick to the assassin's genitals, causing him to grab his midsection and groan in pain as they fell to the ground. Laughing in delight, Lunatic turned to find his next opponent, only to come face to face with Luther's blonde companion, who was currently pointing her arm cannon at Lunatic's head with a pleased look on her face. That's a big gun, Lunatic responded. Compensating much, I'm going to enjoy killing you, the blonde said with a sneer as the cannon powered up. Before she could fire, Lunatic waved his hand, causing a cartoonishly large hammer to appear over the woman's head. The woman, too focused on killing Lunatic, didn't notice the hammer as it came down on her head with a loud gong, causing the woman's eyes to roll into the back of her head as she collapsed to the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Cackling madly, Lunatic conjured a unicycle as he looked for his next victim to play with. Harry ducked under a swing from Cheshire as he studied the girl. She appeared to be only a few years older than him, perhaps 16 or 17, and as he backflipped away from another attack, Harry found himself admitting that she was actually very pretty for a homicidal villain. You made a stupid mistake in humiliating the demon's head, Cheshire said as she tried to disembowel Harry, no matter where you run. We will never stop hunting you for this offense. It wasn't me, Harry said in annoyance, I was just brought around for the ride. Irrelevant, Cheshire snapped, you will pay all the same. With a sigh of exasperation, Harry raised her hand, causing his tentacles to shoot out at her. Dodging quickly, Cheshire managed to dodge 5 of them, only for the 6th one to deliver a decisive blow to the side of her head in the form of a war club. Cheshire's eyes widened briefly before they rolled into her head, and she crumpled to the ground. As Harry looked across the warehouse, he saw Lunatic singing a particular dirty song about a soldier and a farmer's daughter as he smacked anyone unfortunate enough to come near him with what looked like a purple dildo. Harry didn't know which made him blush more, the song or the adult toy his friend used as a weapon. Loony, Harry shouted, making his friend look at him, stop screwing around and get us out of here. But there's still so many more people to hurt. Lunatic pouted as an assassin tried to attack Lunatic from behind, only to crumple to the ground. Lunatic raised his fist and punched the assassin in the jaw with a swift hit. Now, Harry snapped. Fine. Lunatic sighed before pulling off his hat and throwing it to the ground. Not wasting a moment, Harry lunged forward and jumped into the hat as Lunatic followed suit. As both boys disappeared into the hat, the few remaining assassins swarmed the spot where the boys had just been standing, only to growl in annoyance as their targets escaped them. It would seem as though they have escaped, Father, Talia al Ghul said with a hint of amusement. I want them found, Ross al Ghul said at once. Such insolence must be punished, no matter their age. Agreed, Luther growled with barely contained rage. Coming up to Ross, I'll pay any price you ask if you turn them over to me when you find them. I'll keep that in mind, Ross sneered, glancing at Luther quickly before turning back to his daughter, Talia. I think Damien is friends with Arcane, Talia said thoughtfully. I'll reach out and see what he knows about our two pranksters. Good, Ross said before returning to a scowling Luther. Shall we continue our business, then? As Harry and Lunatic reappeared in Harry's room, Lunatic fell to the ground laughing as Harry lay on his back and tried to catch his breath. That was great, Lunatic said happily, sitting on Harry's bed and smiling at his friend. No, that was nuts. Harry groaned, rising into a sitting position as he glared at Lunatic. A moment later, Harry's door hissed open, making the two boys turn to see who had entered, only to see a glaring Raven. Hello, Raven, Lunatic called happily. How are you? Lunatic, Raven said simply before turning to Harry. You were told not to leave the tower. Yeah, Harry sneered, so what? For a moment, Harry and Raven glared at one another before Raven finally shook her head and turned back to Lunatic. Time to leave, Lunatic, Raven said softly. My brother and I need to talk. Okay, Lunatic said sadly before turning to Harry. Guess this is bye for now, then. Thanks for making merry with me. Anytime, Harry laughed, but next time, please pick a less dangerous target. No promises, Lunatic shouted as he took off his hat and jumped into it, his voice echoing as he disappeared. When Harry and Raven were finally alone, Harry turned to his sister and scowled softly at her. So, what do you want? I told you not to leave the tower, Raven said simply. You disobeyed me. You betrayed me, Harry replied, making Raven wince. So, why should I listen to you? I didn't betray you, Harry, Raven said softly. I was trying to help you. To make sure that you wouldn't end up like me, forced to suppress your emotions for fear of losing control of your powers. You promised that you would never let anyone hurt me ever again, Harry snapped back, and yet, you let the Justice League torture me. Nearly kill me, when all you had to do was tell me the truth about what was happening to me. I would have let you perform any ritual you needed to if you had just been honest. Instead, you lied to me and almost cost me my soul. Harry, Raven began, only to stop as Harry cut her off. Just leave me alone. Knowing nothing else needed to be said, Raven turned and floated out of Harry's room. Neither sibling noticing the tears that were running down the faces of the other. Author's note: I hope you all enjoyed this chapter as much as I liked writing it. Men in Tights belongs to Mel Brooks, and as such, I claim no ownership of it. To those who keep messaging me asking why I changed the chapter before last and took away the sentience of Harry's tentacles, the answer is that 10 minutes after releasing the chapter, I was inundated with PMs telling me how much it sucked and lacked originality. I changed it because I was tired of hearing how much people hated it. Hopefully, the next chapter will take less time to put out. Also, people have been bugging me, asking if I plan on putting the Young Justice team in here, and I honestly don't know. I wrote this as a Teen Titans story, so I don't know if I'll put the Young Justice in here. Chapter 29. The hospital ward was dark and silent, save for the occasional shriek or bout of insane laughter that originated from the bed of one of the patients. Suddenly, a black formless void appeared in the center of the ward. A moment later, the void faded away, revealing Raven, who quickly took a look around the dark ward before finding the reason for her visit. Closing her eyes, Raven extended her senses to see if there were any security personnel nearby. To her relief, it seemed that the only person on hand was A.S. Leaping security wizard who was quietly snoring at his desk outside the ward. As she approached the two patients who were sleeping quietly side by side, Raven felt a tear run down quickly wiped away. Hello, Aunt Alice, Raven whispered sadly, before turning to the sleeping man beside her. Hello, Uncle Frank. As Raven looked down on the two sleeping patients, Raven couldn't help but stifle a sob. As she saw how different her godparents looked from the last time she had seen them. The bright, wonderful woman that had been Alice Longbottom had been replaced with a shell of her former self, and Raven felt her heart break as she looked down at her sleeping godmother. Raven had first been made aware of the Longbottom's status years prior when she had first confronted Dumbledore about Harry being alive. However, She had been too preoccupied with retrieving Harry from Petunia to actually understand what Dumbledore had said. It had only been when Raven came to St. Mungo's a few weeks ago to check on the status of Professor McGonagall that Raven had seen firsthand how truly damaged her surrogate aunt and uncle truly had become. Raven had been so relieved to discover her Aunt Minnie was alive. She was enraged beyond belief at Snape for attacking Raven and, more importantly, her, and had made some rather colorful threats against the now arrested potions professor, which made even Raven blush at her aunt's language. As she was leaving her Aunt Minnie's room, Raven had encountered Neville Longbottom and his grandmother. After several moments of polite conversation, Raven had asked whom they were visiting, resulting in a heartbroken look from Neville while his grandmother explained her son and daughter-in-law's condition. Raven's shock must have been seen on her face, for August. Longbottom quickly thanked Raven for her concern before excusing herself and Neville, saying that they were late for an appointment. Raven didn't know what her plan was in coming here. All she knew was that she needed to get away from the tower for a little while. Things between her and Harry had begun to get worse, despite the many attempts Raven had made at reconciliation. Even the therapy sessions between Black Canary and Harry had yielded very little result, as Harry often refused to speak to the hero at all. Often, Harry would simply sit and glower at the heroine until it was finally to end their session, at which point Harry would get up and stomp out. Raven understood her little brother's anger. She might have even reacted the same way, were she in Harry's place, but that didn't it didn't hurt to see Harry glare at her with so much directed anger, where once there was only love. Suddenly, Alice Longbottom awoke and saw Raven looking down at her, quickly issuing a quiet cry of terror. Alice pulled the blanket up to her nose so that only her eyes and the top of her head were visible. "Shh, it's okay," Raven said softly, lifting her hands to show she meant no harm. "I'm not here to hurt you, Aunt Alice." Raven's words seemed to do no good. Either that or Alice was simply too insane to understand what Raven was saying because Alice issued a louder cry of terror and pulled the blanket over her head so that she was hidden completely. Fighting back her raging emotions, Raven slowly approached the shaking figure under the blanket and placed a hand gently on top of Alice's head. "Sleep, Aunt Alice," Raven said, pouring magic into her words and causing her aunt's shaking to slow until she eventually fell back onto her pillow, fast asleep. As she stared down at her aunt, Raven felt grief tear through her like a knife. Alice Longbottom deserved so much more than this. She deserved a life filled with happiness with her husband and son. She deserved a life just as wonderful and amazing as she was. And yet, all of those things had been ripped away from her by the same people who had destroyed Raven and Harry's lives. Raven had just turned to leave when she felt Alice shoot forward and grab her wrist. Looking down back in surprise, Raven saw Alice looking at her with a pleading expression, as though Alice, for just a moment, remembered who Raven was and didn't want her to leave. "Aunt Alice?" Raven asked in a soft, hopeful voice. For a moment, Raven dared to hope that Alice might actually remember her, but that hope was quickly dashed when Alice released her hold on Raven's wrist and fell back onto the bed. A moment later, Alice was fast asleep again as Raven fought back her tears. Ever since Harry had come back into her life, Raven had discovered that it had become increasingly harder to suppress her emotions like she used to do. As Raven gazed down at her aunt and uncle, an idea suddenly popped into her head, an impossible, amazing idea that came from nowhere and left her breathless. Was it possible? Could it actually work? Only one way to find out, Raven said softly before sinking down in a meditative pose between the two beds. "Azeroth Metrion Zinthos," Raven said softly as her body began to rise into the air, finally stopping when she was nearly 2 feet off of the floor. "Azeroth Metrion Zinthos." An instant later, what looked like a black tentacle emerged from Raven's forehead and shot into Alice's head, connecting the two like a taut rope. When Raven opened her eyes again, she saw that she was standing in what looked like a large dungeon in front of a set of stone steps that were leading down. Along the wall leading down the stairs was a set of torches that gave the stairway an eerie glow. Stealing her nerves, Raven began to slowly descend the stairs. After descending several rotations, Raven found herself standing in front of a long stone hallway whose only lights were the torches on the wall. "What is this?" Raven sked out loud as she tried to look down the stone hallway. A a sudden scream echoed throughout the hallway, making Raven jump. A moment later, insane laughter followed the scream, and Raven found herself swallowing nervously. As another bout of insane laughter echoed down the hallway, Raven found herself flying down the hallway, desperately seeking whoever was screaming. As she reached the end of the chamber, Raven found herself facing a horrifying sight. Alice Longbottom was lying on the floor of a cell, screaming in pain as she curled in on herself, standing on the other side of the cell and laughing insanely. Was a wild-looking witch with bushy black hair. As Raven watched in growing horror, she saw that the wild-haired witch was holding a wand in front of Alice and shooting a red beam of light at the screaming witch. As though sensing that someone else was there, the wild-haired witch ended her spell and turned to face Raven, a crazed smile crossing her face as she saw the girl. "Ooh, who is this?" the wild-haired witch cackled. "Someone new for dear Bella to play with." "Whoever you are," Alice groaned, trying and failing to rise up on her arms. "Run." "I'm not going anywhere," Raven snarled, raising her fists offensively. "Whoever you are, get the hell away from my Aunt Alice." "Raven," Alice whispered in shock as she lay on the floor, her body twitching occasionally from the pain of the spell. "Ah, Bella knows you," the wild-haired witch cried out happily. "You're the Potter's little brat. Bella loves playing with brats." "You're Bellatrix Lestrange," Raven said, finally recognizing who the witch was. "Glad to know you're just as sadistic and insane as you are in the real world." Bellatrix snarled at that and whipped her arm out at Raven, sending a red beam at the girl, causing Raven to quickly dodge out of the way before flying at Bellatrix as fast as she could. As Raven approached, Bellatrix found she couldn't get out of the way in time and received a brute owl punch to the jaw which knocked her back against the door of Alice's cell. Not wasting a minute, Raven grabbed the front of Bellatrix's robes and pulled the stunned witch to her feet, delivering another punch to Bellatrix's stomach, which made the witch double over. Raven followed it up with an uppercut that sent Bellatrix crashing against the bars of Alice's cell once again. "You are no longer welcome here, Spectre," Raven snarled. "Be gone." Bellatrix looked up at Raven with hatred in her eyes before gripping her wand tightly. "No omens me," as she jumped to her feet and raised her wand to deliver another curse. Raven simply raised her hand and extended it at Bellatrix, palm open at the seething witch. "I said be gone." Before Bellatrix could utter a word, a golden ray of light shot out of Raven's hand and slammed into Bellatrix's middle, causing the witch to shriek in agony as she transformed into golden light and faded away. Once the witch was gone, Raven quickly opened the cell door and slowly approached her fallen aunt. "Aunt Alice, are you okay?" Raven asked as she gently pulled the witch off of the ground and into her arms. "Raven," Alice asked as she gazed up at the smiling girl. "Little Raven." "Yeah, Aunt Alice," Raven said softly as her aunt caressed Raven's face lovingly. "It's me." "Oh, you've grown so beautiful," Alice said with a smile, "and I missed it." "It's okay, Aunt Alice," Raven said softly. "I'm here now. You're safe now." "You came for me?" Alice asked weakly. "Of course I did," Raven replied with a smile. "I'm just sorry I didn't do it sooner." "Neville?" Alice asked softly. "He's waiting for you," Raven said as a tear ran down her face. "You've been dreaming for long enough, Aunt Alice. Now, it's time to wake up." A sudden burst of light enveloped the cell and the hallway beyond, causing both witches to close their eyes as the light spread out, covering everything it came across. As the tentacle slowly retracted from Alice's head and back into Raven's, the girl slowly opened her eyes, showing that they had returned to normal. Looking down at Alice, Raven smiled as she saw her aunt slowly open her eyes and look at Raven for a moment before a gentle smile appeared. "Raven?" Alice asked in a croaked voice that sounded as though it had not been used in a long time. "Sleep, Aunt Alice," Raven said softly. "You'll need your strength for the coming days." Alice's eyes slowly shut again as soon as the words were out of Raven's mouth. A moment later, Alice was softly snoring, looking far calmer than she had when Raven first appeared. Turning to the sleeping form of her Uncle Frank, Raven smiled gently again before closing her eyes and saying softly, "Now, it's your turn, Uncle Frank. It's time to wake up." Several hours later, Raven watched from under Harry's invisibility cloak as Neville sobbed his heart out into his mother's chest as she held him in her arms and gently stroked his hair. As Raven watched with a smile, She saw that Alice seemed to be looking right at her and was smiling happily, even as tears ran freely down her cheeks. A moment later, Raven's eyes widened as she watched Alice mouth at her a simple sentence. "Thank you, Raven." Nodding her head, despite her shock at being seen, Raven quickly enveloped herself in her power and teleported back to Titan's tower, feeling much better than she had the previous day. Chapter 30. Lex Luthor had many attributes that he was justly proud of. He was the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. He was the holder of more than 36 patents that had evolutionized the world several times over, and he was one of the smartest men on the face of the planet. But what Lex was right now was enraged. No, that wasn't the correct word to properly describe what Lex was feeling. No, what Lex was feeling was apoplectic, and the reason for reaching this new level of rage that seemed to consume his entire being was a simple laptop that sat in front of him. ND displayed a video that had been uploaded to the internet several days ago and had already been viewed by more than 2 million people across the globe, a number which was still climbing. As Lex watched the video of himself, Ra's al Ghul, and the rest of the League of Assassins dance around and sing, Men in Tights, he felt himself reach unconsciously into his desk drawer and pull out a small revolver. A moment later, Lex fired several shots into the laptop screen, not stopping until he heard the click indicating that he was out of bullets. Throwing the revolver away in disgust, Lex rose to his feet and stalked to the large window. Locking his hands behind his back, Lex stared out at the city of Metropolis, his thoughts whirring angrily as he gazed down at the seat of his empire. "The whole world is laughing at me," Lex growled as he gazed out at the city. The more Lex considered the current situation, the angrier he seemed to become, his rage reaching levels that even he didn't know existed within himself. To be fair, Lex's assistant, Mercy Graves, replied in a low voice, "The world is laughing at the League of Assassins as well. I doubt Ra's al Ghul will long allow that to continue." Turning to face his assistant, Lex's eyes narrowed as he thought over her words. He could see the barely contained rage that her face showed, and felt satisfied that she understood his current mood, since it was one she shared as well. "No doubt Ross will have to make an example of Arcane and Lunatic," Lex sneered as he turned back to the window. "He will not have a choice, not unless he wishes his reputation, and that of the League of Assassins, to take a rather large hit." "So, what are we going to do?" Mercy asked. "Allow the League to handle it?" "Of course not," Lex spat back, losing his calm demeanor for a moment. "We will simply have to move faster than Ross to achieve retribution." "Meaning?" Mercy asked with a raised brow. "Meaning," Lex sneered as he turned back to face her, "that I will not allow Ra's al Ghul and his band of martial art fanatics to get to those 2 children before I do. I want you to put a bounty on Arcane and Lunatic's head so large that every assassin, mercenary, and monster will literally be killing each other for the chance to get to them first." "That's an impressive order," Mercy replied with a smirk. "How much exactly should I put as reward?" "Did I stutter?" Lex growled. "Money is no object. I just want those brats found and brought to me, alive." "Alive?" Mercy asked in surprise. "Are you sure about that, sir?" "No one will kill them but me." Lex spat back at once, stalking quickly back to his chair and tenting his fingers, his elbows resting on the desk in front of him as he sat back down. "Those 2 insolent brats dared to disrespect Lex Luthor, and I will make them dearly regret that mistake before I finally allow them to die." Swallowing nervously at the madness that she saw in her boss's eyes, Mercy quickly made her way out of the office to make a few phone calls. While it was true that what Arcane and Lunatic had done to her was humiliating, even she felt sorry for what the pair of them would soon be experiencing before Lex was done with them. And that was if the League of Assassins didn't get to them first. "Harry, we can't keep doing this," Dinah, Black Canary, said patiently as she gazed at the scowling boy sitting across from her. "This is our 5th session together, and all you've done is sit and glare at me the entire time. Just because I'm being ordered to be here, doesn't mean I have to talk to you." Harry sneered back as he glared at the heroine. "And I have nothing I want to say." Smiling patiently, Dinah gazed at the boy who had become her newest patient for the last few weeks. He was sitting across from her. With only a small coffee table between the two, Dinah was wearing her normal, canary, outfit, which consisted of a black top under a motorcycle jacket and fishnet stockings. "Harry, on the other hand, was wearing a black sleeveless, drowning pool t-shirt, a torn pair of blue jeans, and a black and red pair of all-star sneakers. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his raven earring had been replaced with a simple small gold hoop. As Harry crossed his arms over his chest and glared at Dinah, she couldn't help but let out a sigh at what appeared to be another wasted session. Then, I guess we'll just have to try again tomorrow, won't we? What? Harry cried in annoyance. Ron and Hermione are coming tomorrow. Yes they are, Dinah replied with a smirk, and instead of hanging out with them, you'll be here with me. That's not fair, Harry cried angrily. Thought couldn't help but laugh at that, causing Harry's glare to intensify. Maybe it is, but if it's the only way to get you to talk to me, then so be it. What is with you people? Harry scoffed, throwing his hands up as he fell back against the chair. I got possessed by a demon. So what? I'm still alive, and feel better than ever. So what do we need to talk about? Harry, we both know that is not all that happened, Dinah said softly, making Harry sneer at her. Oh yeah, I forgot the part your friends trapped me in a magic circle and then proceeded to torture me. Dinah frowned at that, biting her lip anxiously. Her personal opinion was that Batman and the others had gone too far, and she had in fact told them so when she volunteered to be the Justice League's liaison with the Titans. The Justice League's approach may have been wrong, Dinah replied in a soft voice. Of that, we can both agree. But their hearts were in the right place, Harry. They were trying to help you. Yeah right, Harry scoffed, rolling his eyes at Dinah. They have a funny way of showing it. Harry, why don't we just skip to the real reason you're so angry, and who that anger is directed at? You don't know anything, Harry sneered back, looking away from Dinah, and toward the large window that showed the sea outside. I know more than you think, Dinah replied with a patient smile. Oh yeah, Harry scoffed, looking back at her with a raised brow. Go on, then. Enthrall me with your acumen. You've suffered horrors that most can scarcely imagine, Dinah replied sadly, abused by the ones who were supposed to take care of you. Shut up, Harry growled softly, looking away from the heroine. And then one day, your big sister comes and saves you, Dinah continued, and promises that you'll never be hurt like that again. I said shut up, Harry growled, louder this time as he squeezed his eyes shut, as if he could block out the sound of her voice. And then when the Justice League hurt you, you watched while she did nothing to stop it, and now you feel betrayed. She did betray me, Harry shouted, jumping to his feet, and using his tentacles to throw the coffee table across the room. She promised. She promised me that she would always protect me. And then she just let them hurt me. And you hate her for that, Dinah said softly. Yes, I mean no, Harry said quickly as he began to pace in front of Dinah. I don't know. Falling almost defeatedly back onto the chair, Harry rested his head in his hands for a moment before looking up at Dinah with a heartbroken expression. Dinah wisely chose to stay quiet, sensing that Harry was approaching an important moment in his therapy. I don't hate her, Harry said softly. She's my big sister. She saved me from the Dursleys. She's the reason I want to become a hero, so how can I hate her? But you feel betrayed, Dinah added, making Harry quickly nod his head. Exactly. She promised that she wouldn't let anyone hurt me again. And then she just stood there while your friends tortured me. She just let them do it. Harry, Raven didn't know what the League had planned, Dinah said gently. The spell that Dr. Fate used was both crude and dangerous. He should have planned better to ensure you weren't tortured like that. From what I heard, the moment it became obvious that something was wrong, Raven tried to stop it. She did, in fact, try to save you. Tears were now running down Harry's cheeks, and he angrily wiped them away as Dinah continued in the same gentle tone as before. Raven even risked her sanity and soul when she followed Drive Fate into your mind. Trigon could very well have left her a brain-dead vegetable. Yet she accepted that risk because you are her family. Your sister is hurting more than you can imagine, Harry. She thinks that the last remaining member of her family hates her. You are all she has left. And I truly believe that the thought of you leaving her terrifies her beyond anything she's ever faced. Because if you leave, she'll be all alone again, and that to her is a fate worse than death. Biting his lip, Harry looked down at his lap for a moment before finally taking a deep breath and mumbling something so softly that Dinah couldn't catch it in time. What was that, Harry? Trigon showed me a vision of the future, Harry said softly, causing Dinah's eyes to widen at the fear she heard in Harry's voice. He showed me who I become, and how it happens. Go on, Harry, Dinah urged gently. I become a monster, Harry whispered in a hollow voice before launching into what Trigon showed him. At the end of his story, Harry looked up from his lap and finally faced Dinah. And the heroine felt her heart break at the hollow look in Harry's eyes, a look no 12-year-old should have. I killed so many heroes, Harry said softly, tears running down his face. I don't even know how many, I only recognized a few of the bodies. All I've ever wanted is to be a hero like Raven, to make our parents proud of me. To make her proud of me. But what if my destiny isn't to be a hero, but to be this world's destroyer? How can I possibly look Raven in the eye when I know that I'll be just as bad, if not worse, than the man who killed our parents? Sudden understanding bloomed in Dinah, and she mentally kicked herself for not realizing it sooner. Harry was angry with Raven, yes. But more than that, he was ashamed of what he had seen his future self do. All Harry wanted to do was be a hero. Instead, Trigon had forced the boy to watch as Harry became the worst of villains. Before she even knew what she was doing, Dinah had risen to her feet, walked across the room, and kneeled in front of Harry, placing a calming hand on his knee as the boy bit his lip to keep from crying any more than he had already. Harry, listen to me, Dinah said gently. That future that Trigon showed you is a lie. How can you be sure? Harry retorted in a hollow voice. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Harry, Dinah commanded with such force that all Harry could do was nod silently. You're not a bad person. You're a very good person, who bad things have happened to, do you understand? Harry could do nothing but nod, before lowering his head in shame. Dinah refused to allow him to slide backwards, however, and placed her hand under his chin, forcing his head back up. We all have both light and dark inside us, what matters is the part you choose to act on. That's what decides who you really are. I don't want to become him, Harry whimpered softly and causing Dinah to smile. And that is why you won't. I don't understand, Harry said softly as Dinah smiled up at him. You have a lot of people who care about you, Harry. And those people will never allow you to become that monster you saw, so never think that you are alone. We're here for you, Harry. And we will never let you fall. For a moment, Harry simply stared at Dinah as though searching her eyes for deception. A moment later, Harry lunged into Dinah's arms and quiet Y cried into her shoulder as she rubbed his back. After several moments of this, Harry finally released his hold on Dinah and hastily wiped his eyes before taking his seat again. Smiling gently, Dinah rose to her feet and retook her own seat. I think we've made real progress here, Harry, Dinah said happily, but I think we can still do more. For now though, I want you to stop being so hostile to your sister. Perhaps even have a civilized conversation with her without coming to shouting at each other. Harry couldn't help but laugh at Dinah's smirk as she said the last part. I'll try my best, Harry smirked. Harry, I'm serious, Dinah quickly said. Raven is really hurting since you stopped talking to her. Even a simple hello would mean the world to her. I will, try, Harry said softly, earning a genuine smile from Dinah. That's all I can ask for. We'll talk more next week, and I'll come up with some ideas to help with your anger. Okay, Harry said softly as he rose and made his way to the door, before exiting. He turned time. Hey Dinah. Yes, Harry, thanks, I guess. You're welcome, Harry, Dinah replied with a smirk. Now get out of here. You have to get the tower ready for your friends. Remember. Oh yeah, Harry said cheerfully, waving one final time before speeding out the door and down the hall. As he passed by Raven, Harry slowed and said softly, hello, quickly speeding away. Harry missed Raven's look of surprise, which quickly turned into a smile. Author's note. Next time, the Weasleys and Hermione see firsthand what it means to be a Sue. Per Harrow and what will happen once the bounties on Harry and Loony's heads hit the street. Tune in next time to find out. Chapter 31. The next morning, Raven and the other Titans were enjoying a homemade breakfast. Courtesy of Andromeda Tonks. Said chef was wearing a light green dress and currently enjoying small talk with her niece, Raven, while her daughter, Dora, was happily munching on her eggs as she sat next to a smiling Beast Boy, who was sipping a steaming cup of coffee. Dora was dressed in a pink pair of pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt, while Beast Boy was wearing his traditional purple and black uniform. Not long after the incident with Trigon, when Andromeda learned that her daughter and the green shapeshifter were dating, she had taken Beast Boy by the ear and had a long private discussion with the boy. No one knew what Andromeda and Beast Boy had talked about, but whatever it was appeared to ease Andromeda's anxiety as she seemed to warm to her daughter's choice in relationship quickly. The only missing Titans were Robin, who now went by the moniker Nightwing, and Harry. Raven's brother had woken at near dawn and been too excited about Hermione and the Weasleys arriving later in the day to calm down since it had been Nightwing's idea for him and Harry to spar together, not only to keep the boy busy until their guests arrived, but also to see how much stronger Harry's abilities had become since his possession at Trigon's hands. Harry had even been given permission to use his shapeshifting abilities, and that alone had made Harry almost drag Nightwing to the training room. Affectionately called the Danger Room by the Titans. Cyborg had run himself ragged designing and creating the Danger Room when the Titans first formed, and the final result showed just how much work he had put into it. When completed, the Danger Room's holographic capabilities were almost amazing beyond words, capable of transforming itself into a myriad of different scenarios designed to challenge the Titans in an interminable number of different situations. So great a technological achievement was the Titans' Danger Room that the Justice League had asked Cyborg to make one for them as well, aboard the Watchtower. Which was what his current project was. Though it was originally created as a means of training, Cyborg had realized too late what else the room could be used for, and had on more than occasion caught Beast Boy or Harry using it to play realistic Guitar Hero. Raven had just finished washing her plate, when the air in the center of the living room seemed to distort itself. A moment later 4 red heads and 1 bushy-haired girl were deposited onto the floor in a mass pile. The only one who managed to stay on their feet seemed to be the Weasley matriarch, Th. How even she seemed woozy from the international portkey. As Molly Weasley tightened her grip on her bag and managed to right herself, her gaze turned toward the Titans who were silently staring at her and her travel companions who were currently trying to extricate themselves from the pile they found themselves in. Molly had already been told by Hermione and her children that the Titans were what the Muggles call superheroes, and that their appearance might surprise Molly, but she still wasn't prepared for the reality. One of the Titans, in particular, made Molly's mouth drop open in shock. For he appeared to be an amalgamation of cool blue metal and dark brown skin. Seeing her staring at him, Cyborg smiled and offered a wink, causing Molly to blink and look away in shame for staring. The other Titans were equally as shocking to Molly, and she soon found herself staring against her will at them. Each was just as outlandish as the last, with the only one who looked at least halfway normal being Raven Potter. Though even she pushed the boundaries of normality. Despite being close friends with the Potters in the past, the war had prevented Molly from meeting Raven as a child, and so while Molly was glad to meet the girl finally, she couldn't help but be a tad alarmed at the girl's appearance. The eldest Potter child was barefoot and dressed quite casually, wearing a simple CK pair of pajama bottoms and a matching sleeveless top. The thing that caught Molly's attention, however, it was how pale the girl was, to the point where her skin was almost gray. "Molly," Androne said warmly as she came out from the kitchen, drying her hands on a towel, "Good morning. I'm afraid we've just finished breakfast, but if you or your children are hungry, I'm sure I could whip something up." "Good morning, Andromeda," Molly replied with a smile. "I had no idea you would be joining us for the summer and thank you for the kind offer, but we ate before we left England." "You're quite welcome," Andromeda replied. "And I was invited to stay here for the summer by my niece, and seeing as how my daughter has chosen one of her cousin's friends as her boyfriend and was already planning to stay with him for the summer before she starts her Auror training. Well, I would be remiss if I just let my daughter come here alone, without adult supervision. I'm sure you understand completely," Molly said at once with a nod. In the background, Dora groaned and rolled her eyes as Beast Boy smirked from behind his coffee cup. "So, how is Arthur doing?" Andromeda asked as she guided Molly to the table. Doing well, Molly replied with a smile as she took a seat and laid her bag on the floor next to her. Unfortunately, his job wouldn't allow him to take any time off, least of all the whole summer. So he's staying with my son, Percy. He didn't want to come. Beast Boy asked. Unfortunately not, Molly responded. He insisted that he had too much studying to do, considering next year as his OWL year. Oh, I completely understand, Andromeda replied. I wish Nymphadora had taken her studies as seriously during her OWL year. I told you, don't call me that. Dora complained at once, and, if you remember, I managed to get 7 owls during my exams. But you could have done so much better, Andromeda said soothingly, and as I've told you before, Nymphadora is a wonderful name. Not bloody likely, Dora muttered. And how is Ted doing? Molly asked, trying to change the conversation. Is he still practicing law? Oh yes, Andromeda replied with a smile. Raven made him the premier lawyer for House Potter right after making me its proxy. That's wonderful, Molly replied happily. Indeed, Andromeda agreed at once. Unfortunately, House Potter's last proxy was woefully incompetent. And poor Ted has been inundated with paperwork trying to repair the last few years' worth of damage, as well as see where all of House Potter's money has been going. Is it really that bad? Molly asked in shock, which only grew with Andromeda's sad nod. Unfortunately, it's the reason he was unable to join us for the summer. The amount of work simply wouldn't allow him to get away. As the children finally managed to untangle themselves and began to rise unsteadily to their feet, they slowly took in their surroundings and couldn't help but be impressed by what they were seeing. This is where you guys live, Fred said in shock as he looked out the nearby window, taking in the beautiful ocean and beach that lay before the tower. Blimey, George breathed, following his twins' gaze. Talk about ideal real estate. So you're the legendary Weasley twins, are you? Jinx asked with a raised brow. As she approached, the twins both looked at each other nervously before turning back to Jinx. A slow blush spreading up both of their necks. The pink-haired witch was, like Raven, barefoot and still dressed in her pajamas, which consisted of a pair of checkered black and deep purple sleeping pants and a sleeveless purple top. Finally stopping a few feet from the twins, Jinx crossed her arms over her chest and looked the pair up and down, making them both visibly gulp as her eyes narrowed. Harry says you two are creatures of pure chaos, Jinx said finally. That true? I wouldn't say pure chaos, Fred smirked. George added, more like 80%. That sounds a bit low to me, brother of mine. Fred countered. You may be right, George said thoughtfully, turning to face his twin. Perhaps 90% sounds better. Much, Fred replied with a nod before the two turned back to Jinx. The pink-haired witch looked at the two for a moment before a smile began to spread across her face as her pink cat's slit eyes twinkled mischievously. I think I'm gonna like the two of you, Jinx said with a wink, making the twins blush instantly as the watching titans laughed at the twins' discomfort. Jinx quit teasing them, Cyborg laughed. Besides, they're both underage. Oh phooey, Jinx mock-pouted before turning on her heel and striding back to the table and sitting back down. The twins, at this point, were both blushing furiously and attempting to come up with something witty to say. Only to stutter incoherently, which made the watchers chuckle more. Very smooth, you two, Ginny quipped with a grin as she rose to her feet and dusted herself off. Real lady killers, you two. Shut it, both twins cried in unison, eliciting further laughter from the watchers as Ron continued to gaze in awe at his surroundings. Finally, his gaze fell on Cyborg. And Ron's eyebrows shot to his forehead. Wicked, Ron breathed, causing Cyborg to grin before he raised his coffee cup in a toast at Ron, who smiled back shyly. Before he could say anything more, however, Hermione had jumped to her feet and practically shoved Ron out of the way as she made a beeline straight for Cyborg. You're Cyborg, Hermione cried excitedly. Indeed I am, kid, Cyborg said with a smile. And you must be Hermione Granger. Harry's told us a lot about you in his letters. Fighting back the blush that was growing across her cheeks, Hermione quickly steeled her nerves and asked the single question that had been plaguing her since meeting Harry Potter. How did you do it? Do it? Cyborg asked in confusion. You're going to have to be a bit more specific, Ms. Granger. How did you manage to make magic and electricity interact around each other? Hermione replied at once, "Everything I've read says that it shouldn't be possible, yet I've had to watch time and ag. Ain as Harry continuously defies logic and convention. How?" As Cyborg looked down at the girl, he had to stifle back a laugh. Hermione was practically bouncing with the need to understand the unknown. "Oh, that," Cyborg laughed. "Actually, that was mostly Jinx. I just supplied the materials." Jinx raised her coffee cup at Cyborg, while Hermione cast a nervous at the so-called Queen of Misfortune. "She's the one who figured out how to make magic and electricity interact around each other without canceling each other out," Cyborg continued, bringing Hermione's attention back to him. "But how?" Hermione practically growled and making Cyborg and Jinx grin mischievously. Motioning for Jinx to take over, Cyborg walked into the kitchen and poured himself another cup of coffee. "I simply put conversion runes on a few crystals so that the magic would be converted into electricity. Then I used a bit of charms mixed with a bit of transfiguration to combine the crystal with whatever it's supposed to be powering. Thereby not only allowing technology and magic to interact around one another, but also creating limitless energy to power it," Jinx said with a wink. Hermione gaped. "Of course. It's so simple. How has no one thought of it before?" "Because none of them are me," Jinx said with a sneer, "and also, because most of the magic world is stupid." "Jinx," Raven said with a raised brow, as she saw Molly glaring at the pink-haired witch, "play nice." Rather than reply, Jinx chose instead to stick her tongue out at Raven, who shook her head with a small smirk as Hermione continued to ask Jinx questions. "But this is a major technological achievement. Why haven't you released your results to the magical world? This could change the way that wizards and witches interact with muggles." "Yes, it could." Jinx nodded before a hard look came across her face, "but why would I ever help the people who ruined my life? I'd rather let them stew in their own ignorant problems." Seeing Had Jinx's words were about to cause a massive argument with the Weasley matriarch, Raven quickly stepped in and redirected the conversation. "If you'll all follow me, I'll show you where you'll be staying while with us at Titan's Tower," Raven said in a polite voice, "and after you're settled, me and my friends will give everyone a tour." "Where's Harry?" Ron asked as he and the others picked up air bags and followed Raven into the hallway, leaving the remaining Titans to finish breakfast with Andromeda and Dora. "He's currently training with Nightwing, but shouldn't be too much longer," Ron replied to the confusion of the group. "Who?" Ron asked at once. "My apologies," Raven replied. "Robin has decided to change his name and has chosen the new moniker of Nightwing as his replacement." "But why?" Hermione asked in surprise. She knew that there were 3 other Robins, well, 2 now since Joker had killed the last one several years ago, and while she could admit that it probably got confusing at times, she still couldn't understand why the Robin she knew would want to throw away his name. "That's his story to tell," Raven replied, "not mine." "Can we watch Harry train?" Ron asked excitedly. He knew that Harry was a superhero, but aside from showing off his tentacles and flying a few times, his friend had never really told Ron or Hermione what he could do, and Ron desperately wanted to find out. After a few moments of silent thought, Raven finally nodded her head and beckoned the group to follow her as she took a different hallway than the one they had been going down. "I don't see why not," Raven replied with a smirk. "Follow me." A wave of excitement seemed to pass through the group at Raven's words, and they eagerly followed behind the girl. Molly followed as well, though with a confused expression on her face as she wondered what type of training young Harry could be doing during the summer and what kind it could be that could make her kids so excited to see it. Harry smirked as one of his tentacles wrapped around Harley Quinn's neck before throwing her into the charging form of the Joker. As the two collided and crashed to the ground, they both made to shatter into a million pieces of light before disappearing a second later. Not far away, Nightwing was watching with crossed arms, and Harry had to admit that his new uniform looked pretty cool. The blue and black seemed to go together really well, though Harry would never admit it. Out of all the Titans that had participated in helping Harry, it was Nightwing that Harry had been quickest to forgive. If only for the fact that the hero had done what Harry had desperately wanted to do, which was slug Batman for causing Harry pain in the first place. That makes it 10-0 in my favor. Your baddies ain't as difficult to beat as you think. What else you got? Harry asked with a smirk as he lazily dusted off the shoulders of his uniform, and making Nightwing raise an eyebrow. "Oh, you wanna play?" Nightwing asked as a smirk of his own appeared. "Okay then, let's play." Before Harry could ask what Nightwing meant, the hero suddenly called out. "Begin training scenario codenamed Clausewitz." Clausewitz, Harry said in confusion. He had never heard of this training program before, which was strange because he thought he knew them all. Like Nightwing could answer, the room began to change and shift around Harry, momentarily causing the boy to stumble as he tried to regain his footing. When the room finally resettled, Harry found himself standing in what appeared to be a destroyed city. As he looked back to where Nightwing had been standing, Harry saw, to his annoyance, that the hero had disappeared, leaving Harry quite alone. Spinning around to make sure that he was indeed alone, Harry couldn't help but notice how quiet it was around him, eerily so, in fact. You would figure with destruction on this scale, there would be some kind of noise, Harry thought as he looked at the devastation before him. As far as he could see, it was nothing but destruction, with a few of the buildings still on fire, causing smoke to billow toward the sky like waves from the ocean. Before he could think on the silence any longer, Harry was suddenly launched forward as something hit him hard in the back and sent him crashing to the ground. Quickly jumping to his feet, Harry felt the blood run from his face, though no one could see it, thanks to his hood, as he saw who had attacked him. "Never lower your defenses whilst in enemy territory," Slade said simply as he crossed his arms over his chest. "First lesson of combat." "Oh crap," Harry replied, unable to stop himself as he looked at the Titan's greatest adversary. The real Slade had decided that the Titans were no longer worthy of his time, it seemed. As he hadn't been seen in Jump City in some time, but Harry knew that Nightwing truly meant to test him if Slade was to be his opponent. "Ready for your next lesson, Arcane?" Slade asked before charging forward. Knowing that his only chance of winning was to end the fight quickly, Harry immediately wrapped his tentacles around him and transformed into the first thing that popped into his head. That being the Incredible Hulk. Unfortunately, while Harry may have looked like the Green Monster, he lacked the Hulk's strength, and as Harry raised his fists into the air and slammed them into the ground, hoping to squash his charging opponent, Slade easily jumped aside before delivering a powerful uppercut to Harry's chin, which knocked the boy onto his back, and ended the transformation. "Second rule," Slade drawled, "bigger doesn't always mean better." As Harry quickly rose to his feet, he suddenly received a solid punch to the jaw from his left, sending him slamming back to the ground and sliding several feet away as Slade spoke again. Third rule, and perhaps most important, never assume that your opponent is alone. Shaking his head to end the dizziness that assaulted him, Harry rose to his feet and quickly took a look around to see who had attacked him, only for his eyes to widen in alarm at what he was seeing. Slade was standing on the opposite side of Harry, staring at the boy with his arms crossed over his chest. That wasn't what made Harry suddenly nervous about his chances of winning this fight. No, what made Harry nervous was the F.A. court that standing behind Slade were three other villains, each wearing a smile of anticipation at the coming battle. As Harry gazed at the faces of Copperhead, Solomon Grundy, and Giganta, he knew that he was in a lot of trouble and wished he had kept his mouth shut instead of taunting Nightwing. As Slade pulled a sword from the sheath on his back, Harry couldn't help but gulp nervously. "Ready for your last lesson, Arcane?" Slade drawled as the villains behind him readied themselves to attack. "Bring it, you one-eyed prick," Harry spat back as his tentacles emerged from his back and began transforming themselves into different weapons. Narrowing his eye in anger, Slade issued a roar of challenge before charging toward Harry. Behind Slade, the other villains followed suit, each determined to kill Arcane first. As the group approached a pair of doors, Raven directed them to follow her through the ones on the left. "This door leads to the danger room," Raven said, indicating the door on the right. "It's a holographic room where the Titans do most of our training, though it can be used for far more than that." "Like what?" Hermione asked excitedly. "Pretty much any scenario or interaction you can think of," Raven replied. "Within reason, of course. Cyborg had to add some security protocols after we caught Jinx using it for dates." Not many seemed to understand what Raven was implying. But Hermione seemed to as she blushed scarlet while Raven shuddered at the memory of walking in on Jinx and Jason Momoa making out. "Anyway, the other room leads to the observation room, where We'll be able to watch Harry finish up his training, Raven said as the door slid open and she stepped inside. The interior was dark and cool, with a few chairs being the only furniture in it. Along the far wall, a huge window stretched from one end of the room to the other, beyond which the group could see a city on fire. Blimey! Ron breathed in horror as he looked at the city. What did that? Before Raven could answer, an explosion echoed from the other side of the glass, making the group minus Raven jump. You need have no fear, Raven said at once, lifting her hands in a placating manner. The glass is made of the strongest substance on Earth. Nothing can break it, so you're all safe in here. That seemed to alleviate the fears of most, though Molly still seemed wary. Hermione W. As the first to approach the glass after Raven's announcement, and her eyes widened at what she was seeing. As the rest of the group followed Hermione's example, they each gained the same expression, and Ron's jaw actually dropped. A figure dressed in dark blue robes was currently fighting off 4 opponents simultaneously and seemed to be barely managing to win, as a man dressed like a snake lunged from a pile of rubble. Aiming to land on the figure's unprotected back, the group watched in shock as a black tentacle shot out of the figure's shoulder blade and transformed into a boxing glove or delivering a devastating punch to the snake man's face, which sent the man crashing back into the rubble. A moment later, the snake man seemed to shatter into pieces, which instantly turned into light and disappeared. That's arcane, Hermione cried excitedly, and making the others turn to her. Arcane, Ron replied. Isn't that what you called Harry the first time you met him? Suddenly, Ron's eyes seemed to light up in understanding as he turned back to watch the fight that was going on. Wait, you mean that's Harry? Smiling too widely to answer, Hermione simply nodded her head so fast that it looked like her head might fly off as the Weasleys watched the battle with greater reverence. Blimey, Ron whispered as he watched his best friend deliver a quick 3-punch combo to the ace of what looked terrifyingly like a zombie, only for the zombie to growl angrily and backhand Harry away. That's Harry Potter, Molly cried in shock and horror. Turning to Raven, Molly asked in a horrified voice. How can you let him fight those monsters alone? He's just a boy. Incorrect, ma'am, Raven replied. Harry is a hero, and this is the job. But he could be killed, Molly retorted. Unlikely, Raven shrugged. The danger room has several security protocols in place to minimize physical damage and prevent loss of life. The most that Harry will get is a little beaten up, but the infirmary will have him up again in a matter of hours, depending on the injury. Beaten up, Molly breathed in horror. And you're okay with this? With watching your brother get beaten up, as you put it? As I said, this is the job, Raven replied, and it is why we use the danger room to train. We fight in there and learn how to be better heroes so that when it comes time to fight in actual combat, we have learned from the mistakes made in training and don't repeat them. But how can you be okay with him in combat at all? Molly cried, unable to understand how Raven could possibly be okay with this. Children have no place on a battlefield. For several moments, Raven didn't answer, simply stared at the fight going her side of the glass. Harry was currently engaged in combat with Cheetah, and as he delivered a bicycle kick to the villain's chest, Raven finally sighed and turned to look at Molly. I can assure you, Mrs. Weasley, if I had my way, Harry would never get hurt. I would. I've upped my life and everything I own just to make him smile. That's how much my brother means to me. But from the moment he returned to my life, all he wanted to do was be a hero like me. I could no more stop him from doing this than I could stop him from breathing. Being a hero isn't just a job to Harry. It's who he is. Before anything else could be said, the group was distracted by the sight of Harry being grabbed by a giant woman that made everyone's, once again, minus Raven, eyes widen in alarm. As the group watched, the woman closed her fist around Harry's body as he struggled to free himself, and brought her other fist back as though to punch the boy clutched in her grasp. Whoa, that's one big woman, Fred said in shock. You can say that again, George added. That's Giganta, Hermione said at once. She's a supervillain with the ability to alter her size at will. Wicked, Ginny breathed. Molly, on the other hand, looked like she was about to have a heart attack. Were there really muggles with powers such as these in the world? If so, the magical world was doomed should it ever be discovered. Before Giganta would deliver the punch that would undoubtedly send Harry into the infirmary, a black tentacle shot out of the top of the boy's head, transformed into a spear, and embedded itself directly into Giganta's hand. Ouch! Giganta cried before opening her hand and allowing Harry to escape. Not wasting a second, Harry flew straight at Giganta's head, and put as much strength as he could into his attack as he delivered a brutal uppercut to the woman's jaw and rocking her head back. As the villain began to fall, her body seemed to crack, and as she hit the ground, she shattered just like the Snake Man had a moment ago. Turning toward Raven, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "The holograms feel pain?" "Not really," Raven shrugged. "When Cyborg created the Danger Room, he uploaded the files of every villain that the Justice League and the Titans have ever faced so he could begin creating the training scenarios. Those files contained a lot of information on the villains, and Cyborg's system just made realistic versions based on the files." "That's incredible, Hermione. So they think, act, and even fight like their real counterparts." "Exactly," Raven nodded before turning back to the fight. As Harry watched Giganta disappear, he made a silent promise never to antagonize Nightwing ever again. Harry was beginning to understand why the training program was named after the general who came up with the idea, Total War. No matter how many supervillains Harry defeated, another seemed to take their place almost immediately, and loath though he was to admit it, Harry was beginning to feel his reserves growing empty. He'd already defeated Copperhead, Giganta, Grodd, Toyman, Two-Face, Solomon Grundy, and Black Spider, but no matter how many villains he put down, another seemed to take its place almost instantly. "What's the matter, Arcane?" Slade D. rawled as he stepped out of the shadow of a nearby overturned bus. "You're not as fast as you were a moment ago." "Poor little Nino," Bane added as he suddenly appeared in a flash of light, cracking his knuckles in anticipation of the upcoming fight. As Harry glared hatefully at Slade, he saw 3 other bright lights flash next to Bane. A moment later, Harry felt himself groan as he saw Poison Ivy, KG Beast, and Mad Mod appear, each leering at Harry like he was a piece of meat. As she watched her little brother defeat Giganta, Raven felt a swell of pride. That pride was soon replaced with worry when she saw Slade step out of the shadows. "That's Slade," Hermione said in a nervous voice. "Can Harry handle him all alone?" "Who's Slade?" Ron asked, noticing the way Hermione and Raven were nervously glancing at one another. "And why are you two so worried?" "Harry's amazing. Slade is the Titan's greatest enemy," Raven said softly as she watched Harry wrap one of his tentacles around Mad Mod's leg and lift the villain into the air before slamming him to the ground and causing him to explode in a shower of light. "He's more than that," Hermione added in a nervous voice. "Slade is one of the most dangerous men on Earth. He's been personally responsible for more atrocities than one can count, and his body count is rumored to be in the triple digits. The Weasleys all seem to pale as one, Molly worst of all." Ron looked as though he wanted to charge into the room and defend his friend and was only stopped when Raven spoke again. "Don't worry, Harry will be fine," Raven said in a soft voice. Though whether she was trying to convince the Weasleys or herself was anyone's guess, it's not really Slade, it's just a copy. And even if Harry does get into trouble, the safety protocols will engage. "I hope you're right," Hermione mumbled as the group turned their attention back to the fight. Harry growled with annoyance as he ducked under Cagebeast's haymaker, leaving himself open for a counterattack. Not wasting a moment, Harry jumped into the air and delivered a devastating knee to the villain's chin, sending him onto his back. An instant later, KG Beast gasped in pain as Harry landed on top of him, driving his foot deep into the villain's stomach and making him shatter and disappear. Before he could enjoy his latest victory, however, Harry heard a shout of anger and D turned on his heel to see Bane barreling toward him. "Get over here," Harry snarled, sending one of his tentacles shooting out of his open palm and toward Bane. As it neared the villain, the tentacle transformed into a barbed spear and embedded itself in Bane's left shoulder and exiting out the back, causing Bane to cry out in pain as the tentacle snapped taut like a rope. Growling in pain, Bane grabbed the tentacle with his right hand and tried to pull the spear out of him, only for Harry to pull his arm back while shouting, "Come here." Against his will, Bane found himself being dragged to Ward Harry and only had time to open his eyes in alarm before the boy delivered a powerful punch to the villain's face. Unfortunately, Harry was so focused on Bane that he failed to realize Poison Ivy had snuck up behind him with a steel pipe. As the plant-themed villainess swung the pipe at Harry's head, she smiled in satisfaction, only for her expression to morph into one of shock when a second tentacle emerged from Harry's back and took on the shape of a shield and effectively blocked the attack. "What the?" was all Poison Ivy had time to say before Harry's head whipped around, and he took notice of her. An instant later, Ivy was being sent sailing in the opposite direction as the tentacle changed from a shield into a giant hand and bitch slapped the woman away. As both Bane and Poison Ivy shattered and faded away, Harry saw to his relief that no other supervillains were appearing. All that remained was Slade, and if Harry beat him, the simulation would end. Just one more to go, and Harry would win. Turning to face his final opponent, Harry tried not to show how utterly exhausted he was. He could feel his legs shaking, and Harry had to shake his head as his vision blurred for a moment. Raising his fists defensively, Harry stared at Slade nervously. The man was leaning against the far wall of what looked like a destroyed drugstore with his arms crossed over his chest. When the battle had first begun, Harry had tried to take out Slade first, knowing that he would be the toughest opponent. To Harry's frustration, it seemed that Slade had known exactly what Harry was trying to do and had disappeared soon after, appearing only occasionally to taunt Harry or offer advice on how Harry could better defeat his current opponent. "Ready to finish this?" Harry growled, making Slade tilt his head curiously. "You can't honestly believe that you'll win," Slade mocked. "E-boy. Don't call me that," Harry snarled as memories of his life before Raven momentarily came back to him. Abandoning all reason and just wanting the fight to end already, Harry charged forward, willing his tentacles to transform into blades. "Don't call me that," Harry snarled before charging forward. His tentacles transforming into 6 sharp swords. "He's trying to make you angry, Harry," Raven whispered as she watched Slade draw his own sword and charge at Harry. "Don't fall for it, blimey," Ginny said in awe as she and the rest of the group watched Harry and Slade's duel. "He's amazing." And it was true. Harry was doing far better than Raven had anticipated, and for a moment, she dared believe that her little brother might actually stand a chance, as impossible as that seemed to her. It was almost as though the group was watching a dance, albeit a very dangerous dance. Harry and Slade mixed martial arts with swordplay. And more than once Raven thought Harry had won, only to groan as Slade batted away Harry's blade, or blocked a chop or kick. "Come on, Harry," Raven said softly, "find his weakness." "Harry will do it, I know it," Ron cried excitedly. "He doesn't know how to fail. I am so going to die," Harry thought morbidly as he ducked under a slash that would have undoubtedly decapitated the boy. Only to receive a solid kick to the chest a moment later, sending him rolling backward across the ground, end over end. Rising to his knees, Harry gasped for air as Slade lazily approached him. "I must say, I'm disappointed, Arcane," Slade sneered. "I expected so much more from one raised by the Titans. Perhaps I shouldn't have." Glaring with all the hatred he could muster, Harry tried to rise to his feet, only to collapse to his knees in exhaustion. He simply had nothing left, and that fact alone made Harry seethe with anger. "Go to hell," Harry replied in one last act of defiance, making Slade chuckle slightly as he rested his sword on Harry's shoulder, the blade less than an inch from the boy's neck. "You first," Slade sneered as he pulled the blade back and prepared to swing it at the defenseless boy. Before he could, however, Slade suddenly froze in place with his sword in mid-arch, making Harry look at the villain with confusion. "What the heck?" A moment later, Slade shattered into a million pieces and Harry felt the familiar sensation of the danger room shifting as the simulation ended. When the shifting finally ended, Harry was left on his knees as Nightwing suddenly approached, clapping his hands. "Congratulations, Harry, you're dead," Nightwing mocked. "I really hate you sometimes," Harry growled as he unsuccessfully tried once again to rise to his feet. "No, you don't," Nightwing smirked before bending down and helping Harry to his feet. Throwing one of the boy's arms around his shoulder, Nightwing smiled at the exhausted boy as the two walked toward the exit. "Seriously though, well done, Harry," Nightwing said with pride. Defeating that many supervillains one after another and still being able to challenge Slade afterward is no small feat. Even annoyed as he was at having been beaten, Harry couldn't help but feel warm at Nightwing's words and was grateful that his face was hidden inside his hood. "Thanks, Dick," Harry whispered. A moment later, Harry was suddenly pulled from Nightwing's arms by someone who delivered a bone-crushing hug and making Harry gasp with pain. "You bloody idiot," Hermione cried. "What were you thinking challenging Slade in your weakened state?" "Good to see you too, Hermione," Harry laughed as he pulled away from his friend and turned to face the rest of the Weasleys. "Guess you all saw my fight, huh?" "Harry, that was amazing," Ron said in awe. "I can't believe what I just saw." "Bloody brilliant, that was," Fred said, George nodding quickly in agreement. "I don't think it would be safe for me to watch any more of your so-called training," Molly said in a weak voice. "I don't know if my poor heart can stand it." Molly's words made the others chuckle as Harry turned his attention to his elder sister, who was watching with an unreadable expression. "You did well," Raven said simply, and making Harry smile under his hood. "Thank you," Harry replied softly as he dipped his head. "While Nightwing takes Harry to the infirmary, why don't I show you to your room so you can unpack and get settled?" Raven said softly. "Later, I'll give everyone a tour of the tower." "Sounds good," Molly replied at once. "I think I need a bit of a lay down after that." As Raven led the group away, Nightwing began carrying Harry in the opposite direction, towards the infirmary. "You know your O.N.T. Andromeda is gonna kill you when she sees how battered you are, right?" Nightwing mocked. "And whose fault is that?" Harry replied sarcastically. "Face it, dude. We're both dead men when Aunt Andromeda gets a hold of us." Unable to deny Harry's words, Nightwing swallowed nervously as they approached the infirmary door. "Let's get this over with, then." Far away on an island that seemed to sit in the middle of a hurricane perpetually, Severus Snape was sitting in his cell in Azkaban prison. Gone were his sleek black robes that seemed to give him an air of intimidation and authority. Now, he former potions professor was dressed in a dirty set of prison robes and was desperately hugging a ratty blanket around himself as he tried to get warm. His trial, if one could even call it that, had lasted no more than an hour. And with the insurmountable amount of evidence that had been brought against him, Snape's conviction was an all but foregone conclusion. To Snape's horror, Dumbledore had recused himself from the trial, citing that he could not possibly remain impartial, and it was then that Snape realized just how screwed he was. Almost unanimously, Snape had been sentenced to life in Azkaban with no possibility for parole by the Wizengamot, and Snape felt himself burn with humiliation and rage at having been brought so low by the spawn of James Potter. "Well, at least it can't get any worse," Snape thought with a sneer. As though the gods themselves had heard Snape's thought and wished to show him how wrong he was, a voice suddenly sang out from the cell across from Snape's. "Ooh, Snivellus." "No," Snape whispered in horror as his head shot up and his eyes bulged. "Not him." "What's the matter, Snivellus?" The voice called out happily. "Don't you want to reminisce with an old friend?" "No," Snape screamed in rage, his voice being cut off a moment later by insane laughter from the cell across from his. Author's note. Okay, so we have some things to review in this chapter, so let's get to it. 1. Q. It seems like you're making Harry op, and that's kinda putting me off the story. A. You're right, I am. I plan on making Harry the most powerful thing in the entire universe by the time this story is over, but I believe that strength and power should be earned, not just given on a silver platter, so I plan to make Harry work for that title. 2. Q. There are too many scenes with song lyrics in them, and I don't like it. A. The way I've written Harry, music is a big part of who he is. He was abused nearly his whole life, and even though he's spent the last 4 years with Raven, trauma like that doesn't just go away, it needs an outlet. Raven saw this almost immediately, and it's why she tried to help him through music. There are going to be more lyrics in the coming chapters. So if that puts you off, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. 3. Q. Will the Young Justice team be making an appearance or not? I'm tired of your teasing. A. I haven't been teasing you. I have stated on multiple occasions that if the readers want them to, then I'll try and figure out a way, but I originally wrote this as a Teen Titans story, not a Young Justice story. 4. Q. Are Harry's tentacles sentient? A. To a degree. I had originally planned for the tentacles to actually be the physical manifestation of a demon separate from Trigon that had attached itself to Harry when he was younger. But that idea didn't pan out. Think of Harry's tentacles like guard dogs. Yes, they have sentience, but only to keep him safe. They can't make their own decisions. I want to give a personal shout out to AA Airsoft Media, who has been reviewing my story on his YouTube page. If you haven't had a chance to check them out, I highly recommend doing so, as they are hilarious. I love the dude's energy. Bear in mind, however, that his second review of the story was made before I changed the ending of one of the chapters, so it might get a bit confusing when he talks about Harry's tentacles being a demon. Until next time, I hope you enjoy this chapter, and as always, review so I know what to change and what to keep. Chapter 32. Bruce Wayne sat alone in his cave, wearing his mask, not his cowl, which rested nearby. No, the mask he wore was the one everyone saw, yet no one suspected wasn't real, the mask of Bruce Wayne. Only a very rare few knew that the billionaire playboy the world saw was nothing more than a fiction created to hide Bruce Wayne's true face, the same face that Bruce had worn since he was 8 years old, Batman. Bruce sat with his elbows resting comfortable, on the arms of his chair and his hands clasped in front of his face. His eyes were closed as he enjoyed the stillness of the cave, yet he was aware of all that happened around him. As the silence of the cave stretched interminably, Bruce's mind ran over everything he had learned of the wizarding world in the last few months since the Justice League's confrontation with Albus Dumbledore, and to he was concerned about his findings would be an understatement. The entire society seemed to stagnate at least 100 years ago, ruled by men and women who still believed in the absurdity that they deserved to rule for no other reason than the purity of their bloodlines. Bruce had spared no expense and used every asset he had, from calling in favors, to paying significant bribes, to outright threatening. All to learn as much as he could about this society that had hidden itself away for the last few centuries. Slowly opening his eyes, Bruce took in his surroundings with meticulous precision. He was alone. And only the bats above were his companions tonight. Damian and Tim were out on patrol with Barbara tonight. Bruce had only allowed it after forcing the three heroes to give their word that they would call if they encountered more than they could handle. That scenario was unlikely, considering that most of Bruce's Rouge's gallery was locked in Arkham, and the few that weren't laying low lest they find themselves back. As Bruce's thoughts turned to the pair of Robins currently on patrol, a scowl took over his features as he thought of his first partner and the one that followed, perhaps his greatest failures. When Bruce had first begun his war on crime, he had been determined to do it alone. That determination had lasted just over a year when Bruce decided to attend the circus one night and watched as a boy lost everything, just as he once had. When the decision came to adopt the boy, Bruce had done it immediately, knowing that only he could truly understand the boy's pain. Dick and Bruce's partnership had been a glorious thing, built on trust and a mutual loathing for those who victimized the innocent. But pride and a refusal to change on Bruce's part had used a split between Batman and the original Robin that had only grown worse as the years passed, and seemingly finally coming to a head a few weeks after the battle with Trigon. Jason had been Bruce's second partner and been the exact opposite of Dick, so full of anger yet also filled with the potential to be something great if given the opportunity. Bruce had provided that opportunity, and the years with Jason had been a balm to Bruce's soul after his fallout with Dick. But like with Dick, Bruce's pride had caused his partnership with Jason to implode. And before Bruce could manage to right his wrongs with the boy, Jason was murdered at the hands of the Joker, and Bruce swore that he would never take another partner, not after failing not once but twice. That vow lasted until Tim came into the picture. Seeing how brutal Batman had become, Tim realized that Batman needed a Robin to keep him from going dark. First, Tim had stolen his grandfather's credit card. He traveled to Jump City to try and convince Dick to return to Batman's side, but Dick refused on the grounds that he was a Titan now. With the addition of Raven returning with Harry in tow, Dick simply couldn't leave his responsibilities to his friends just to help Batman pull himself back from the dark. When his plea failed, Tim chose a different route and volunteered himself as the new Robin, Batman. immediately refused Tim's offer, causing him to spend the next few months stalking the Dark Knight each night across the rooftops of Gotham. Batman had first tried to intimidate Tim into stopping, but when that failed, Batman had reluctantly agreed to Tim's request and spent the next few months training him before he allowed Tim out on patrol. Tim had barely been the new Red Robin for a month when Talia al Ghul had waltzed back into Bruce's life with a son in tow that Bruce hadn't even known existed. Hoping to undo all the damage that Talia and her father had done to his son, Bruce had taken the boy into his home. After meeting his father, Damian decided that Robin was his birthright and nearly killed Tim for daring to steal my birthright from me. Batman had almost been too late, and the animosity between Tim and Damian only seemed to grow from that point on. To be honest, Batman didn't even want to have Damian take on the mantle of Robin, too worried that the boy's time with Ra's al Ghul had done irreparable damage to the boy's view of good and evil. It had been Alfred who finally convinced Batman to allow Damian a chance at redemption as Robin. While a skillful fighter, the boy was still intemperate and undisciplined. Batman had nearly given up hope when Damian met Harry. The boy had been a tremendous aid in pulling Damian from the darkness that had almost consumed him. Harry helped more and Bruce could say in terms of curbing Damian's ego and teaching him a little humanity. Bruce couldn't help but smile slightly as he recalled the day that Damian and Harry had first met. Flashback 2 years prior. Bruce, Tim, and Damian had returned to the cave after a night of patrol. The night had been relatively normal, save for one thing. During a routine takedown of a gang of arms dealers, Damian disobeyed Bruce's orders and charged headlong into battle rather than use the shadows like Damian and Tim had been taught. The result had been that 4 of the gang members had suffered severe injuries that would require several months of physical therapy to repair, and that was before Batman and Red Robin had to swoop in and save Damian from being overwhelmed and killed. What part of "do and leave my side" did you not understand? Batman demanded the moment the 3 of them entered the Batcave. I had it under control, Damian sneered back as he took off his mask and faced his father. Causing Batman's anger to fade momentarily, Damian looked so much like Bruce that it was almost like looking at a younger version of himself. Like his father, Damian had wild black hair that refused to be tamed and icy blue eyes that seemed to stare straight through you. As Batman stared down at the boy, his eyes drifted over Damian's uniform. It had been Jason's once, but Damian had taken it and repurposed it rather than let it sit behind a glass case as a memorial to his father's failure. The uniform looked almost the same as every other Robin's, from the bright red color to the yellow R.A.N.D. matching belt that every Robin since Dick had worn. The difference between those and Damian's was that he added golden lines and edging that celebrated his identity as Robin. He had improved the tactical gear on his gauntlets and extended his boots for further protection so that they now ended at his knees. His time living among the League of Assassins also seemed to work its way into Damian's costume design as Heike, one of his grandfather's men, would wear. Damian had also made the cape more jagged looking, adding microscopic blades to the tips of the cape to create a wearable sword. The final addition to Damian's uniform that no other Robin had thought of was a hood that could be raised or lowered at Damian's discretion and further helped to hide his identity. Finally, Damian had strapped a large katana to his back, a gift from his grandfather on the boy's 6th birthday. Obviously not. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to save your sorry ass, Tim snarked back, reaching up and taking off his own mask. Causing Damian to redden in fury, before he could open his mouth and no doubt cause another argument that would end in a fistfight, Batman intervened. Enough. For a moment, it looked like Tim might actually respond to the Dark Knight's order, and Batman stared down at him. Tim had chosen to make his uniform from scratch, and the result was quite impressive, to say the least. Tim's uniform was darker red than was normal, as was the yellow, giving the outfit a much more intimidating look, and that helped him stick to the shadows easier than any Robin before. Early on, Batman discovered how sagacious Tim was and used that brilliance in creating the boy's uniform. The end result was a technological marvel that augmented Tim's strength, but the best part of the uniform, at least to Tim anyway, was the computer that Batman had painstakingly created and placed in the boy's right gauntlet that could allow the boy to hack into any computer on Earth, effortlessly. Unlike Damian, Time had his coal-black hair slicked back onto his head and a perpetual smirk on his face, as though he had some secret he wanted to share but couldn't. "Go home, Tim," Batman growled after a moment. "I need to speak to my son alone." Casting one last glance at the fuming boy, Tim shrugged his shoulders and walked away. Once he was sure that they were alone, Batman turned back to Damian and leveled a glare that would have frightened the worst of Gotham's scum. Still, to Damian, it simply earned another sneer. "I thought we had gotten past this, Damian," Batman said softly. "This isn't the League of Assassins. You don't need to use lethal force like I saw tonight. They'll live," Damian sneered contemptuously. "Besides, the League and my grandfather taught me that I should show no mercy to my enemies. So, why do you quote? Because there is a line," Batman snapped. "It's all that keeps us from becoming them. You can't stop criminals by becoming one. There would be no more creamy. Now's if you followed my grandfather's example." Damian all but shouted back, "I don't even know why my mother left me here with you. I should be learning how to rule my future empire, not jumping across buildings chasing plebeian criminals." Quote, "Your mother left you here to give you the chance to choose your own fate," Batman said softly, "instead of being a slave to the whims of Ra's al Ghul. My grandfather is a great man," Damian snapped back angrily, "and one day, he will lead humanity down the path to true peace, not the pathetic path you choose to follow." "That's enough," Batman snapped, his temper coming free at last. Closing his eyes and taking a calming breath, Batman opened his eyes again and stared down at the boy as Batman's butler, Alfred, finally made his presence known. "Is everything all right, Master Bruce?" Rather than answer the man, Batman stared at his son momentarily before making a decision. "Until further notice, you are forbidden from going on patrol as Robin," Batman said simply, causing the boy to stare at Batman in equal parts shock and anger. "You're grounding me?" Damian asked in shock. "You can't do that. I'm not a child." "I'm sorry to interrupt, Master Damian," Alfred said with a smirk. "But perhaps you should look in a mirror before making such statements. You're staying in the manor." Batman growled as Damian turned crimson and opened his mouth to retort. "And if you disobey me in this, I will make sure that you never wear that uniform again." Without another word, Batman spun on his heel and stalked away, his cape billowing behind him as Damian stared at his back with unhidden fury. A moment later, Alfred placed a calming hand on the boy's shoulder. "He only wants to keep you safe, Master Damian," Alfred said gently. "Master Bruce has lost too much to suffer another loss. I don't need your pity," Damian snapped, shaking Alfred's hand off before storming away, leaving Alfred to stare sadly at the boy's back. Alfred found Bruce an hour later in the study, standing in an expensive suit and staring out the large window at the moon above, his hands clutched tight behind his back, carefully setting down the tea tray that he had brought in. He turned to the man who he had all but raised and smiled at Bruce sadly. "You can't blame yourself, Master Bruce," Alfred said gently as he placed a comforting hand on Bruce's shoulder. "In time, things will get better." Bruce scoffed at that before turning to the man who had been almost a second father to him. "Damian spent 9 years with the League of Assassins, Alfred," Bruce said sadly. "Who knows if he even can be saved at this point. Perhaps Talia was wrong in her assumption that being with me would benefit Damian." "I don't believe that," Alfred replied firmly, taking his hand off Bruce's shoulder and locking his hands behind his back. "And neither do you, Master Bruce. The boy is just lost and in need of guidance." "It's been 6 months, Alfred," Bruce said softly. His anger still consumes him." Bruce looked down, took a deep breath, and looked back at Alfred, "and I don't know how to help him through it. My God, it's like watching Jason all over again." "Jason's death was not your fault," Alfred stated at once, "and he knew how much you cared about him before the end. I know it in my heart." "I hope so," Bruce said so softly that he might have been talking to himself. Alfred looked past him, causing Bruce to turn around and glare angrily at the bat signal currently hovering in the night air. "The war never ends," Bruce muttered before turning and storming out of the study. Before he left, Bruce turned and looked at Bruce one last time. "Make sure that Damian doesn't leave the manor," Bruce growled, earning a stiff nod from Alfred. A moment later, Bruce was gone. And Alfred turned to stare back at the symbol with equal feelings of hatred and acceptance. As usual, when Batman landed on the roof of the Gotham Police Department, he found his old friend, Commissioner Gordon, waiting for him with a smoking pipe clamped tight between his teeth. "Jim," Batman said simply, making the elderly man start momentarily before turning around to face the Dark Knight. "Must you always do that?" Gordon said as he put out his pipe and stowed it away in his jacket. "You do realize I'm not a young man anymore, right? What do you have for me?" Batman responded gruffly, causing Gordon to shake his head momentarily before looking at the Dark Knight and stowing his hand in his coat pockets. "Scarecrow managed to escape from Arkham a half-hour ago after leaving 4 guards dead," Gordon said in a tired voice. "My officers chased him down and managed to corner him in a sandwich shop but are afraid to go in and take him down since he now has control of hostages." "How many?" Batman asked at once as his mind began to plan. "A class full," Gordon said quickly, making Batman's eyes widen in alarm as Gordon continued in a sad voice. "It's a bunch of kids from Jump City here for the National Academic Decathlon competition. Apparently, their coach-teacher wanted to reward all their hard work in getting this far and took them out for some food when C. Rain's getaway vehicle interrupted their meal. Crane wanted to show that he meant business and used his damn gas on the teacher. Now, he's using the kids to ensure my officers keep their distance." Batman's eyes narrowed at that, and he felt his temper flare at Scarecrow's senseless murder of innocents and felt disgusted as well for how cowardly Crane was to use children in such a Watman's eyes wi. Denned as he remembered that Raven's younger brother was one of those students in Gotham for the competition. Dick had actually called and asked if Bruce could keep an eye on Harry while he was in town. At least until Dick and the other Titans could come down to watch Harry compete in 2 days. "He needs to be stopped before more are harmed," Batman growled, causing Gordon to nod at him. "On that, we agree," Gordon said firmly. "Here's the address." Taking the piece of paper that Gordon was handing him, Batman immediately turned and pulled out his grappler gun. An instant later, he dove off the roof and shot his grappler into the free air, swinging away as Commissioner Gordon watched silently. When Batman returned to his vehicle, he immediately put the pedal to the metal and began speeding toward the address that Commissioner Gordon had given him. He had only been driving for a few moments when a light started beeping on the dashboard, making him reach down and activate the communicator on the Batmobile, showing Alfred's worried face on the small screen. "Master Bruce, I am sorry to report that Damian is not in the manor." "What?" Batman growled. "Where is he?" "He was in the cave training when last I saw him." Alfred responded at once. "When I returned shortly thereafter with dinner, young Master Damian was gone, and there was a report on the computer showing that Scarecrow had escaped." "Stupid fool," Batman snarled, punching the steering wheel as he pushed the Batmobile to go faster. "He's going to get himself killed." "I agree, sir," Alfred nodded. "I suggest you hurry before Master Damian discovers his error too late." The communication ended at that, and Batman couldn't help but offer a silent prayer that he made it before he was forced to bury another son. "Dammy." N scowled down at Scarecrow from his hiding place in the vent. The crazed villain was still dressed in his bright orange Arkham jumpsuit and was currently stalking back and forth in front of a group of children, who all looked very scared. Sneering in contempt for the madman, Damian slowly dragged himself along the vent toward a nearby grate that stood directly over the villain. Scarecrow and all, those monsters in Arkham were but rabid animals and should have been put down as such. Yet, for some unexplainable reason, his father chose to spare them and lock them away in perhaps the most insecure prison on Earth. All so that they could break out and do it all over again. Had his father been more like his grandfather, none of these villains would have been given a second chance. They would have been executed for their crimes as they should have been from the beginning. As he reached the opening, Damian pulled a miniature laser cutter from his belt and began to cut a hole in the vent, as the red light did its work. Damian couldn't help but remember the day his mother left him in Gotham. She had told him that she was doing it because she loved him, that he needed to see more of the world than just the stronghold where he had spent the last 9 years of his life, and that his father would be a good influence on him. But after 6 months of living with the man, Damian was ready to leave and never return. For arguing was all he seemed to do with his father. Whether it was over Damian's Brutal methods are Batman's continued slander of the great Ra's al Ghul and his ideology on how the world should be. As the laser cut through the last of the metal, it made a whining noise that made Scarecrow look up just in time to see it falling to the ground. The villain only had enough time to widen his eyes before it landed on top of him, with a loud clang, knocking Scarecrow to the floor, causing his gun full of fear gas to fly from his fingers and skid across the floor. Damien dove. Through the hole seconds after the grate fell, landing on top of it and making Scarecrow oof painfully as the boy's added weight landed on his chest, pulling a Berdarang from his belt. Damien SSED the blade under Scarecrow's chin and growled, "You are beaten. Surrender or die, monster." "Ah, the Bat's newest brat," Scarecrow said silkily, uncaring about the blade at his throat, as the children watched in terror. Save for one green-eyed boy who seemed to be trying to calm the other children down, "We've yet to have the pleasure of a session together. Shall we have ours now?" Before Damien could ask what Scarecrow meant, the villain shot his right arm forward toward Damien's face, revealing a small secondary gun filled with fear gas. Damien only had time for his eyes to widen in alarm before the gun went off, sending a large amount of gas straight into the boy's face, and making him jump back in alarm as he tried to breathe through his coughing. "Now boy," Scarecrow's voice purred as the lights in the restaurant began to dim around him, making Damien's eyes widen in alarm. "Let's see what you're really afraid of." It should prove to be an enlightening experience. As Damien struggled to breathe, Scarecrow and the rest of the restaurant faded away, leaving the boy standing alone in darkness. Spinning around, Damien raised his weapon defensively, yet saw nothing but darkness. He was alone. "Hello," Damien shouted, his voice echoing back to him a moment later. "Where are you, Scarecrow?" "Damien," a voice said from the darkness, making the boy spin around to see its source. The boy's eyes widened a moment later when he saw his father step out of the darkness. "Father," Damien asked in surprise, "where is Scarecrow?" "What's happening?" Batman said nothing, just continue. To stand in front of Damien and glare at the boy, his hands folded inside his cape. "What's happening?" Batman growled, his eyes narrowing. "What's happening is that I'm being forced to foster a child I never wanted." "A child? You were forced upon me by a rapist." Damien's eyes widened in shock at his father's words, and for a moment, the boy was rendered speechless. His father had never spoken like this to him before. When Damien didn't respond, Batman continued speaking in the same cold, emotionless tone as before, his cape falling away to reveal his clenched fists by his side. "I never wanted a child with Talia. You were forced on me, and you've been an embarrassment ever since." Damien took a step back at the words as though they were physical blows, and his Berdarang fell from his loose grip, landing on the ground at his feet with a dull thud. Part of Damien's mind screamed at him that this wasn't real, that it was all an illusion. But Damien's greatest fear was currently suppressing that part, the fear that no one, not even his mother, knew existed, the fear that he had desperately tried to deny even existed at all, his father scorning and abandoning him. As much as Damien might sneer at his father's methods, a small part of Damien still wanted to make the bastard proud, and Damien couldn't understand why he wanted such a thing, yet there it was. "Bred from a killer," Batman snarled, "raised by killers. What should I have expected except that you would become one as well? Perhaps I should end you now rather than risk you becoming the monster Ra's al Ghul wants you to be." Damien took another step back at the Phantom's words, and Batman stepped forward as he lowered himself down to attack. "You don't kill," Damien whispered, all trace of bravado gone as the terror overtook him. "Batman doesn't kill." "I'll make an exception in your case," Batman growled before lunging forward. An instant later, Damien's head was rocked to the side from the devastating blow that Batman had just delivered, sending the boy crashing to the ground with a painful cry. Rolling to his feet, Damien ripped his katana from its sheath on his back and held it at the Phantom that was currently taking his father's image. "You are not my father," Damien roared, his voice echoing in the darkness. "Your illusions do not fool me, Scarecrow. And you're a fool if you think otherwise." "You're the fool," Batman sneered as he raised his fists, "if you think that you'll be leaving this illusion, as you called it, alive." Without another at the boy, ducking under Damien's swing and evading an uppercut that sent Damien several inches into the air before crashing onto his back with a painful oomph. When Batman crashed through the glass window of the sandwich shop, his eyes immediately took in the situation. Scarecrow was currently standing over Damian, who seemed to be having some kind of fit on the floor. Nearby, 5 children were huddled together in terror while Harry tried to keep them calm by whispering soothing words. Seeing his son twitching on the ground filled Batman with a level of rage that he didn't think was possible. Issuing an animal cry of rage, Batman over the distance between himself and Scarecrow in less than a second and knocked away the weapon that the villain was trying to use. Grabbing hold of the Arkham jumpsuit, Batman smashed his fist into Scarecrow's face, relishing the sight of 2 of the man's teeth flying out from the impact. Grabbing the jumpsuit in both hands, Batman raised the man into the air and spun before releasing his hold and sending the villain crashing into the far wall. Before Scarecrow could register what had just happened, Batman was on top of him, delivering one devastating punch after another and quickly turning the villain's face into something closely resembling ground beef. Batman! A voice cried out, making the Dark Knight turn around in mid-punch. Harry was trying desperately to hold Damian down, a Herculean feat as Damian thrashed around as though he were having a seizure. Robin needs help. Looking down at Scarecrow, Batman could see that the battle was over. The villain's face was covered in blood, his eyes were both swollen shut, and his nose looked as though any chance of fixing it might already be a lost cause. Delivering one final punch to Scarecrow's face, Batman quickly rose and walked over to Harry, pulling a syringe filled with golden liquid from his utility belt. However, he'd barely taken 3 steps when Scarecrow jumped onto Batman's back, blind and screaming incoherently, and causing Batman to drop the syringe as he spun around, trying to get the villain off his back. After several moments, Batman finally managed to get a decent hold on the villain, pulling him over Batman's shoulder and throwing him across the counter. Turning to Harry, Batman snapped immediate orders. "Get the antidote into Robin while I deal with Scarecrow." "Me?" Harry asked in shock. "I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to stick someone with a needle." "Learn." Batman snapped as Scarecrow rose from behind the counter, holding a large knife, still blind and screaming. As Batman began to duck and dodge around Scarecrow's blind slashes and thrusts, he saw out of the corner of his eyes as Harry leaned over Damian's body and grabbed the syringe before looking at it with trepidation. "Stick it on his damn shoulder." Batman snarled as he blocked Scarecrow's attack with his forearm and quickly disarmed the villain by breaking his arm, causing Scarecrow to scream in pain. Not wasting a moment, Batman reached out and grabbed the man's head and slammed it onto the counter as hard as he could, instantly knocking the man out. Turning back to his son, Batman saw to his relief that Harry had done precisely as he had ordered and stuck the syringe into Damian's shoulder. As Batman approached, he could instantly see the boy shaking even as he tried to act brave. Laying a calm hand on Harry's shoulder, Batman gathered Damian's unconscious body into his arms. "You did well, Harry," Batman said softly before turning away and leaving the children staring in wide-eyed wonder. As Batman left, the last thing he heard, which made him smirk slightly, was one of the children asking Harry in an odd voice, "You know Batman?" As Damian finally regained consciousness, the first thing he read was the steady beep of a heart monitor. The next thing he noticed, as he cracked his eyes open slightly, was that someone was sitting next to him. Opening his eyes fully, Damian saw that it was a young boy, about his age, with strikingly similar features. The only difference between Damian and the boy was that the boy had the greenest eyes that Damian had ever seen, like fiery emeralds. The boy was wearing a dark red long-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, around which a car seatbelt hung like a belt. As Damian stared, he saw that the boy was currently reading a book with rapt attention, and as Damian zeroed in on the book, he saw, to his surprise, that it was a book of poems by Edgar Allan Poe. "Who are you?" Damian demanded in a dry voice, making him wince. "And where am I?" "I'm Harry Potter," the boy replied as he sat down his book on the table next to him and scooted his chair closer. "And we're in the Batcave now." Reaching over to the table next to Damian, Harry grabbed a glass of water with a straw and brought it close to Damian's face. Damian looked at it with suspicion for a second before gratefully taking the straw into his mouth. After several seconds, Damian stopped drinking and nodded at Harry in gratitude. To which the boy quickly returned before placing the glass back on the table. So, Harry, Damien said suspiciously, you mind telling me what happened? And why are you in the Batcave? Father doesn't usually give out visitors passes. You got sprayed with fear gas, Harry said softly. It messed you up pretty bad, but Batman showed up soon after and beat the Scarecrow up, and then he brought you back here. That explains why I am here, Damien stated haughtily. But why are you? Because Harry is the one who saved your life, Batman said gruffly as he stepped out of the shadows, causing Damien to look at Harry in shock. You saved me? Damien asked in a soft voice. You saved me? Yes, Harry replied as he began to rub the back of his head. I mean, all I did was give you the shot. It was Batman who had it already prepared. Don't be modest, Batman said simply. Scarecrow prevented me from administering the antidote. Had you not been there, I might have been too late. Damien's eyes widened even further at his father's praise of Harry. Batman was hard to impress, so if Harry had done so, then it was worth remembering. Thank you, then, Harry, Damien said, bowing his head in respect and causing Harry to smile shyly. Turning to his father, Damien was surprised to see worry in his father's face, along with. Was that relief? Was his father relieved to see him alive? But why? Had they done naught but fight since first introduced? His father should be annoyed that Damien was still alive, not relieved. How long have I been unconscious, father? Damien asked after 2 unsuccessful attempts to rise up from his current position. You've been unconscious for a week, Batman replied. The rest of Harry's class returned to Jump City a few days ago. But I got permission from his guardians to let him stay with me until you awoke. You know his guardians? Damien asked in surprise. I live with the original Robin and the other Titans in Jump City, Harry said with a smile which quickly fled at the sight of Damien's scowl. Ah yes, the usurper. Hey, Harry cried in outrage, that's mean. Don't be mean to my friends. Your friend tried to steal my birthright. Damien cried back, wincing in pain. No, he didn't, Harry cried back, you're a liar. That's enough, Harry, Batman said sternly, causing the boy to turn and stare petulantly up at him. But he called Robin a susa, he called Robin a bad word. And a thief. Robin's not a thief. I'm Robin, Damien snarled weakly, causing Batman to shake his head airily at the boy before turning back to Harry. You're right, Harry, Batman said gently, Robin isn't a thief, Damien's just hurt. And hurt people tend to lash out. Oh, okay then, Harry said soft L. Why before turning back to the glaring Damien, in that case, I forgive you. Forgive me, Damien sputtered as Batman tried to keep a straight face. I didn't ask for forgiveness. But Harry was no longer listening and instead had risen from his chair and turned to leave. Can I go ask Alfred if he owe a head? Batman nodded. Before he left, Harry turned one last time to Damien and waved shyly at the gaping boy. It was nice to meet you, Damien. A moment later, Harry was gone, leaving Batman to stare down silently at his still confused son. That boy is very strange, Damien said simply once he regained his ability to speak, causing Batman to smirk slightly. End flashback. That one encounter had led to a great many more over the years. Each encounter deepened the relationship between Harry and Damien, and, as Batman saw, each encounter seemed to make Damien a little less angry. Perhaps having a friend his own age was working better than Batman had dared hope. Now, that boy who had helped Batman's son was in danger from a madman and his idiotic racist followers on one side, and the machinations of an old man whose self-delusions had somehow convinced him that he was the second coming of Merlin on the other side. Batman would have agreed to help Harry for no other reason than how much the boy had helped Damien. The fact that Batman owed Harry a great debt for nearly killing the poor boy during that botched exorcism made his decision even easier. That was why Batman dedicated as much time as possible to finding out as much as possible about the wizarding world, especially about Voldemort and Dumbledore. A sudden notification beep from his computer brought Batman's mind back to the present, and he turned his chair to see the results. It appeared to be a file from a now-destroyed orphanage in London, England. Tom Riddle, Batman growled thoughtfully as he began to read. Author's note. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Okay, I realized too late that I had boxed myself into a corner regarding the ages of some of the heroes, primarily because I hadn't foreseen the story growing this big. I then realized this was my story, I could make them any age I wanted. But at the same time, I didn't want to make the ages too great of a change. So, here we go. 1. Dick Grayson was 9 years old when he became the first Robin and 14 when he left Gotham to create the Titans. 17 when Raven returned with Harry and is currently 20. 2. Jason Todd was 12 when he became the new Robin and 15 when Joker killed him. 3. Tim Drake was 10 when he became Red Robin and is currently 12 going on 13. 4. Barbara Gordon was 13 when she became Batgirl and has only been part of the Bat family for 6 months. 5. Damian Wayne was 9 when he became Robin and is currently 11, going on 12. I hope these changes don't bother you too much and help make the story clearer. In the next chapter, the price on Arcane and Lunatic's head hits the streets, bringing all manner of monsters and villains to Jump City to try and collect the reward. And Harry learns the hardest lesson about being a hero: you can't always save everyone. Chapter 33. Lunatic was having a pretty good day. As far as he was concerned, he'd started the morning with a delicious breakfast at his favorite diner, then went to the park and had a wonderful debate with Siegfried, his favorite squirrel, over the merits of acorns over walnuts. After that, Lunatic had enjoyed a spot of tea at one of his favorite shops, followed by a merry game where he robbed a lock Al gangster and left the man unconscious, dressed in a fabulous purple dress with matching shoes, and $50,000 poorer. Lunatic had used the money wisely and bought himself a 70-inch plasma screen television, which he was currently sitting in front of, happily watching Caddyshack. The rest of the cash Lunatic had given to the Mother Superior of a nearby orphanage that looked like it was in dire need of funds. The old woman had haughtily taken the leather bag that Lunatic had offered and promptly fainted after looking inside. After being reawakened by her fellow nuns, the old woman had taken Lunatic into a bone-crushing hug that had left the boy blushing as she proclaimed her thanks. Lunatic had mumbled a quick reply before tipping his hat at the old woman and disappearing back home. Taking a sigh of contentment, Lunatic took a look around his home. Using his abilities, Lunatic had become a true menace to the gangsters of Gotham, robbing them of anything he could get his hands on. He'd then used his sudden burst of wealth to buy a penthouse apartment in the swankiest part of Gotham. It hadn't been that difficult to purchase. At first, the lady had been reluctant to sell to a child. But that reluctance vanished when Lunatic dropped the large suitcase filled with $100 bills in front of her. Lunatic wasn't ashamed to admit that when he stood in his new home for the first time, he'd actually sat down and cried for a little while. For a boy thrown away at birth by his own mother, having his own home meant more than words could say. Since then, Lunatic had filled his home with whatever caught his interest, turning the once pristine penthouse into a madman's delight. The penthouse was entirely too big for just one person, consisting of 2 floors and 7 bedrooms of enormous size, with the master bedroom being twice the size of the others. The size, however, worked to Lunatic's advantage as he was able to fill every room with whatever he wanted. One of the rooms, Lunatic had transformed into an enormous game room with a basketball court, a dozen vintage arcade games, a massive air hockey table, a pool table, an indoor batting cage, and a 10-foot deep ball pit, complete with slide and diving board. Another room, Lunatic had painstakingly transformed into an exact replica of Bag End from the Lord of the Rings movies, sparing no expense. In his quest to have his own hobbit hole, it was the only room that Lunatic refused to alter in any way, shape, or form. His other rooms changed as his mood fancied, but his Bag End would remain the same way until he either left or died. The reason for this was as tragic as the rest of Lunatic's life. During his stay with Cadmus Labs, a guard had taken pity on poor Lunatic and would come and add him a chapter of The Hobbit before bedtime. The guard had just finished the story, but before he could read the sequel about Frodo and the ring, he was transferred, and Lunatic was, once again, left alone. Naturally, the first thing Lunatic had done after escaping was to rob Barnes & Noble for no other reason than to steal himself a copy of Lord of the Rings. Lunatic's obsession had been a significant part of the reason why he had taken an entire month to paint the ceiling of the living room to look like the Last Supper. However, instead of Christ and his apostles, Lunatic had chosen to replace them with the cast of The Hobbit, with a stoic-looking Thorin seated in the middle. As he kneaded his bare feet through his shag carpet, Lunatic couldn't help but smile happily. He was currently sitting on an oversized black couch and was dressed in red satin pajamas with his top hat sitting lopsided snugly on his head while an abnormally large bowl of popcorn sat beside him. Upon bringing his new television home, Lunatic had decided that the perfect place to put it was in front of the main window so that he could enjoy watching whatever he chose while at the same time enjoying the glittering lights of Gotham City beyond. Lunatic had just reached for another handful of popcorn when the glass window exploded in a shower of glass and dust, taking Lunatic's new television with it. As Lunatic watched his latest pleasure item shatter into a million pieces, his eyes widened in horror, his hand frozen in the act of picking up more popcorn. A moment later, Lunatic's eyes narrowed in annoyance as Livewire, Copperhead, Star Sapphire, Riddler, and Captain Boomerang stepped through Lunatic's now broken window, all smiling at the boy in a way that was far less hospitable than the boy liked. That was a 70-inch plasma screen TV, Lunatic said softly as he closed his eyes in annoyance. A moment later, the boy sucked in air through his teeth before plastering a fake smile on his face and looking at the four villains. "So, how can I help you?" "She put a bounty on." Copperhead sneered as his eyes roved around the living room, taking in the stuffed polar bear in the corner. Hat was wearing a pink tutu as well as the coat rack by the front door that looked horribly like it was made from someone's spinal cord. Before his eyes came back to the still smiling preteen, "This will be easier than I thought." "Luther put a bounty on me," Lunatic asked in surprise. "Is it because of the dance routine I put him through?" "I tell ya, some people just can't take a joke," the boy shook his head wearily as he said the last part as he crossed one leg over the other and placed his clasped hands atop his knee, taking on a relaxed demeanor, and making Captain Boomerang smirk while the other glared. "I will admit, it was a bloody good joke, kid," the Australian villain said with a wink, "but you shoulda known better than to prank someone like Lex Luthor." The man's sense of humor disappeared around the same time as his hair. Lunatic couldn't help but smirk slightly at that before Riddler stepped forward and sneered at the Australian. "Perhaps we should just get to the point." "Oh, all right then. Spoilsport," Captain Boomerang replied as Riddler turned back to the still smirking boy. "We've never formally met," Riddler said with an arrogant smile. "I'm the Riddler. And I'm Carmen Sandiego. Guess where I am?" "I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you here," Riddler growled after a moment of silence, in which the only noise was a snort from Captain Boomerang. "So am I," Lunatic smirked, still seated in his relaxed position, "and I am failing, and I'm sorry for that. It's just I'm so agitated because 5 little shits strolled into my house, destroyed my 70-inch plasma TV, and are now trying to impress and intimidate me, like they're my alcoholic daddy, back from the pen." Captain Boomerang couldn't hold it any longer and dissolved into laugh. As Riddler turned bright red with anger. Before anyone could react, Riddler had charged across the room, raising his question mark cane over his head to bash in Lunatic's smart mouth. He'd only take a few steps, however, when the boy cracked his head to the side, causing a black hole to suddenly appear in front of Riddler. Unable to stop his momentum, Riddler could only yell in fear before disappearing through it. As the others watched in shock, the instant that Riddler disappeared, the hole did as well, as though it had never been there to begin with. "What did you do to him?" Copperhead demanded, a hint of fear in his voice. "That," Lunatic replied simply, pointing behind the villains and making them turn to see what he was pointing at. As one, their eyes widened in shock as they watched a black hole appear in the sky not far from them. A moment later, a small silhouette fell from it and began to scream as it fell toward the ground. "Given that we're about 12 stories up, you might wanna go get him," Lunatic said with a smirk, "unless, of course, you don't mind Riddler-flavored pancakes." Star Sapphire immediately dove out of the broken window and straight toward the still screaming Riddler as the others turned back to the smirking boy, now eyeing him warily. Slowly rising to his feet, Lunatic performed a small twirl. When he was done, he was dressed in his usual outfit and quickly straightened his top hat. "So, how much am I worth?" Lunatic asked with a smirk as he watched Captain Boomerang pull out the weapons of his namesake. I hope it's worth the amount of tea. Me you all will spend in physical therapy learning how to walk again. 250 million, smart ass, Livewire sneered, electricity dancing off of her skin. Not bad, Lunatic said with a grin, not bad at all. Plus another 250 for your friend, Arcane, Copperhead added, causing Lunatic to tense up instantly before turning to him. Arcane's got a bounty too? Lunatic asked in a cold voice. That bald-headed prick put a bounty on my best friend. By now, Lunatic was no longer smiling but instead looking at the three villains with a gaze that made them feel like prey before a predator. A moment later, Star Sapphire returned, carrying a very pale and shaking Riddler. Yup, Livewire said with a cruel grin as she lifted her hand and split her fingers apart so that Lunatic could see the electricity dancing between each digit. But don't worry, kid. Luther wants you both alive so he can kill you himself, so we're not gonna kill you. We're just gonna hurt you really, really bad. For a moment, Lunatic stared silently at the villains before tilting his head to the side as a grin began to spread across his face. So, you plan to fight me with a handicap? Not very wise if you ask me. Handicap? Copperhead asked in confusion. Indeed, Lunatic replied, his voice taking on a cold hint that sounded wrong on a child. You need me alive, but I'm not under any such restrictions. The villains all tensed at the boy's words for a moment before Captain Boomerang took the initiative and hurled his weapon, followed immediately by another one. Instantly, the other villains sprang into action as Lunatic backflipped, the twin boomerangs flying over the boy's chest, and almost grazing his nose as they sailed past him. Livewire immediately turned into Elector City and flew into one of the nearby lamps while Star Sapphire flew into the air and began to watch with narrowed eyes. Only Riddler remained where he was, and that was because he was still trying to slow down his heart rate from his near-death experience. As Lunatic landed on the opposite side of his couch, Copperhead immediately attacked, taking a swipe at the boy and causing him to quickly jump out of the way. Hey! Lunatic snapped as Copperhead swiped again and almost grazed his top hat. Watch the hat. A stupid hat is the least of your worries. Livewire cried out as she exploded out of a nearby lamp and fired a bolt of electricity at the scowling boy, which missed him by inches and caused his stuffed polar bear to explode. Rather than reply, Lunatic simply reached into his coat and pulled out a spray bottle, which he immediately sprayed 3 times into the woman's face, causing Livewire to shriek in pain. Bad electric lady, Lunatic spat, stop wrecking my house. As Livewire cried out in pain, she stumbled away from Lunatic with her face in her hands. Seeing what the boy had done to his ally, Captain Boomerang couldn't help but laugh as he pulled out another boomerang. I like you, kid. Captain Boomerang smiled, it's a pity I have to bring ya in. You got a great sense of humor. Just for that, Lunatic said happily as he dodged another attack from Copperhead. I'll only knock you out instead of causing you death by medical debt. I appreciate that. The Australian villain laughed as his weapon flew back into his hand, only to be thrown again almost immediately, if you can manage it, that is. Copperhead, by this point, had scaled up a nearby column that looked as though it had come from ancient Greece and dove at the boy, only for Lunatic to dive out the way so that Copperhead collided with a nearby shelf filled with DVDs. As the shelf shattered, the DVDs flew in every direction, eliciting an angry look from Lunatic as he surveyed the damage to what was once his living room. Okay, seriously, Lunatic barked as he stormed over to the fallen villain, kicking him hard in the stomach, causing him to gasp for air. Before he could recover, Lynott began to stomp onto Copperhead's face. Stop wrecking my house. Lunatic smiled as he felt Copperhead's jaw break after the boy's 4th stomp. Before he could stomp again, however, a sudden pink blast struck him in the side, sending him crashing into the far wall. Rising shakily to his feet, Lunatic glared as he saw that the attack had come from Star Sapphire, who, it seemed, had finally decided to join the fight. Okay. Lunatic growled as he decided on his next target. I don't think I like this game anymore. Deciding to finish the job with Riddler, who still hadn't moved, Lunatic snapped his fingers, causing a large out of thin air over the villain's head. Riddler had just enough time to look up in horror before it landed on top of him. A moment later, When the dust had settled, others stared in sick fascination as the only sign of Riddler was what looked like a severely broken arm sticking out from under a pile of broken wood. Turning back to the smirking boy, Star Sapphire snarled. Are you crazy? You could have killed him. Yes, I'm crazy. Whatever made you think I was sane? Lunatic shouted, his expression taking on a look of pure madness. I mean, have you seen my house? I've got an entire room filled with green jello, for crying out loud. The villain stared at the boy in shocked silence, causing him to sneer at them contemptuously as he slapped his coat and knocked the dust loose from it. Seriously, did you morons do any homework on me before you decided to bust in here, disturb my pleasant afternoon, and, oh yeah, destroy my 70-inch plasma screen television? Again, the villain said nothing, simply stared in equal parts anger and humiliation at the boy who had so effortlessly taken down 2 of their number. Glaring at them, Lunatic cracked the knuckles on both hands before speaking again. Do you have any idea how many morons like you have come after me over the years? How many dedicated Cadmus minions are now on forced medical retirement as a result of trying to take me on? Ordinarily, I would just beat the crap out of you, maybe humiliate you a little, and send you on your way. I don't like to kill, you see, just prank people mercilessly. But you all made a grave error, and now I will make you pay for it. And after you, Luthor's ass is next. And what did we do that would elicit such a response? Star Sapphire sneered. Raiden, the only real friend I've ever had. Lunatic growled, clenching his hands into fists and making the penthouse shake as though the boy's anger was becoming physical. You little brat, Livewire shrieked in rage. Having finally recovered from Lunatic's earlier attack, she unleashed a truly impressive wave of lightning, sucking the electricity from the entire penthouse, it seemed, as the living room went dark. At the same time as Livewire's attack, Star Sapphire released an equally large blast of pink energy, while Captain Boomerang hurled 4 of his most powerful explosive boomerangs. The 3 attacks seemed to combine in midair, turning the dark living room into a rainbow of color as they hit the spot where Lunatic was standing. An instant later, the penthouse exploded into a shower of dust, debris, and flames. Livewire and Captain Boomerang stumbled for a moment as the penthouse shook around them from the force of the attack. Throwing one arm over his mouth to block out the smoke and dust, Captain Boomerang made his way through the flames to where Lunatic's body should be. When he reached the spot, he saw, to his shock, that the boy was nowhere in sight, only a large pool of blood showed that anyone had been here at all. Where is he? Livewire demanded angrily. Where is that annoying little pain in the ass? He's gone, the Australian said with a shake of his head. Honestly, he was glad that the kid escaped. He was a funny little guy, in the villain's opinion. Well, find him, Livewire shouted. I want payback. We don't need to find him, Star Sapphire aid softly as she stared at a picture in her hands. I already know where he's going. Well, you plan on letting the rest of us know? Livewire demanded, crossing her arms over her chest. He's wounded, like any wounded animal. They immediately go somewhere familiar. Which is? Livewire asked impatiently. He's running to his best friend, of course, Star Sapphire replied, handing over the picture frame. Snatching it out of the villain's hand, Livewire looked down to see a picture of a smiling lunatic holding a fishing pole and standing next to an upside-down Arcane, who appeared to be the one that Lunatic caught with his hook. We could get them both at the same time, Livewire said gleefully. Nah, I'm out, Captain Boomerang said, making the other 2 look at him in surprise. You're out? Star Sapphire asked. You're just going to walk away from $250 million. That's correct, the villain nodded, making Livewire sneer contemptuously. I always knew you were a coward. It's not about cowardice, mate. Captain Boomerang growled as he turned to her. It's about numbers, and the fact of the matter is that to get to Arcane, you'll have to go through the Titans first. And now that Lunatic is with them, the fight has become even harder. As it stands, you have no chance of winning, and I don't like to play for the losing team. By now, the penthouse had become an inferno, and all 3 villains were finding it hard to breathe through the smoke. So, if there's nothing further, Captain Boomerang sneered, I would appreciate it if we could leave before we all turn into barbecue. Seeing that her ally was right about precarious their situation had become, Star Sapphire quickly created a sizable pink platform with her powers, after throwing both Riddler and Copperhead carelessly onto it. Captain Boomerang and Livewire stepped on as well, and the group flew out into the open air. When they landed on the roof of a building a reasonable distance away, EY turned back and saw that the entire penthouse was on fire, and even from this distance, they could see that the whole top floor would soon be a smoky ruin. Well then, lovely working with ya, mates. Captain Boomerang chirped as he turned to leave, as always. Once he was gone, Livewire turned to Star Sapphire and asked contemptuously. You leaving too? I am not, the villain replied, however, the man's words do have merit. Whatcha mean? Livewire asked. He was right that we lack the required number for this venture, Star Sapphire clarified. To have any hope of success, we need more allies. Definitely can't count on these two losers, Livewire spat, giving Riddler's unconscious body a kick to the ribs. Indeed, Star Sapphire agreed, we shall have to recruit more people on our way to Jump City. However, I have a feeling that our allies will soon find us. Huh? Livewire asked in confusion, and making her ally sigh softly. Those two children have a combined bounty of $500 million on their heads. Star Sapphire said in a weary voice, if every villain isn't already in Jump City by now, then they are most assuredly making their way there. Do you understand now? Oh, Livewire exclaimed, finally understanding. So, we just need to make our way to Jump City, where hopefully we can ally ourselves with a few others. Indeed, Star Sapphire sighed, thankful the idiot she had allied herself with finally understood. Now, let's be off. What about these two? Livewire asked. Leave them be. I'm sure the Bat will find them soon enough. For now, we should split up, and each make our way to Jump City. See ya there, then. Livewire exclaimed before turning into electricity and zapping out of sight. Releasing one more sigh, Star Sapphire floated into the air and quickly flew away. Harry had just finished having his injuries treated by an annoyed Andromeda Tonks when a black hole appeared in the ceiling. A moment later, a badly injured lunatic fell from it and landed hard on the floor, causing Andromeda to scream. Oh my god, Looney! Harry shouted in horror as he jumped off the hospital bed and ran to the body of his friend. Lunatic's right side was soaked in blood, and it looked like he had severe burns as well from some unknown attack. Seeing the boy's state seemed to shock Andromeda and Nightwing out of their stupor, and both ran forward and knelt beside Harry. Looney, wake up! Harry shouted as he picked up his friend and gently shook him. A moment later, the boy's eyes opened, and he smiled as he saw Harry. Harry, I think I'm ed up, Lunatic said in a pained whisper. You think? Harry all but cried in relief. What happened to you? Luthor, Lunatic groaned. Lex Luthor did this to you? Nightwing asked in Serps kneeling on the boy's other side. With a pained groan, Lunatic shook his head and grabbed Harry's shirt. He's put a bounty on our heads, Harry. They're coming for us. As the last word left Lunatic's lips, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he went limp in Harry's arms, causing Harry to cry out in alarm. Looney, wake up! Looney, wake up! Step aside, Harry, Andromeda said quickly as she pulled out her wand. Aunt Andromeda, he won't wake up, Harry cried out as he continued to shake his friend. Please make him wake up. I'll do all I can, but you must let me work, Andromeda said quickly but gently before turning to Nightwing. Put the boy on the bed. As gently as he could, Nightwing lifted Lunatic off of the ground and into his arms. As he did so, Lunatic's top hat fell off and rolled across the floor. Harry immediately picked it up and held it like a lifeline as he watched Andromeda begin her examination, slowly moving the wand over the still boy. After several moments of silence, Andromeda turned to Nightwing and began to issue orders quickly. Go get Raven and tell her to bring my medical bag and any essence of Dittany that she has in her own stores. Then keep everyone out of here until I say otherwise. Understood. Understood, Nightwing replied at once, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and forcing him out of the door. As Harry left the room, Lunatic's top hat still clutched in his grip. He heard his aunt say sternly, I have not lost a patient in 20 years, boy. And you will not be the one to break that record. Author's note. Before any of you start freaking out, no, I'm killing off Lunatic. I just wanted to set the stage for the next chapter. When Jump City turns into a battleground, Lunatic will be fighting right alongside Arcane and the Titans. NTED this chapter to be where the supervillains come after the bounty, but then this idea to further explore Lunatic popped into my head. I think I made it work. Let me know what y'all think. Until next time. Chapter 34, Interlude 3. Raven was having a pleasant conversation with Molly Weasley as the group waited for Harry to return from the medical assault that Andromeda was no doubt putting the boy through. Not far away, Hermione, Ginny, Starfire, and Dora were cooing over Starfire's pet silkworm, adorably named Silky. Fred and George were talking to Cyborg about just what he was. They air wide-eyed as they listened to how the Titan became Cyborg, as well as how he became a Titan and all the things he'd done alongside the other Titans since. While that was happening, Beast Boy and Jinx tried to teach Ron how to play the new Mortal Kombat game, each taking turns fighting the redhead. Ron had been curious, at first, to play a Muggle game, but the poor boy had gone slightly green. After a few minutes of watching some of the gory things that his and his opponent's characters could do, Raven, however, was watching her green-skinned teammate with narrowed eyes as he played against Ron. Beast Boy was a much better player than that, and it was almost as if the Titan were distracted by something. As Raven continued watching through the corner of her eyes, she noticed that Beast Boy's gaze seemed to continuously drift to the rat perched on Ron's shoulder, sleeping. Even Hedwig, sitting comfortably on Jinx's shoulder, seemed to be staring at the rat for some reason. Before Raven could comment on this strange situation, however, Harry and Nightwing burst into the living room, her brother almost in tears, causing Raven to stiffen immediately. As her eyes narrowed, Raven saw Harry was holding an overly large top hat and she immediately recognized who it belonged to. "Harry, why do you have Lunatic's top hat?" Raven asked, causing the others to turn and see what was going on beside her. Molly looked confused at what Raven had said and looked at the boy for confirmation. "Raven, you need to grab your aunt's bag from her room and any essence of Dittany you have and meet Andromeda in the infirmary," Nightwing said quickly as Harry held onto the hat like a lifeline. "Looney's hurt bad," Harry said softly, "there was so much blood." "Oh no," Jinx whispered as she rose to her feet, sending Hedwig flying away with an annoyed bark. It was no secret that Jinx was quite fond of the little madman and looked upon him like a kindred spirit of chaos. "Who is this lunatic?" Molly finally asked as she saw the faces of the other Titans pale slightly at Nightwing's words. "He's my friend," Harry said at once, causing the other Weasleys to look at him momentarily before Raven spoke sadly, bringing their attention back to her. "Lunatic is an incredibly powerful little boy who has suffered greatly because of that power. Unfortunately, the things that were done to him drove him a bit mad. So he chose to throw away his old name and choose a new one, Lunatic." "And he lives here too?" Molly asked, her face paling in horror. "Is he a Titan, too?" "No," Cyborg sighed, "we've offered. But the kid doesn't like labels, or so he says, anyway." "So, who looks after him?" Molly asked, her horror rising at the implications she was receiving from the Titans. Surely he isn't all alone at such a young age. "Looney can take care of himself," Harry stated firmly before his proud demeanor broke, and he once again looked like the scared boy he was, at least he was always able to before this. "You mean to tell me that a child is allowed to wander wherever they want with no adult supervision to speak of?" Molly asked, her temper rising. "Who would allow such idiocy?" "Believe me, ma'am," Cyborg said with a smirk, "no one can make Lunatic stay if he doesn't want to." "Wicked." The twins chorused as one. "Can we meet him?" Molly leveled a glare of such magnitude upon the twins that it instantly cowed them as she turned back to Raven. Raven, however, had taken this time to kneel in front of Harry and place a calm hand on the boy's shoulder as she stared into his scared eyes. "I will do everything I can. I give you my word," Raven promised in a voice that ensured that Harry knew she was telling the truth, causing the teary-eyed boy to nod gratefully at her, rising to her feet. Raven looked at Nightwing and said softly, "Keep an eye on Harry for me." "Of course," Nightwing replied with a nod, which Raven immediately returned before stepping past. "I'm coming too," Molly said at once as she followed behind Raven. "I received a bit of medical training during the war." I may be of some assistance. And me, Jinx said as she jumped over the couch and followed. Raven turned to the pink-haired Titan and raised an eyebrow at her, causing Jinx to glare back. You really want to try and stop me? The two stared at each other for only a heartbeat before Avayan sighed and shook her head wearily as she turned to leave, causing Jinx to smirk for a moment. Molly watched the confrontation with confusion momentarily before warily following Raven out of the door, Jinx right behind her. After the remaining Weasleys and Hermione guided the silent Harry to the couch, they immediately began to ask him questions, completely ignoring the watching Titans who grouped together following Raven and Jinx's departure. So what happened? Cyborg asked as he crossed his arms over his chest. Yeah, judging from Harry's reaction, it must have been bad, Beast Boy added as Starfire nodded. Andromeda had just finished healing Harry when Lunatic appeared out of a hole in the ceiling, very badly wounded. What was the cause? Cyborg asked with a grimace. How bad? Bad, Nightwing said softly. And as to the cause, we might have a situation incoming. What kind of situation? Starfire asked. Before Lunatic passed out from his injuries, he told Harry that Lex Luthor put a bounty on his and Arcane's heads over that prank they pulled a while ago. You mean the video that's been blowing up all over the internet? Beast Boy asked in surprise. That was them. Looks like it, Nightwing said with a frown as the other Titans grimaced. So, what do we do? Cyborg asked. Whoever attacked Lunatic won't be happed. If they're not already on their way here, they soon will be. Indeed, Starfire added with a frown. Silky held firmly in her arms, and if the reward is large enough, others may come as well. The city could very well be caught in the crossfire. Maybe we should think about sending Hermione and the Weasleys home, Beast Boy said after a moment. Dora and her mom too. Yeah, Dora scoffed from where she sat on the nearby countertop. Good luck with that. This is not a game. Dora, Beast Boy snapped at once as he turned to her. You all could be in danger. So could you, Dora retorted angrily, hopping off the countertop and storming over to her boyfriend. That's my job, Beast Boy growled back. I signed up for it. That's the difference. I'm not leaving, Dora said stubbornly, crossing her arms over her chest, and my mum will give the same answer if and when you ask. Harry and Raven are my cousins, by all rights, and there's no way that Mum or I will leave if our family is in danger. We're not leaving either, a firm voice said from behind the group, causing the Titans to turn around in surprise. Hermione and the Weasleys were all standing around Harry with determined looks on their faces. They didn't know who this lunatic was, but they knew Harry and anyone who targeted their friend would have to go through them. Seeing their determined stares, the Titans all shared a look before Cyborg shook his head wearily. The gesture is appreciated, Hermione, Starfire said at once, but Beast Boy is correct. This isn't your job. It's ours, and it will be far too dangerous for children, even brave ones like you and the others. All the same, Fred said forcefully. We're not leaving, George finished. Whatever happens, Nightwing said after a tense moment, it will be your mom's decision. She's the one responsible for your safety. A choked sob caught everyone's attention, causing them to turn to see its source. Harry was sitting beside Ron and Hermione, clutching desperately to Lunatic's hat as he tried to keep himself from openly crying at the fate of his friend. Nightwing couldn't help but grimace as he watched Hermione and Ron place an arm around the boy struggling to control himself, for all that he might try to pretend otherwise. Harry was still just a little kid who had just watched his first friend appear heavily wounded, perhaps even fatally. Realizing that Harry desperately needed a distraction to pull him back from going completely over the edge, Nightwing's mind began to race with something he could offer to help. Harry, go grab your guitar, Nightwing said as a sudden idea came to him, then meet us in the danger room. Quote, my guitar, Harry asked in a small voice before coloring angrily. You want me to play a song right now? While Looney's possibly dying? Seriously, dude, Beast Boy asked with a raised brow. You really think this is a good time? Yes, I do, Nightwing said, glaring at Beast Boy before turning back to Harry, who was now glaring angrily, closing his eyes for a moment. Nightwing took a deep breath before reopening his eyes and looking at Harry. Lunatic will need you, Harry, Nightwing said firmly, just as much as he will need Raven and the others. What are you talking about? Harry demanded. I can't do anything for him. I'm helpless while he's in there fighting for his life. Wrong. Nightwing snapped with such ferocity that it shocked Harry into silence. There is something you can do, something that no one else can do but you. What? Harry asked in a choked voice, begging Nightwing to tell him the answer. Harry, I'm not a very religious person. Nightwing sighed as he ran his fingers through his hair, but I do believe that there is a magic to the human spirit that nothing can beat. Just ask Cyborg to tell you about Brother Blood. So, go get your guitar and give Lunatic a reason to live. Play for him. Play loud and let him hear it. As Nightwing's words slowly penetrated through the fog of fear that had clouded Harry's mind, a sudden look of understanding and then determination came across Harry's face. Slowly, Harry rose to his feet and gently placed the top hat on the couch where he had just been sitting. Turning to face his surrogate older brother, Harry nodded once before striding past with a look in his eyes that made the Titan smirk slightly. I'll meet you there in 5 minutes, Harry growled as he strode past. Once he was gone, Ron turned to the still smirking Titans. What the bloody hell was that? Where is Harry going? To get his guitar, Nightwing replied, facing the redhead, and make an offering to whatever might be listening for his friend's life. Turning to the doorway, Nightwing began to walk away, the rest of the Titans following behind. After sharing a confused look, the rest followed. Molly Weasley had seen many horrible things in her life. Serving as a nurse during a war had all but guaranteed her a lifetime of nightmares, though those had thankfully lessened as the years went by. But as she stared down in horror at the small body of the shirtless child before her, Molly realized that a new nightmare would soon be visiting her dreams. When she and her 2 companions walked into the infirmary, it was to the sight of Andromeda desperately pressing cloth to a severe wound in the child's right side that ran from his right shoulder to the center of his right bicep. As Molly continued to stare, unable to help herself, she saw how close Andromeda was to panicking. The woman had a crazed look in her eyes, and her hair swung wildly as she pulled the blood-drenched cloth away and immediately put on another. Oh, my God! Jinx whispered in horror as she saw the state Lunatic was in. Hearing her voice, Andromeda looked up sharply before a relieved look came across her face. Oh, thank Merlin. Raven, did you bring my bag? Yes, Aunt Andy, Raven replied at once, striding across the room and taking her aunt's place so that she could begin looking through her bag for medical supplies. As Andromeda quickly began to riffle through the bag, Raven and the others could hear her muttering curses and oaths. I need more gauze, Raven said as the once pristine cloth in her hands soaked in blood. On it, Jinx cried at once before running to the nearby cabinet. I don't know what in God's name attacked this poor boy, but it's proving more difficult to repair than I had anticipated. Andromeda snapped as she continued looking. What do you mean? Jinx demanded from where she was searching for more cloth and gauze. Is he going to die? Answer me. I can't bloody answer you. Andromeda snarled back, because I don't know how to close the damn wound. What do you mean, Andy? Molly asked, finally shaken out of her shock. You're a healer. Just use a quick stitching spell on the boy. I've tried. Andromeda growled in frustration. I've tried every spell I know to stop the bleeding, but whatever attacked him left a strange energy behind, unlike anything I've ever seen. It's keeping his wound open. And nothing I'm doing is working. Energy? Jinx asked in shock as she quickly thumbed through her memory of all the possible villains that could do something like that. Finally coming up with only 4 possible answers. Step back, Raven. I need to see the wound. If I step back, Lunatic will die of blood loss, Raven replied. Why do you need to see it? If I can identify the energy in his wound. Jinx replied quickly. We can program Cyborg's new surgical laser to target only the areas where the energy is present. And once the energy is gone, Aunt N.D. will be able to close the wound and save him, Raven replied as she cast her eye to the opposite side of the room where said laser was currently sitting. Turning back a quickly paling Jinx, Raven sighed and continued speaking. But that still doesn't change the fact that you need time to see the wound, and if I take away my hands, he will die in a matter of minutes. What the bloody hell is a laser? Molly demanded as she pointed her wand at the gauze in Jinx's hands, making itsly at Molly before answering her earlier question. Put simply, a laser is a piece of Muggle equipment used to cut through things, be it metal, wood, flesh, or bone, and you want to use this device on a child. Molly asked in horror, "Are you mad? Cyborg specifically designed and built this particular laser for surgeries like this." Raven replied quickly, "Where the victim has been attacked by something that regular medicine can't fix. But it still doesn't change the fact that if I remove my hands, Lunatic will bleed to death." "No, he won't," Andromeda shouted at last, causing the others to turn to her. She was sticking halfway out of her bag by this point, and were the situation not so serious, Raw Ven would have laughed at the absurdity of it. When her aunt finally managed to extricate herself from the confines of her bag, Andromeda turned around to face the others, and Raven's eyes widened in amazement and relief. Andromeda's arms were laden with blood-replenishing potions, at least a dozen bottles of it. "Where did you get all of those?" Jinx asked in surprise. "They must have cost a fortune." "They did," Andromeda growled unhappily. "After what happened to you lot, I decided to be extra careful, so I went shopping a few days ago. I was planning on fully restocking the infirmary. Now I'm just glad I made the trip at all. I could kiss you right now," Jinx said happily, causing Andromeda to chuckle. Turning back to Raven, Jinx began to issue orders. "Okay. So, when you pull away, Lunatic will begin to bleed out. I'll try to identify it as quickly as I can, but you guys gotta give me all the time you can." "Understood." Raven nodded before turning to her aunt and Molly. "While Jinx works, it will be our job to pour as much of the potion down the boy's throat as we can so he doesn't die of blood loss." Stepping up next to Raven, Jinx nodded once, causing the girl to step back. The moment Raven's hands took away the gauze, the blood began to pour out. For a moment, Jinx stared in horror before she remembered what she had to do. Summoning her own abilities, Jinx raised her arms as her eyes began to glow pink. An instant later, 2 tendrils of pink energy shot from Jinx's arms and into Lunatic's wound, causing the boy to spring off the bed so violently that Raven thought his back might break. The boy cried out in pain a moment later, shocking Andromeda and Molly out of their staring and immediately into action. "Hold him down," Raven snapped out, taking Lunatic's fort shoulder and pushing back onto the bed. A moment later, Andromeda joined her niece in trying to hold down the flailing and crying child. Turning back to Molly, Raven shouted out, "Start bringing those potions, now." One after another, Molly grabbed 2 or 3 at a time before ripping off the cork and pouring the contents down the boy's throat. Once the bottle was empty, Molly immediately dropped it and ran for more. All the while, Jinx was standing stock still, her eyes glowing pink and her arms raised in front of her as pink tendrils sought out their target. "Jinx, hurry," Raven snapped. After watching Molly pour the 6th potion down the boy's throat, the bed by this time was soaked in blood, and a small pool was beginning to form on the floor as well, making the infirmary look more like a horror movie. "I've almost got it," Jinx replied in a pained voice. "Almost. There. Got it." An instant later, the tendrils snapped out of the boy's wound and back into Jinx's arms, causing the boy to collapse in an unconscious heap on the bed and showering all the women with droplets of blood. "Gauze," Raven cried out immediately, causing Molly to spring into action and press a thick piece of cloth to the boy's wound. Lunatic groaned once at the pressure, but Molly didn't let up and simply stared. Spinning on her heel, Jinx ran as fast as her legs could carry her towards Cyborg's newest creation. Her right fist closed tight around something. Upon reaching it, Jinx immediately ripped open a compartment on the top and dumped what looked like a glowing pink stone into it before slamming the lid back down. As soon as the machine powered up, Jinx began to furiously type onto the keyboard, her eyes darting left and right as she looked for the one responsible for Lunatic's injury, while not far away. Raven and the other 2 women were desperately trying to stem the flow of blood. "Well," Raven demanded, "have you found the one responsible or not?" Before Jinx could offer an angry rebuttal, the machine beeped, and a prison photo appeared on the screen. As Jinx stared at the photo, she narrowed her eyes angrily and had to fight off the urge to blast the machine into oblivion. "Star Sapphire," Jinx growled. "The energy source is from Star Sapphire. Can that damn muggle toy help us or not?" Andromeda screeched, for a moment looking like her mad sister, understandable as she, by this time, was soaked in blood. "Yes," Jinx retorted, "it just needs to warm, and then I have to put in the proper commands." "Then do so." Andromeda spat back, "This boy is losing blood faster than we can replace it." When she heard that, Jinx couldn't help but look down at the boy, and her eyes widened as she saw how pale he was becoming. Nodding quickly, Jinx began to type commands into the machine, causing a panel above Lunatic's bed to slide away as a large triangle-like machine with a small circular tip descended. Quickly reaching above her head, Raven grabbed the control arm and de-angled the laser at Lunatic's wound as Molly and Andromeda watched with confused faces. "You sure this will work?" Molly asked softly as Raven finished placing the laser where it was needed. "No, Avayan replied as she turned to face the woman, "but it's our only hope now." "It's done," Jinx cried out happily. "I've programmed it to only target Star Sapphire's energy source and to eradicate it." Just as she finished speaking, the circular tip on the laser began to glow bright red, as a humming noise sounded. An instant later, a red light shot into the boy's wound, making his eyes shoot open in shock and pain. His mouth stretched in a silent scream as his back arched. "Hold him, goddammit!" Jinx snarled as she sprinted back across the room and all but dived on top of Lunatic's flailing body. "The machine needs him to be as still as possible, or it could do more harm than good." Hearing that, Molly and Andromeda sprang into action, each grabbing a separate shoulder and pressing the boy back down as Raven realigned the laser. "Lunatic, you listen to me, good." Raven growled as she turned the laser back on, and it began its work again. "You've never been anything but a pain in my neck. From the moment you waltzed into Harry and I's life. But through all that, you've been there for Harry in ways I couldn't. So, if you die on me now and break my little brother's heart, I'll drag your insane ass back from wherever you end up just to kill you again, myself." For a moment, only a moment, Lunatic's eyes seemed to focus on Raven. She could have sworn that she saw the ghost of a smirk appear on his face. Still, an instant later, the boy was once again crying out in pain as the laser bore into him, a pink trail of energy slowly rising out of him and into the device as the three other women desperately tried to hold him down.